best rushes out there, the one and only Wasana.
We do have Wasana. Oh, the one shot onto Blade. Wasn't even given a chance to be able to be picked up. And now Wasana pushing through for the team as well.
Fearless and relentless, he created openings where none existed, winning duels no one else could.
BOOYAH already have activated the champion rush condition. This has to be the moment. BOOYAH, your 3-time world champions.
2 attempts, 2 heartbreaks, but he refused to break. When everyone doubted him, he kept his smile, and today he burns brighter than ever. The MVP of the best team in Free Fire World Series 2025 Global Final. Since 2023, when BOOYAH United first came into the FFWS Global Finals with the roster of 2022's world champions, captained by 2-time world champion Jonah, taking new recruit Wasana, the all-star lineup crumbled, losing to Brazilian rivals Magic Squad. Even though they finished second, many people still doubted them, especially Wasana. After a year, they returned to the FFWS with the same goal in mind. Unfortunately, their plans went sideways as BOOYAH finished third instead. This year, they returned with the same goal: prove the doubters wrong. But they started the tournament poorly.
ก็พวกผมก็ทำเต็มที่ครับความพยายามไม่เคยทำร้ายใครอยู่แล้วพวกผมพยายามมา2 ปีครับที่พยายามมามันไม่เคยเสียหายครับมันทำให้ทีมตัวเองได้เก่งยิ่งขึ้นครับแล้วที่วิจารณ์กันมาว่าฟอร์มดรอปก็ตอนนั้นก็ดรอปจริงๆครับแต่ตอนนี้ก็พยายามแก้ไขในสิ่งที่พลาดในตอนนั้นจนถึงมาสำเร็จทุกวันนี้ครับ
รู้สึกว่าอยากได้มากครับเพราะว่าโดนพี่เกียรติล้อคีนอนชอบล้อผมไม่มีแชมป์โลกที่ได้ MVP ไม่มีแชมป์โลกเขาชอบล้อกันนะเฟรนด์ชอบล้อผมนะแต่ผมเกียรติคนเดียวนะคีนอนคนเดียวเลยชอบล้อไปถล่มเขาย้ำๆนะคนดูเพราะว่าชอบพูดมาแบบว่าเฮ้ยใครไม่ได้แชมป์โลกวะไม่คุยกับคนไม่ได้แชมป์โลกวะ
Reset. Adapt. Burn bright.
Powerhouse Aqua champions. BOOYAH United Esports.
ก่อนจะเข้ามาแข่งรอบเกมไฟนอลก็คิดไว้ครับว่าพวกผมมาแชมป์ให้วัฒนาเพราะว่าน้องยังไม่เคยได้แชมป์โลกแล้วทุกคนทำเพื่อวัฒนาแล้วก็มั่นใจกันมากครับผม
This year, they finally did it.
BOOYAH, your 3-time world champions.
Joanna's dedication for BOOYAH finally paid off, as he made history as the first ever 3-time FFWS Global Finals champion, as the captain led his young teammate Wasana to his first ever world championship.
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับที่ได้เห็นน้องถูกถ้วยแล้วแต่ว่าเราก็ดีในลึกๆเราก็ดีใจเหมือนกันเพราะเราก็ตามหาถ้วยนี้มานานมาก
ก็มาแทนตอนนั้นก็เหมือนมาแทนพี่ไอ้นะครับแล้วเขาก็เมนกันว่ามาแทนเดี๋ยวคูดจะไหวหรออะไรก็ผมจำไม่เห็นแล้วนะครับ
Once the youngest in EXP, now the backbone of AG, he's walked this path before. In 2023, he seized the tournament MVP, carving his name in fire against giants like Buchin, Q, and Bops.
รู้สึกดีใจอยู่ครับแต่ว่าเสียใจที่ว่าไม่ได้แชมป์ด้วยครับ
AG's due as their leader, their carry, their heartbeat. Within 2 years of relentless improvements, he came back stronger. He lead his squad to crush doubt and dominate the Clash squad.
Oh, dude! You can do it, son! This is it! A 12-57 drags them across the finish line with an ace on map 3!
From being the 2023 MVP, he has walked the talk, and now he proves the doubters wrong all over again, earning the first ever MVP and carving his name into history as a champion of the first FFW S-Clash Squad World Finals. We are here in Jakarta for the Free Fire World Series Global Finals 2025. The biggest Free Fire event in Free Fire Esports of the year. The knockout stage began, and 6 days decided everything. The best teams crushed doubts,
First blood.
while 6 teams were crushed by pressure and eliminated early instead.
Triple kill. Double kill.
Fans from every corner of Indonesia traveled to witness an epic finale to the team's journey in Jakarta's Indonesia Arena, the nation's largest esports venue. Hundred thousands of fans, lights, music, fire, energy, all building up toward the biggest show Free Fire has ever put on.
Double kill.
What an epic end to the FFWS Global Finals 2025. Congratulations to our world champions, BOOYAH United Esports. A Guinness World Record-breaking esports event attended by over 600,000 participants.
Welcome to BOOYAH.
All access.
This is the Pros Masterclass. Nero, a deep dive into his strengths, abilities, and why he's shaping the way pros play right now. Next, let's break down some high-level pro plays from FFWS 2025. RQ Kazoo took the launch pad and a free target for P-Sports as they soared through the sky. RQ Abe got knocked the moment he landed. From far, Nero's skill to stop RRQ Kazu from instant blue walling and get a resurrection on RRQ Abe. Nero's skill also disables Joseph ability, allowing detection skills like Moko's to become more effective. RQ Kazoo had to spend more time breaking Nero's plushie before they could safely resurrect. The damage from Nero's plushie continues to tick down their HP. P-Sports uses this window to close in on RRQ Kazu. With RQ Kazu's HP not full, P-Sports comes in for the cleanup. Meta shifts, tactical zoning, and anti-glue control, Nero brings a whole new layer of strategy to every fight. At this moment, Key Esports uses Nero's skill first to break through the enemy's defense, powered by Joseph, then activates a 124 skill to disable the opponent's active abilities. However, Joseph can counter a 124's effect and protect himself from it. That's a wrap on our Nero breakdown. The plushie, the pressure, and the plays that define this meta. Is Nero your must pick, or just overhyped?
"12 teams reset back to 0 points in the champion rush. The grand finals bring pressure like nothing else, with unpredictable results, split-second decisions, pressure, and stage fright. This is where confidence decides everything.
ทุกชั่วโมงทุกอย่างที่เราซ้อมกันมาถึงวันนี้ทุกอย่างที่เราเสียสละการเปลี่ยนแปลงที่เราปรับและชูให้เรามาถึงจุดนี้ได้เนาะ
Só ganha essa quem dá o buia, mano. Então não vamos deixar ninguém ganhar e ninguém tirar esse buia de nós.
Hari ini terakhir. Ya, waktunya keluarin semua, main all out dari game 1. Ya, main all out dari game 1 tanpa beban, tanpa pressure, enjoy. Se-enjoy-enjoynya.
sedikit waktu maksimalis percaya sama teman itu yang paling penting แล้วก็ไม่มีอะไรแล้วเดี๋ยวไปข้างบนมาคุยเรา3 ที
Valer a pena na vida de vocês, mano. A gente não sabe que a gente terá outras oportunidades igual essa. Fechou? Então vamos pra cima. Alguém quiser falar, o momento é de vocês.
Dut bilang sama gua match 4 kita sampai di champion rush match kelima kita tutup. Walaupun emang harus gagal di match kelima match 6 kita tutup. So menurut gua gak ada yang gak mungkin. Walaupun emang harus gagal sekali masih ada next match. Paling dari aku itu aja selalu diingat saling percaya itu kuncinya guys. Oke? Kita mulai. Mari kita berdoa guys.
Não deixe sem atenção, mas vai do mal, sabe? Bora o máximo em geral.
2 BOOYAHs from the on-fire Fluxo silenced the Indonesian crowd, leaving behind a big gap with R7, RRQ, and EVOS. They are now in desperate need of a recovery. RRQ and EVOS finally recovering. However, BOOYAH is miles ahead of everyone else. The first to activate the champion rush. A desperate play from RRQ stops BOOYAH, giving Fluxo the chance to activate the champion rush with the BOOYAH. Champion rush activated. Now 2 teams begin their race for the final BOOYAH. the end of FFWS Global Finals 2025. We witnessed doubts being crushed and history being made from the eyes of the MVP himself, Wasana. Buriram United Esports are crowned as Best Team of the Year.
Who am I gonna verse now? Burn bright, I don't burn out. Crush stats, look at me now, huh?
I can never go reverse now.
But I'ma spin it back, A-jump. Wait from nada to the crowd, throw in their hands, base jump. I'ma hit the finish line no matter what. They front, first place, you a runner-up, dominant, but the red and the blues going ruthless. 10 out of 10, 11, I don't snooze, I pursue. Don't push it, put me in game that I don't lose. I stay cool, depending on my pen and pennants I choose. Ayy, I'ma show you how it. Got it, nada, loudest. Wu-Tang, I'm a bird of the competition. Told you only way is up, I don't go reverse. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. Who am I gonna verse now? Who am I gonna verse now? Show me what it's worth now. I pull up in the can't imagine all these people wanna follow, missing in action. Paper planes, I'm a condos, made it from rapping, and I met role models. Thinking I'ma pass all the monogram on my body, the shit shout out to Virgil. Know that I'm gonna beat them like the shit that I put words to. Mama and the internet, two things that I just learned through. Hit it out of the park, so there's nothing to reverse to. I can't entertain. Will you do the same? Cause I've been ready my whole life. Only see my back, I ain't turning back on them. Wings on me, I'm higher. Cause I've been ready my whole life. Wings on me, I'm higher. Now I can go reverse now.
Let's go. Wild and free, got an animal in me. Once you see, you ain't never wanna leave. You think your eyes are fooling you. It's just the way my body moves. I bring the sugar and spice. I got naughty and nice. Get the cinnamon once, promise you want it twice. So come get a taste like dang. Got looks that kill, bang bang. I'm razor sharp, really so hard. Light it up, fireworks in the dark. Watch out, I'ma get ya. Don't leave, I will let ya. I'm razor sharp, really so hard. I light it up, fireworks in the dark. I'm a non-stop drill, I can lose that kill. I'm a little bit bittersweet, but you can throw some sugar on me. I'ma knock you off of your feet. Non-stop drill, I can lose that kill. I'm a little bit bittersweet, but you can throw some sugar on me. I'ma knock you off of your feet. Non-stop drill, I can lose that kill.
Mungkin player overrated ya Wasana lah.
Wasanaครับ
Wasana.
É o Asana. Atualmente vai sobrar pro Asana.
He is the only one who has never won any international tournament in his team. His hunger was higher compared to others. Towering in front of him, the same enemy, the two-time world champion. The same challenge for him to overcome again. Whenever Buriram needed someone to step forward, Wasana was always there first. Every fight he took was a risk. But that's what makes him one of the best rushers in the world.
Oh, Wasana! Nolan notices him as LBT tries to take the trade on the map, but he turns around too late. The mini Uzi making all the difference for Wasana. Bina out in the open. Wasana looks to finish him off at this point. Bina dropped as well. Ooh! Best rushes out there, the one and only Wasana.
We do have Wasana. Oh, the one shot onto Blade. Wasn't even given a chance to be able to be picked up. And now Wasana pushing through for the team as well.
Fearless and relentless, he created openings where none existed, winning duels no one else could.
BOOYAH already have activated the champion rush condition. This has to be the moment. BOOYAH, your three-time world champions.
2 attempts, 2 heartbreaks, but he refused to break. When everyone doubted him, he kept his smile, and today he burns brighter than ever. The MVP of the best team in Free Fire World Series 2025 Global Final. Since 2023, when Buriram United first came into the FFWS Global Finals, with the roster of 2022's world champions, captained by 2-time world champion Jonah, taking new recruit Wasana, the all-star lineup crumbled, losing to Brazilian rivals, Magic Squad. Even though they finished second, many people still doubted them, especially Wasana. After a year, they returned to the FFWS with the same goal in mind. Unfortunately, their plans went sideways as Buriram finished third instead. This year, they return with the same goal: prove the doubters wrong. But they started the tournament poorly.
ก็พวกผมก็ทำเต็มที่ครับความพยายามไม่เคยทำร้ายใครอยู่แล้วพวกผมพยายามมา2 ปีครับที่พยายามมามันไม่เคยเสียหายครับมันทำให้ทีมตัวเองได้เก่งยิ่งขึ้นครับแล้วที่วิจารณ์กันมาว่าฟอร์มดรอปก็ตอนนั้นก็ดรอปจริงๆครับแต่ตอนนี้ก็พยายามแก้ไขในสิ่งที่พลาดในตอนนั้นจนถึงมาสำเร็จทุกวันนี้ครับ
รู้สึกว่าอยากได้มากครับเพราะว่าโดนพี่เกียรติล้อกีนอนชอบล้อผมไม่มีแชมป์โลกพี่ได้ MVP ไม่มีแชมป์โลกเขาชอบล้อกันนะคนทีมชอบล้อผมนะแต่ผมเกียรติคนเดียวนะกีนอนคนเดียวเลยชอบล้อไปถล่มเขาย้ำๆนะคนดูเพราะว่าชอบพูดมาแบบตอนว่าเฮ้ยใครไม่ได้แชมป์โลกวะไม่คุยกับคนไม่ได้แชมป์โลกวะ
Reset. Adapt. Burn bright.
Powerhouse Stackwood champions. BOOYAH United Esports.
ก่อนจะเข้ามาแข่งรอบเกมไฟนอลก็คิดไว้ครับว่าพวกผมมาเอาแชมป์ให้วัฒนาเพราะว่าน้องยังไม่เคยได้แชมป์โลกแล้วทุกคนทำเพื่อวัฒนาแล้วก็มั่นใจกันมากครับผม
This year, they finally did it.
BOOYAH, your three-time world champions.
Joanna's dedication for Buriram finally paid off, as he made history as the first ever 3-time FFW U.S. Global Finals champion as the captain led his young teammate Wasana to his first ever World Championship.
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับที่ได้เห็นน้องถูกถ้วยแล้ว แต่ว่าเราก็ดีในลึกๆเราก็ดีใจเหมือนกันเพราะเราก็ตามหาถ้วยนี้มานานมาก
ก็มาแทนตอนนั้นเนี่ยเหมือนมาแทนพี่ไอ้นะครับแล้วเขาก็เมนกันว่ามาแทนเดี๋ยวคูดจะไหวหรออะไรก็ผมทำไม่เห็นแล้วนะครับ
Once the youngest in EXP, now the backbone of AG, he's walked this path before. In 2023, he seized the tournament MVP, carving his name in fire against giants like Buchin.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, welcome to the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2025 Grand Finals. 12 teams so far have been eliminated in our journey, and today the final 12 stand, looking to prove that they are the best in Asia. And to get this party started, we, the Mustachioed brothers, are honored to once again start the day. Lucifer and AJ on the desk for the first 3 games of the day. Lucifer, talk to me, brother. How are you feeling?
Super excited. To be honest, I think the energy right as now of how it ended yesterday is still carried forward. The way teams showed up to qualify itself, we ended up seeing a team not making it just because of them not having a booyah. That tells you today is going to be even more spicier because it is the champion rush and you need a booyah to call yourself the champion.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And not just you need the booyah at any point of time, right? Very specifically after you activate the champion rush condition. And when we were at our play-ins, we were thinking, okay, by the looks of things, these teams are going to be able to activate champion rush really early. We're going to be able to end the broadcast before Azora even gets a chance to cast. But that might not be the case based on what we've seen here on the main week, brother, because teams are finding it a little bit more difficult to find those massive games once those big boys came into play as well.
When you talk about the big boys, yes, the teams as they started getting their booyahs towards the last and final games, that was a surprise for everybody. Yesterday we spoke about them. They did not have a single booyah, and yesterday they ended up picking everything on the dice. Now let's see how this champion rush format is going to unfold, give opportunity for teams, and you see the criteria is going to be to enter champion rush 80 plus points. As soon as you get 80 or more, you activate the champion rush, and from there forward, if you get a booyah in the following maps or any of it, you become the champions.
Absolutely, man. As simple as 1, 2, 3, right? The first team to get a booyah after activating the champion rush condition will be crowned the champion. But if no teams achieve this by the end of 10 games, then the team with the highest number of points will win the tournament. And obviously, highest number of points means both placements plus the eliminations both accumulated. Are we going to get there? Will we be pushed into a game number 10? Will we be forced to look at the overall leaderboard? Or will this one end early? How early, obviously, is the question. Do you guys have the question on your minds? I don't know. Azora definitely had the question on his mind. Lucifer, I'm just going to ask you, man. What do you think? How far is this going to go?
Now, when we were discussing before we started the show, right, when GOW started on the play-ins, they went all the way, 39 points in total, which we speculated should be a 2-gamer for them to get back to that champion rush criteria. But looking at the main event, and as you rightfully mentioned, when the big boys step into the lobby, a lot changed, and therefore somewhere now we are understanding. I think it should go to the 7th and the 8th game, but as you mentioned, when these big boys see the others reaching Champion Rush, I'm pretty sure they're going to make a blockade. They'll put up fortresses to make sure they don't get a chance to get that booyah.
Let's take a look and see exactly what we are playing for. $50,000 in total here at the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2025, but only $35,000 USD they're playing for today. This is the Battle Royale Grand Finals, and the 35K will be distributed to all of the teams from the champions all the way down to the team that's in 18th place, which is absolutely fantastic. But obviously, what everyone's aiming for is the biggest slice of this pie, that 10K USD in their pockets.
Champions. And along with that comes the bragging rights of being the Asia champs of Free Fire Max Asia Invitational. That is the all-hail glory that everybody is looking forward to. And who would that be? A lot of questions, right? When we even started, we will also talk about the teams very soon and see who has the brightest of the chances. But there could be a lot of, I would say, turnarounds, roller coasters coming up as soon as we start the game, because on top of this, as soon as you saw the Champion Rush format, 10 maps still could be played. Those 10 games could still decide who could be the champion and grab the $10,000.
So how do you climb up the leaderboard here in this grand finals? We don't have multiple days of play. We only have today a potential maximum 10 games, but each and every single game could be your last. So you have to give your all to first of all reach the 80 points. And cardinal rules of Free Fire Esports says if you hit the booyah, we give you 12 placement points, 9 placement points for those in the second place. We minus off 1 point for each consecutive placement taken on the leaderboard, except 11th and 12th, which gets you absolutely nothing. But of course, you can buffer yourselves up with those eliminations. Every elimination gets you 1 point.
Now, eliminations is where it all matters. We've been seeing games which even somewhere around average 10 eliminations to even eliminations about 20 and close to 30 if possible from teams. They've gotten to that. They've not found it yet, but AJ, they have tried to get closer, and today could be the day. We've been talking about it. This is a lot more heated for all of these 12 teams, and again, them being the bestest in Asia to make their qualification happen, and now they're looking forward to this grand finals. And as you rightfully said, it's only 1 day of action, and in this 1 day you have to bring out your best cards.
Yeah, no doubt at all. Everybody's going to be trying to do their best. But when you've got everybody trying to do your best, obviously you're going to have a couple of losers down at the bottom as well. Who's going to be unlucky enough, who's going to be inconsistent enough to get kicked down to the bottom, to be made into stepping stones so that the rest can climb up to the top and perhaps fight for a potential to be champion. We'll get to see in a little bit. But obviously, one thing that has been changing the face of Free Fire Esports is this new ruling that we brought in recently, the one unique active skill rule.
This makes the game a lot more strategic for teams to plan, and we've been seeing, even though the newest edition of Nero, we've been talking about it as well on Desk, that maybe Nero could have worked out better for this team, but they very tactically plan it of which character abilities work in their favor, and their coaches, their analysts, all of them come into play, and then decide of also which map they're playing on, that they have to pick that specific skill.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And obviously, this is going to be a little difficult if you don't listen to your in-game leader, if you don't listen to your coaches. But so far, it looks like the teams here have been able to play on the meta quite a little bit. They haven't really been dropping out of the meta. You can see that in some of the dominance that they have shown us both in the planes as well as the main week. But are we going to see anything creative today? Are we going to see a little bit off meta of a challenge thrown out there by one of these squads just to surprise the competition? I don't know. We got it in a couple of competitions. Maybe this one will be one of those as well. The race to Champion Rush, based on the main week's data, we have analyzed and we have identified that Falcons and BIGETRON are capable of reaching the Champion Rush condition within just 4 games. But mind you, these are all data. These are all numbers taken from just the main week. If you look at GOW, if you look at their planes data, they technically could have activated it in 2-3 games, but that's not the case, right? Once again, once the big teams came in on the main week, the dominators of the planes just couldn't play the same aggressive gameplay anymore.
Yeah, and that could be a cause of concern here as well. When we were looking at the group stages in the main event as well, there was a shuffle. You get to play only 12 games and you also had that buffer after playing the initial 6 games, whether it be a day's break or it could be just that 24 hours, or you would say 8 hours of a break and then come back again play, right? Here it is just one day and you have to make sure that you're playing with the same 12 teams. You understand them from the very first game, and that is the reason this main event data that we have right now gives us just a bare idea of understanding maybe these teams get to the champion rush by 4 games, but it could take them even longer, because we saw Falcons in the initial games of that first day did not get a booyah, and then eventually in the following days is where they ended up picking up their booyahs. We saw them in action, and yesterday they just completely flapped their wings and went away in a direction that nobody could catch up to, and the same was done by BIGETRON, and that is the reason they're at the top of the charts. Whereas Meta NINZA, NG Pros, Godlike, DRS, they were picking maybe a booyah on one given day, and the others, they were just consistently performing. So that is the reason from 4 to 8 we see a big difference.
Yeah, and what's ridiculous about a team like Falcons is on yesterday, they got a total of 3 booyahs for themselves, and in the games where they did not walk away with a booyah, they still had massive points, right? They were not walking away with a minimum average 10. They were not walking away with a weak game. So that makes a team like Falcons an extreme danger out there to encounter today, but teams will have no choice whatsoever, because you can't depend on your grouping dragging you away from some of those titans out there. Everybody plays in this exact same lobby until we identify the winner.
Who would it be? Is it AVIDA, Godlike, GOW, KAGENDRA, Meta NINZA, NG Pros, Nightmare, Vitality, DRS, IQOO Total Gaming, Esports, and the Falcons? These are the 12 teams who are going to be playing in this grand finals, the grandest of Asia action coming through for Free Fire Max. And who could it be? There's a lot of names. We even spoke about DRS making sure that all the Nepalese fans are going to be happy about their action and the way they consistently played. We were a little doubtful after day one's performance, after they got the booyah, and we thought it should be replicated, but it was not. But still consistently picking points, they qualified in a very safe spot. But looking at on the other direction, Meta NINZA, they barely just made it through. It could have been somebody else as well, and the booyahs as well that DRS had made them comfortable. Nightmare picking up points, but with all this done, the players, they matter. They have to step up, bring their A game in all corners of the map, and that is where they will become a champion.
When you look at a team like AVIDA, XKDC, you're definitely looking at Tawan, you're definitely looking at Long Kong. These two guys are perfect for disabling their opponents. You've got Tawan usually on that Oscar and Long Kong usually on that A124. AVIDA XKDC showed us what they're capable of during the play-ins. Massive points just in that one day, a total of 135. But later on in week 2, when they had to play not a single booyah from the side, and they reached only a maximum of 89 points, which I don't know exactly where to put this team. On a really good day, I think they can go all the way. And then you look towards there, right? You've got Godlike Esports as well from India, right? I expected a much better performance out of Godlike Esports, I'm not gonna lie. To see them qualify from the 11th spot, I was so nervous for them.
Yeah, they don't even have a single booyah in the main event. At least in the plains, they did pick it up. We were talking about it. But when we jump towards the next lineup that we have is Meta NINZA. Now, this has been a very consistent Indian lineup that we've been seeing, who have been picking at least a booyah on every given day at their best performance. They've always been seen in the top 3. And as you mentioned about Falcons, right? This also has been that team who keep getting points. They do not average out on 10, but if they get an opportunity, they grab that booyah.
And of course, you've got NG Pros as well, who play really fine on Alpine. So far, they've got 2 booyahs to their name on Alpine as well as Purgatory. And this is one of those teams that kind of blow hot and cold. But the important thing is when they do blow cold, they're not really dropping, falling off the map. They still are a team that's capable of walking away with a minimum of 10 points per map on their bad games, which is really not a bad thing at all. One of the reasons why NG's definitely wants to look out for here, where they stood on the overall leaderboard by the end of the main week, I'm not going to take that too seriously. It's all about how the Indians go all out today. And similar to that, you've got Nightmare Esports here as well, right? Play-ins, phenomenal stuff. Over in the main week, I'm not impressed, but today is what it's all about.
It is with BIGETRON as well, who ended up at the top 2, and they got their booyahs towards the end of it. While we look at DRS, they picked up their booyahs at the very start, and those 2 booyahs helped them move to this qualification of the Grand Finals. Otherwise, Reckoning were waiting to grab that spot. But on the other end, IQOO Total Gaming Esports, the way they started, a lot of Indian fans were ready to see them in action in terms of bringing a lot more booyahs, but that did not happen. However, individually, their bragging and fragging rights, we've seen it. It should come again today and play in action for their team's favor. But PE Sports, I think one team have been playing so well for Vietnam that in every action that we've seen, they've come closer towards Booyah. They've grabbed those Booyahs if possible. But today, they have another challenge in front of them. That is going to be Team Falcons, who are ready now.
Oh yeah, if you wanted to talk about how PE Sports is good, Team Falcons just knocked the ball out of the park, right? A phenomenal day for Falcons, managing to walk away with 149 points yesterday. That is beyond ridiculous. It shows you what they can do to the lobby when they go all out. And they technically just went berserk on 3 maps, and in the other 3 maps, they were just normal, right? So this is a very dangerous team that you're going to be looking for out there. And, you know, fingers crossed you are going to be able to avoid for a majority of these maps, at least in the earlier circle, so that you don't get eliminated early. Next, Era Purgatory, Solara for the first 3 games, and then we head on into Bermuda, Alpine, as well as Kalahari. By that time, if the competition does not end, we have a potential up to 10 game if none of the teams have managed to secure the champion rush condition and bring it to an end with a booyah.
And on top of it, now they have a little bit of a puzzle, AJ. That is going to be the maps are going to be randomized from Game 7. So you don't know what you're going to be playing on. If it doesn't end on Game 6, you have to be prepared for the next oncoming games from there on. And that is going to bring about a new taste, a new flavor for everybody viewing to see what could change there. And that is, again, on spot that we end up seeing of these map changes happening, and teams have to adapt to it. Now, I think the first thing that the teams have to understand is about that adaptation from a change in terms of the group stage to playing with the same 12 teams in these consecutive games from 1 till 10 if it happens. But I think going all out, one or the other team is going to start on Nextera, because that is a map which allows for you to be very quick and a lot of space to have long range fights as well.
Yeah, I do agree with you, man. And games 7 to 10, I have to say, if you're an atheist, you're going to start believing in God once again, because you're going to start hoping and praying that you get a map that you are good on, right? Because not every single squad out there in FFMAI has managed to find full dominance on each and every single map. Even Falcons falter on some, let alone the other teams who are not as dominant as them on the battlefield. But as we open things up, the preferred drop spots here at Nextera, once again, you guys take this with a pinch or a bowl of salt. The data tells us that there might be a 3-way battle at Boxing Gym, which I can only smile about.
Yeah, I think that's going to be, if it happens, as you said, smiling about a lot of eliminations to see and maybe a knockout at the very start of things. But for the fans, it'll be disappointing if anybody from Meta NINZA, BIGETRON by Vitality, or even GOW. But on the other end, I'm surprised that Deca Square, we end up seeing only one team, which I think there should be another one of them moving towards it. Plazaria with Godlike, Rustown having 2, which I think NG Pros are going to change, because I think Falcons, they should be a lot more comfortable and they are quick around Motor, Ruins, Nightmare. Now, this is a team I think everybody should be worried about in terms of their rotation. You never know where they make an entry, where they initiate a battle. We saw them yesterday, how quick they were ready to take a lot more battles on. And today, if that happens, as you pointed it out, they can ruin anybody's game and actually become a nightmare at the very start.
Yeah, but I'm actually looking forward to NG still taking that Rustown drop and taking the fight to Falcons very early on. I mean, sometimes you just got to bet against your luck very early on in the competition just to see exactly where you fare. And if you have the potential of just shutting down Falcons early, forcing them to get a tad bit nervous at the very start of the competition, it's not only going to get you free extra points, but it's also going to help you out in the future matches where you've unnerved a potential predator out there on the battlefield, right? I hope NG takes the hot drop. For their sake, I hope they win it.
Now, NG Pros, if they do it, it is going to be a start, and for India, a really happy one. Now, with that, let's take a start on our predictions, AJ, to see if we have properly predicted for at least the first game. I see you've gone for PE Sports. That's what they did in
Yeah.
their opening game as well. Falcons right on the trail. I like that pick of Godlike. When they're in aggression, they go all out. They start picking up points. But do they do it in the very first? I've gone for the Falcons and PE Sports. Same. But I've also picked up an Indian team. But it's not going to be Godlike. I've gone for IQOO Total Gaming.
Yeah, and I totally see exactly why you go for IQOO Total Gaming, right? I mean, I bet on Godlike because, I mean, first of all, I think these boys are hustlers. And if there's anywhere they're going to get the job done today, it's going to be on this next era map. I'm betting on that big time. But when you look at IQTG, they do have this proficiency on a majority of maps. They just haven't shown us to be the most dominant on Nextera. So I've got a little bit of a question mark because, and the only reason why I'm able to elaborate this is because I was really going back and forth between Godlike as well as IQTG as to which one is going to be my Indian team prediction for my top 3, right? And I'm glad you threw them there, even though I could not put them there, man. So let's see if or not IQTG will be able to pull this one off. But at the end of the day, these predictions are just predictions, right? You guys let us know exactly who you think is going to be able to dominate this lobby. You see, most of the times when you guys throw your prediction on, it's probably because you support the squad. As for Lucifer and I and the rest of the casters here, we honestly do not care who wins. We just want to see some good Free Fire action out there. But these are the 3 teams that are probably going to dominate that lobby, in our opinion. And I hope and pray that PE Esports comes out of the gate a little bit better than how they played some of those matches out there, because you can't really call them the most consistent squad out of Vietnam right now.
Yes, I mean, in terms of, holding their flag and taking it towards the pinnacle, or in terms of winning titles, they've done it. They've been that name. But here on an Southeast Asian lobby with so many teams who are trying to get that same title, because even Falcons, right, they have a lot of allocates in their name. They want to do that once more. On the other end, even for India, there is IQOO Total Gaming, which even Godlike wanted in terms of the title in FFMIC, but fell a little short. And I think that is the aggression that Total Gaming will want to bring, but they have also a roster change. So there are still, we can see that adaptation that they're trying to do within the players, with Shoto coming in as well. We've seen those individual fraggings coming through at their end, but in case, I'm just kind of speculating now, with these picks that we've already done, we have around, 5 teams that we've made, but who could be the other in case? You were mentioning about NG Pros as well. They could be a wise option here as well. They like playing on Nextera, but they have to be a lot more quicker. I'm surprised, or I would be actually not surprised if GOW make an advantage here, because it could be a situation where we were talking about yesterday when I was with Neptune, right? When we were looking at the circle analysis as well, AJ, we saw a couple of teams, because they were playing outside the zone, they got eliminated. And in the very first game, I think a lot of teams wouldn't want it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of teams are abusing the team boosters, because now you get to just play outside the circle a little bit longer, but you never know when you're going to get caught off. You never know exactly who's going to be in your way when you do try to get into the circle. You know, most of the time there are some veteran squads who do play this tactic, but they are very keen on picking up those coins. They're very keen on setting up certain backup when it comes to playing outside the circle, especially having a couple of jump pads on their side, not just to play the rotation in when they've bought too much of time outside the circle, so that they can quickly make an exit if at all they do get disturbed by other squads on their way in. So if you do want to play outside the circle, you definitely are welcome to do so, but you do need to have a couple of exit strategies when, you know, the tide kind of turns against you. We haven't really seen a lot of teams capable of pulling this off perfectly. But to your point earlier, this is, you know, FF Max Asia Invitational, and technically the battle was between South Asia as well as Southeast Asia. It is phenomenal. It is absolutely delightful to see. We've got a perfect split of 6-6 between South Asia and Southeast Asia in the grand finals, right? You've got 5 teams out of India, 1 from Nepal, and down from Southeast Asia, you've got 2 Thai squads, 2 Vietnamese squads, and 2 Indonesian squads. I mean, it can't get better than that, bro.
Not at all. It cannot. I think when we kind of also doing something in life, right, we require balance, that it's the best of both worlds, and I think that's what has happened here with us having the best Asian teams ready to fight out for only one title and on one given day. And what an opportunity for everybody out there and us as well on desk to witness this action live happening today, starting things off on the very first game on Nextera. It's not their usual map, right? They are not the ones that everybody's going to be comfortable on. If it was Bermuda to start things off, maybe all the teams would be like, yeah, we know, and the strategies that you spoke about, the exit strategies in case it doesn't go in your favor, the battles, you make a quick run out of it. And on next era, it could be a lot more difficult because of the open spaces that I was talking about. And now who could actually take advantage? We made a top 3 predictions. The viewers, you could put your predictions in the chat. Let us know if you are going to be better and right on this on spot, making sure that your favorite teams get the booyah. But one more team I was kind of, again, when bring about the topic of the Southeast Asian teams on or play-ins when we were talking about is KAGENDRA and AVIDA. They've been a lot more point consistent team, but we have not seen the play one come through yet.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, enough of the chit-chat. We are geared up for game number 1. Like we showed you earlier, it's going to be next era. This is going to be game number 1 of our grand finals here at Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2025. The first team to dominate might just be the first team to take it all the way through to the end as well. Or, as usual, do we see some drama boil up in the competition later on? Either way, I'm all in for it, Lucifer.
Next era, the game starts now, and we start with the Falcons soaring high in the sky, getting towards their drop. And as you can see, they are already making it towards the Rust Town. But Boxing Gym, it seems like there is going to be a fight. GOW are there with them. AVIDA on the other end, move in the other direction. Esports make it to Deca Square. And BIGETRON by Vitality. I think that is going to be a fist fight that we are going to be seeing along with Total Gaming and DRS.
Well, let's see. Blood. The players will be able to pull away something from this. And NG does move away from Rust Town, dropping on the opposite end instead at Museum. IQTG, on the other hand, dropping by the Nepali squad of DRS, who have one member on their side taken off of the map already. Alu, opportunity, going up against Shoto, has got the mini Uzi in hand and the flanker long from the lead as well. And that is a GG, too easy for IQTG.
Very widespread. Right as in the DRS, they have to somehow try to get closer. And at the exit strategies that you spoke about, they better have one. Pratik is also spotted, and look at Mafia. Ready. It should be connection a little more on the head, and there should be the shot. Whoa! Mafia instantly. Look at that communication between the teammates, right, AJ? He was waiting. He knew that somebody's going to peek. Make sure that headshot is going to happen. And Mafia, that patience. That is another point already at the very start. 3 points in their favor. But the same thing has happened in the Boxing Gym. GOW and BIGETRON both exchanged 3 points each, and it's still ongoing.
My goodness, DRS trying to get away from IQTG will be caught out by GOW. And GOW was in a little scuffle with BIGETRON earlier on as well. IQTG now needs to deal with NG. NG from Museum. And this just does not look good for IQTG. Just fresh off a battle. The squad is just not together as DRS, the Nepali squad, pulls in their revives.
Starting off the grand finals, you have to be a lot more cautious. But NG Pros, they say, we're here for a battle. Unlike DRS, they're going to take this fight right towards IQTG. NG on the other end, seems like they're moving in the other direction, rallying up the troops together. And today we can see a formation where they're playing together rather than individuals running up for a fight head-on.
Slow the pace down here. Lightning zone falls on. Probably from IQTG here. NG players not stepping out, but honestly, well, hard to tell at this point of time. Shoto backing away. It's definitely a situation here where Cropsy will be able to turn around. He's got that information early, looking for the shutdown onto Shoto. Anubhav! The flying shot, finding the connection onto Ayush.
That's a knock that they've gotten, and NG Pros will be ready to secure and find the others. And look at the jump coming in from Aztec against Mafia, and Mafia had no information. He's going to be stuck in trouble. Launches being used, making sure that he doesn't survive inside the compound, and making a push happen is Aztec. A lot of deep troubles, but mines placed, but he'll still make those mines get destroyed. And now Aztec is called in his teammates to get this working. But Mafia, unfortunate timing, as you mentioned about those jump pads. It doesn't work in his favor for now.
Wow, thanks, Godlike. It's taken out of the equation way too early there. Predictions not looking good, man. Well, IQTG still hanging on. Their run might not be an easy one if they don't get out of the sticky situation. BIGETRON Vitality up against NG Pros as well. It's not going to be a fight that NG wants to continue on as the players slowly start backing away. I believe a couple of revives pending here from the side of IQTG, but Delete just can't get out of his defensive spot just yet.
Can he do something? He's again being spotted. The Winchester ready. Dash.
Nightmare.
What is Nightmare? One after another, they're just taking players down. That could be trouble. We just saw.
What?
Yeah, return the tides.
Yeah, just a couple of connections out there we are missing, but it's all right. We'll catch up with the action in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We do apologize for the technical difficulty. PE Esports managing to find a couple of players from the side of MNZ as well. Godlike and Kagendra exiting this lobby super early. And Meta NINZA's just not looking too good at this point of time with their final survivor hanging on, and Gitra will do everyone a favor with their survival.
Deka Square trying to play the survival, but Falcons on the other end. They're meeting towards NG Bros. Pina, he's the first one to go down. This could be trouble. Falcons, we were expecting them to open up in a big manner. A dash coming through on fire. He also gets taken down. It's all up to Guerrero. And NG Bros looks like they're prepared on this first game and to go all out.
Oh, a brilliant play here. And Guerrero backing away. Limit not close enough for the fight, and he stays away. Guerrero with the double revival, making sure he doesn't waste the coins on him. And Cropsy with the flank around, looking for that AC-80 knockdown. Guerrero turns around. Woodpecker, Anupa flanks. And a beautiful shot from Limit, covering his buddy Guerrero from afar. Drogon, Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses, and he pulls out a time turner as well. But Cropsy won't overwhelm him, and Anubhav walks away with the elimination. Limit still doing magic from afar with that knock. Will be able to find the elimination. Gets another knock as well. Single-handedly Limit controlling NG Bros, waiting for the revival of the rest of his team members, and Falcons are coming back in here for revenge.
They are taking the fight right towards NG Pros. They tell that maybe you found the initial 3, but we are not going to let you win the fight. It was just the start of a battle. And now Falcons, they are ready for these eliminations. And NG Pros, they have to make a run. The zone's closing right behind them, so there's so much trouble. They used a lot of their utils. Now how do they fight against this lot of Falcons? And they're already 2 knocks down. The last man standing, but thankfully, they did have the same revive that they were able to do. Just like how Falcons' player Kiroro did. And therefore, this onslaught in the battle will still continue, AJ.
My goodness. How in the world do you do that, man? Falcons just a different breed altogether. Turning the tides of battle up against NG Pros.
Triple kill.
And NG Pros now with a single survivor left on the other side. But Anubhav keeping the squad alive, hitting that revival. Bringing 2 of his buddies right back in here. One of the teams we haven't talked about a lot. BIGETRON by Vitality. At one point used to be known as the Falcon Hunters. Now they totally ignore the Falcons, just looking to dominate the rest of the teams in the competition. At one point they were only the Falcon Hunters because that's the only thing they could do. They have come a long, long way.
I think finally BIGETRON by Vitality, they know that them fighting here in the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational, they're up for a contendership of the championship title, just like how we did mention about Falcons, the all W's that they had. But here is an opportunity for BIGETRON to prove a point. But even PE Esports out from Vietnam, they want to prove that from Southeast Asia, now they're ready for even South Asia and get this Asia Invitational under their control. And Toki Gaming, they were already in trouble with the fight against NG Pros, and now they meet PE Sports. PE Sports already have a good opening game. They have 6 eliminations, just like TG, but who has a better advantage here?
Oh, this is insane. 10 teams alive as we approach the 9th minute mark. 40 players, which means every single squad is full stocked with their players. Except Meta NINZA though, losing. A couple of players out there on the battlefield might just be on the table here as Falcons comes across them. Githra taken off the list. And another engagement just breaking down out there. We'll catch up with that action in a little bit, guys.
Esports, it seems like they've decided not to continue this, but on the other end, you did mention about Meta NINZA. Falcons turn tide in all directions wherever they can meet and greet the opponents because they want to get themselves the championship title once again. And Shanky, he spotted Pina. This man on the chase is unbelievable. The way he even clutches for the team, and now he's on a 1v1, launches sent, and Shanky in deep trouble.
Falcons in eliminations already, Pina. This goes, walks on and uses the throw gun like a machine gun to mow everybody down, these two. And just like that, a BOOYAH's equivalent in terms of eliminations as we approach the 10th minute mark. 10 more squads alive here, one of them Falcons, and Falcons smiling year to year knowing that because they want to farm more coins.
Okay, Nightmare on the other end. They are hitting shots in the AVIDA. One player already now. Gopo OP ready. He spotted the player. Can he land with the M590? No, they say. And now Nightmare, it seems like the whole front line are ready to fight against AVIDA X KDC and bring this aggression with the confirmation they have on AVIDA. But Nightmare, they follow the suit of the run that AVIDA are trying to do.
AVIDA, one final survivor. Anusid says, nope, I'm not going to sit and wait here for you to drop by and say hello. Manages to get out of that sticky situation, at least for the time being. A couple of jump pads needed here on the side of Nightmare so that they can quickly find the reposition. You want to go in and use AVIDA's jump pad instead. AVIDA surviving with a sliver of health. Anusid looking for the revivals out of Plazaria. The next one is in Farmtopia or Turbine. Can you rotate far away enough? The Thai squad in a pickle, and Anusid says, yes, I can. Like the little choo-choo train that could, he brings his whole squad back.
Very much necessary. You saw Anusid flying. It was so close in that sky. If he was taken down, it would have been an end for AVIDA X KDC and a disappointing start. But it seems like it's still not ending for them. They're getting down from the skies, and BIGETRON by Vitality spot them. Even GOWP Esports is well close by. And it seems like everybody is having a heyday with AVIDA.
Is it a plane? Is it a bird? No, it's AVIDA. It's 3 points. Yeah. Everybody gonna take those spot shots, man. I mean, this is just too chaotic. Everybody revived at this point onwards will be at risk.
Triple kill.
And clearly nobody's running that Falco, so they will all be shot out of the skies. Farhan finding Winter as well. Not looking good for the squad of AVIDA. Lightning zone will be called forth yet again. And it seems like IQTG is potentially the culprit here, not really worrying about the lightning strikes at all.
Yeah. Close to Nightmare. I think that's the team that they're trying to fight and fend off against. But DRS are also closing in towards Farmtopia. You can see just a wall separating these two teams. Nightmare trying to find a positioning safer than being on the outside, because at any time they can be caught. On the other end, GOW, we've seen their action, picked up eliminations, but not a lot that we are seeing on the feed for Falcons. They've picked up on NG Pros, they've fought it, and they're still going again. As you can see, Falcons, they're charging up, and with that, NG Pros, they get swept out of this lobby in the very first game at the 10th spot.
Okay, I'm gonna call it, bro. Falcons gonna activate Champion Rush under 3 games.
18 eliminations already, AJ.
You think that's possible? 3 games, under 3 games.
Should be.
Should be. Somebody's trying to say no. Somebody! Somebody! He's trying to say hell no! Limit, the only one still alive. Mustachio, next time just shut up. Limit. This is just epic, bro. What in the world? Do they get shot out of the skies like sitting ducks or flying ducks? We'll have to wait and see. Kororo, first duck gone. BIGETRON once again back to their Falcon hunting days.
Look at this. A lot of health at the same time. LimitX, while he's reviving his teammates so that they get to a safe spot. They found the roof.
Wow.
But is it going to be enough? It was so close to be a full-on elimination. A complete jinx immediately, AJ here. But somehow they're surviving. But not at all a great spot in the sky. And again, one of their players, as a bird, has been knocked down.
Oh, nice. You see, it's not a jinx, bro. I helped them, okay? Because with this elimination on the revive, you see, there's no hook gun, okay? This is not Kalahari. You can't get up there easily. You gotta get resurrected. Falcon definitely resurrected. Kind of forgot which bird they were. Not Phoenix for sure. The one down on the ground, and AVIDA this time around up against Esports. They will falter. But the whole squad is out of the equation. Answer is still no. One more survivor on their side, and we are running out of real estate to play on.
Farmtopia, a land with 8 teams right now, all of them fighting, one on roof, one in the compound, everybody. But Mafia again, the trigger discipline coming in from his end. He waited again, and now the Riptide Rhythm unleashed.
One more. Oh! One more. Mafia had to use the inhaler. Circle leaving him high and dry, but almost pulled off a phenomenal attack on Falcon single-handedly on behalf of IQTG, but just didn't have the right position, and the blue helps out Falcons, who just had the better positioning on that high ground. Now delete, dropping GOPU OP, opportunity, Mafia down on the ground, BIGETRON trying to aim for them as well. Falcons left with 3 more players here, and they don't have their supreme sniper, who could have made easy work of the rest of the squads using this high ground.
This high ground that you spoke about, it seems like even though they've found a position to be at least holding them off, it's not going to be great, but they're somehow trying to see if they can grab as much as eliminations possible. But in the meantime, DRS, this is what I spoke about, the way they concluded the game. They're ready to be stronger than ever for Nepal, and they're doing it. They find a team vibe, and now they're looking forward to eliminations. Look at how they completely move around from the tent that they were in and now towards the compound of Farmtopia.
My goodness me, look at Falcons, just 3000 IQ, everybody else with their positioning here. Faltering, making it look like an accident, got those revives, took that high ground, but the question is, when do they jump down? When do they join the fray here? Because they're going to miss out on the opportunity to continuously farm more points. But 19 eliminations looks pretty comfortable for them at this point of time. GOW, 8 eliminations on that second floor practically, if you want to continue counting Falcons as part of this equation, as they hold on to the highest spot in this one final compound. 7 teams is way too many for the circle.
Too many it is, and too many teams and their players wondering where do they find the next point. And Ayush, he's stuck, his position completely compromised. He's trying to block in all directions, but finally Dayan eliminates the last survivor of TG, and with that is going to be the team at the 7th spot eliminated. But look at how well GOW have stationed teams with their glue walls and not letting anybody enter, and just because of that, even DRS suffered a loss.
One final South Asian team, and that is through India. That is through the Nightmare squad. Will Nightmare Esports be able to pull this on? The dream run, the dream opener here for the grand final. Seabank finding on fire. Falcon Hunters back at it once again, but that's just enough. No eliminations coming through that. A pickup instantaneously pulled off here by Falcons, who still are paused on the elimination run here since they are sitting at the very top.
If they get a BOOYAH here from that position, it'll be unbelievable. And on top of it, to the 19, they'll add 12. But seems like GOW ready to take the fight against Falcons. And that should not give them any more chances of placement points. There's still one survivor, but look at Esports instantly turning this around. And what a momentum coming in from there and being smart about this.
GOW managing to catch Falcons on the drop, but Esports saw a bigger opportunity, and that backstab executed perfectly. Taking GOW, their brothers from Vietnam, out of the equation. And now Southeast Asia with 3 teams in this final circle, but it's all about India as well, who's avoiding the initial confrontation, teasing the boys of BIGETRON, and that's going to bring the rotation of Diggs and Kyung straight towards the boys on the side of Nightmare. Esports right behind them to participate, but the final player for Falcons could just be that perfect backstab that ends Nightmare and helps out Southeast Asia. But Kororo not getting involved just yet.
This is unbelievable, the way Nightmare held themselves in front of BIGETRON, and now Esports picking up an advantage with Kororo, as you mentioned, the last survivor. How did it make it till here? And now if GOPU finds an opportunity, brings it down somehow to 1v2, Kororo could still have an opportunity for a BOOYAH. And look at the numerous amounts of glue walls. He is not relenting to a death as of now, but Esports finally tuned themselves to the last survivor. Falcon Kororo tried his best, found a knock, but it's not going to be enough for a BOOYAH.
Yeah, big brain here from PE Esports on their gameplay. They set up those glue walls. They even throw out the glue UAV to barricade their own glue walls to make sure Mr. Gopu OP does not break them down. He stays where he is as they rotate around to finish off the final player from the side of Falcons and then turn around to say hello to Gopu OP again. Look at LBT. He cannot stop laughing because that was a brilliant play.
It was an amazing one, AJ. What a performance, what a possession for them to instantly turn that tide. Now GOW, they could have waited, but GOW decided they're going to jump to the ground, run right towards the Falcons, took the fight, but PE Esports, who were stuck in one single room, thankfully, right opposite to them were Nightmare, and Nightmare, I think, maybe did not have a lot more utils to expend and make sure they do the nade damage, and that's the reason they were just controlled in those compounds. But eventually, when they got an opportunity to move out, just like how PE Sports took upon the fight with Falcons and the GOW that happened, instantly moved around this play zone, worked it in their favor. But you have to give it to Kerora as well. He took that same path, following the suit of PE Sports to survival, but eventually PE Sports understood what could be better for them, somebody in the open rather than somebody stuck at the haystack. And eventually, when it came to the last survivor, they knew he is stuck, the zone's closing in, there's no way that he could take this BOOYAH away from the team. They put him down, and the BOOYAH, the very first game in PE Sports, continue their streak of BOOYAHs in the first games.
Amen, brother. That was a phenomenal finisher, and PE Sports opens up the day with a super BOOYAH. You gotta love it. Both teams getting into the final circle, PE and Falcons, but Falcons just dropping numbers way too early. That high ground advantage technically was brilliant. Dropping down at a timely manner was brilliant. What they did not anticipate was that flank around by GOW that ended their players' run, leaving Keroro all alone, and of course PE Sports stabbing GOW in the back as well. This was a lobby just full of pure drama, and Southeast Asia dominating at the top with the two teams. PE walks away with 34 points with the BOOYAH and 22 eliminations, 19 elims on the side of Falcons, and the 8 placement points for a total of 27. But Nightmare Esports keeping the dream alive pretty much early here for the side of India with a total of 22.
Following that suit is BIGETRON by Vitality. An unfortunate, very early wipeout coming in while they were having a clash, a sandwich situation for them with Nightmare and PE Sports pushing in such an aggressive manner, and BIGETRON did not know where their forces have to be used and suppressing the other opponents. GOW, unfortunate, the move that they made was almost right against Falcons, but as you mentioned, PE Sports instantly banking their cards towards this advantage. IQOO Total Gaming, unfortunate, even though they were ready at Farmtopia, could not hold a stronger position. DRS, they tried their best initially towards that zone closing, picked up eliminations, but it was not enough for survival. NG Pros, after the initial fights that they had, they did not find anything working in their favor. Well, let's jump into the main man who caused all this trouble, put a lot of teams down. It was none other than LBT, who was having a wide smile once that BOOYAH was theirs.
I mean, it was a brilliant play, and PE Sports has come a long way, and I love the fact that they are a invited team here at the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2025, because PE Sports, Vietnam, they were a team, they were from a region that was looked down upon for so long. Everybody thought that Vietnam was just not going to be a challenge at all when it comes to the pro circuit. They thought that Vietnam was 3 points down at the bottom of the leaderboard, but it is all about taking those hits, taking those kicks down to the bottom and rising up even stronger than never before. That has made PE Sports this strong, and fingers crossed we do see all of the rest of the teams who are struggling in this competition rise up just like they have done here. Brilliant stuff. 6 eliminations, 12 assists. But let's take a little bit more out of this squad and see exactly what strategy they used here. A Steffi A124 Oscar Nero combination, Lucifer.
Brilliant stuff of how they made this through around, and that is the reason a lot of teams couldn't push them out or stall them. With Steffi being there at the right moment, they put Steffi's down. There's not going to be nade damage coming through. They'll be able to avoid it all, and they have their own with Nero playing the A124, making sure the opponent gets suppressed and he'll not be able to use any of his. And on top of it, they have a Nero as well with that plushie coming through, making sure they keep receiving damage, unable to put any more glue walls. And on top of it, while if they dodge all of this, there's LBT, who is already the MVP, runs right into your faces, whether it be a glue wall or you itself, to find a knock.
I mean, look at this, man. You've got LBT on the Oscar with 6 eliminations. You've got Lao Ho on that narrow as the sniper of the squad with a total of 7 eliminations. These are the players that are making this look so easy out there. Nolan, obviously, with the least amount of eliminations, but what he does have is the backup, right? Because he's technically the designated support of the squad. Yeah. He walks in with a Steffi. He's got the Tiva up there for all of those pickups whenever they get knocked down, but he's still walking away with 4 eliminations and 7 assists. Everybody, including the support, putting massive points out there, massive efforts towards collecting those elimination points. And PE Esports obviously deserved this booyah, right? Massive game and pulled off in a fantastic way.
34 points in total and 5,000 damage from Lahore. Let's take a quick look on how PE Esports managed this. How did they pull off? They jumped to Tekka Square. We spoke about them fighting with AVIDA. Saw a couple of points being exchanged. Then met with GOW. From there, pushed GOW out and kept following their suit. You could see Blizzarea. They're still trying to chase them towards Grav Labs. But then they decide the circle moves northern. And they decide they'll make the move, go towards the center, spot players with the binoculars. Nobody spotted. They take their movement even more further where they meet with BIGETRON. Cause trouble for them. NG Pros are also on the other direction. The way they hold off everybody, they were also one of the reasons that Falcons could not make it through. PE Sports spotted them, and now with the last fight of how PE Sports played it out in this circle, you could see they're still inside the compound stuck, but as soon as GOW jumped, then is PE Sports circling. They put a full circle to make this booyah happen, and I think what a way for them to get this first game under their belt, under the bag, inside in this game to get this amazing start.
Look at this, man. Falcons, BIGETRON by Vitality, GOW, IQTG. These are the teams, including NG Pros as well. These are the teams you do not want to come across early game because they will rip those points off of you clean, right? This is just a devastating lobby to drop on into and not be on full guard. You see that the sheer number of eliminations picked up in that first circle was just beyond ridiculous. But what's impressive is the recovery from these teams, right? Although we saw a massive number of eliminations very early on in that first circle, I think heading into the 10th minute mark, you still had 40 players on the battlefield. 10 full teams, which is a really good number to sustain.
And all of them stuck in Farmtopia, just in those surrounding areas. Unbelievable spot to be at. And I think you have to give it to all the teams' courage and patience to keep that position for such a long time. Even Falcons, right? They got revived. They did not have any in terms of upgrading utils or loot to figure out. They were stuck on that roof for such a long time, still made it through. But yes, I think after having that fight with PE Sports, they did not pick up a lot much. But for a team who have to pick up a lot is going to be KAGENDRA and GODLIKE. They got eliminated super early in the very first game, which puts them in deep troubles because just like you saw how PE Sports picked up 34 total points, they're at single digits, AJ.
Absolutely, man. Let's take a look at their preferred drop spots here as well so that we can see if or not we're going to see some early first bloods here. But based on what we found out earlier, the teams who are obviously not looking for a lot of heat very early on in these matches are moving away from these potential hot drops. So NG, let's see if or not they'll back away from KAGENDRA just like what they did with Falcons earlier.
Fingers crossed, man. At this point, AJ, this drop list that we are seeing, I'm now getting concerned. Some of them are kind of working out. Some of them, however, are moving in other directions. But whatever the case is, there is action at the very beginning, and because of which teams are almost losing all their players, even though they become the first players or teams to pick up the first elimination of the lobby. And I'm wondering if this is going to happen throughout the day with, as you mentioned, right, teams getting closer in the first 3 games itself towards the champion rush. It will put a big disadvantage for the teams towards the bottom. So there's a lot of catching up to do in the second map. Thankfully, it's Purgatory. It's not going towards Solara. Hopefully, it should work in their favor. And let's see, our predictions, do they work in us?
Sure, let's see, man. I mean, I only cursed one, and the team that I predicted to be in the number 1 and the number 2 spots kind of got there, right? So there's no curse from the Mustachio. We're still good with the number 1 prediction. But is it going to be this time? Now, Mustachio brothers don't fail. See, here's the thing. I did predict BIGETRON by Vitality to be in the number 1 spot earlier, but I just swapped out my predictions. I put Falcons in the number 1 spot and BIGETRON in that second spot, but I think it wasn't picked up before the predictions went into the graphics, right? So that's the only change I'm going to make. But IQTG, man, expecting them to go all the way in this game.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, they did start in that direction, rightfully so. But
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to change here. Maybe them picking up a lot of points. But same resonate. I think BIGETRON by Vitality had a chance. It's just the way PE Esports played. I have a lot of hope coming in here for Nepal, DRS, the way they find an opportunity in terms of picking points. And that's the reason I have them at the second spot. Thinking again, looking at how they played, they should be able to grab points. And NG Pros at the last, only if they don't fall to the prey of the zone. They make their movement earlier, they should be a lot more stronger, which was how it played out for them when they took the initial fight with Falcons. But as soon as the zone started closing in, they didn't have space to run.
Yeah, I'm really concerned about the DRS pick because I'm concerned and at the same time excited. I'm excited because I want you to be correct. I was very excited to see DRS initially on their first play day. You know, massive points there. They walked away with a total of 80. And then the second day of play, they walked in here and they got really damaged when it comes to their placements, right? They couldn't hang with the rest of the squad, which really got me concerned for Nepal in the grand scheme of things. I thought they would be one of the dominators as well, just like what GB did in the play-ins. Wasn't the case. I do hope you're right, man, because it's a team that is very strong when they're confident out there on the battlefield. I think without that confidence, if that confidence has been rocked after the dip in performance for day 2, we have to be concerned for them here. But of course, let's see exactly what is going to happen here. Neither heaven nor where Lucifer sleeps. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is Purgatory. Let's hop on in and see exactly who walks away with a solid booyah.
There's going to be a lot of lightning strikes happening. It could strike them to an elimination or towards a victory. This is Purgatory. PE Esports, the team which got the booyah. We start with them. They make their jump with a little bit of a split towards Moat House. And on the other end, looking forward to any drop clashes. BIGETRON close by towards DRS at Ski Lodge. Nightmare close by to Falcons and maybe to LBT. NG Pros towards AVIDA. Godlike a little spread, but there could be an opportunity with BIGETRON. The fight that they have right towards DRS. And they push it towards the Ski Lodge and get their elimination started.
I mean, BIGETRON starting off with a point here. DRS do have a vending machine on their side with a decent number of coin machines, so they should be able to hit that revival pretty much instantaneously. And there you go, Pratik bringing strikes right back in here. BIGETRON not looking for that push towards Ski Lodge. NG Pros on the other hand, Manu, just thinking twice before dropping out to see if we can pick Aztec up, not wanting to waste blue walls very early in the round. So smart play here. KAGENDRA Kiba going in for the rush, a tad bit too late and turned on. Raz with the tag from afar. Corpsey will get tagged up down on the ground. NG Pro not waiting to see if or not KAGENDRA is capable of going all the way.
KAGENDRA had a very early elimination in next era. Now it's Purgatory, maybe a little more consistent, picking up points a lot more in terms of tactics that works in their favor, but so close right as now that they are towards NG Pros. But NG Pros, that is one player, and that's the reason he doesn't want to give away his position, and therefore I think Dead and Raz will not be able to spot him. Grasses, he will be safe and sound, but now that they're turning the vehicle around, could become a problem if they're able to spot him in their windshield. No, they don't.
2 eliminations so far. KAGENDRA looking for a fight for sure. NG Pros, hit list pulled up. KAGENDRA knows where to go if they want to hunt some points.
Yeah. And it is that man who was so close by AJ. Now he's making a quick run, and look at how fast KAGENDRA are trying to act upon. And now Manu, he takes the zip line quickly, wants to cross. Can he make it? The ACAT Raz, he stepped down. He wanted to take the shot, but I think it's a little too far now.
Oh, thank God Godlike is rotating out of there. No! But Godlike could also get caught here. That's what I'm talking about. Godlike spotting KAGENDRA, who went in hunting for an extra point. And Godlike claims a point off of KAGENDRA instead. Brilliant way things have turned around, forcing the Indonesians to back off and not play super aggressive.
That was a both win-loss situation. I wouldn't even call a win-win. They got something but lost something at the cost of it. But for now, it could be a chance for losing a player here. Total Gaming Shoto, he's always caught alone. And now again, fighting right towards Nolan. And Nolan has his teammates ready. But it is going to be push coming in from Shoto. And Nolan just had a small leeway of an opportunity for Shoto. And Shoto instantly grabs that elimination. Will be moving towards regrouping with his team. That was very well played from coming in from Shoto.
IQTG Needs those points, and they find those points. LBT out in the open, all alone. Obviously, they're not going to say no to that. Lao Ho with a double revive, making sure PE Esports doesn't stay without those numbers for too long. The one bad habit the Vietnamese squads do have is walking into games with a BOOYAH, massive ones at times, and then walking into the very next game, eliminated in the 12th spot. If the same was to happen again for PE Esports, it will be definitely unfortunate, but it will keep the competition open up for the rest of the teams. But one problem also is it gives Falcons a easy opportunity to beat them as long as they do fairly well in this lobby.
This lobby is a little surprising here of how Purgatory is turned, AJ. To be honest, I thought there's going to be a lot more in terms of chaos of how we ensued on Next Era. Surprisingly here, it's been a lot more sophisticated, controlled, patience-driven by a lot of teams. As you can see, even on our scorecard towards the right in terms of the overall standing, we have one elimination. And that is only from almost 3-4 teams. At max, it's gone to KAGENDRA with 3 eliminations. That's all. It's not a lot of action. But I think I'm the bearer of bad news is now it starts again.
Well, DRS, the real soldiers of Nepal, managing to find Fina as we rotate around, clearly making a lot of noise. Kororo's not going to be lucky in that 1v, the whole world of Nepal in this Free Fire lobby. DRS picks up 2 points off of Falcons. And they're not even trying to force this. That one was a freebie.
It's a good news for DRS, right? They'll be happy about it. Any point adds upon to their total, gives them a fighting chance towards the champion rush, and I'm pretty sure that's their intention. Especially me rooting for them with my prediction that is there. On the other end, your prediction on Total Gaming. They spot Meta NINZA. 2 teams from India fighting against each other. Vincent on top, but Mafia. Oh, a quick exchange. That was fast. Vincent found the knock and instantly Mafia was ready with his VSK.
Oh, delete. About to get deleted off of this map here. Mafia needs to catch up with him. MNZ, Lightning Zone. Smart play coming on through. Shoto circling around. Very aggressive. Shanky needs to play this perfectly up against Shoto, who is connected with a fantastic opportunity. RNS blocks it out. Riptide Rhythm breaks it down. And the turnaround by MNZ. RNS could not sustain it. Ayush for that backup, and instantaneously Shoto is up and out of there.
Done it is with that. Meta NINZA get completely wiped out at the 12th spot in the first team. Here on Purgatory. Just 3 points is what they got out of this map.
Well, Death obviously has done better. But Kiba did lose a chunk of his health there. RIP going in for the finisher. Can he get it? Max 7. Backstab. Riptide Rhythm is not going to work in a situation like that. The Nero has been tossed out as well. Player mark. But he is slippery to catch for sure. Through the window. Inside they go. Godlike eliminated through all of that chaos off screen. And KAGENDRA not pulling any stops whatsoever. But GOW knows the solution to sort this Indonesian squad out. Dead and Jojo, a sliver of health left on them. Demon going in for the finisher. But can he now survive in a 1v2?
Last man standing, GOW, a team we thought in terms of the play-in should be the first to get to the champion rush, but now all alone. KAGENDRA on the other end, a Southeast Asian team we thought should be picking up a lot of points. Lost their players, finally will be able to put Demon down. And with that, that is a total of 7 eliminations. KAGENDRA rake up a lot compared to what they did in the first game and then instantly get their players back up.
Oh yeah, this is a unfortunate run here for GOW. The previous matchup, they just couldn't find full dominance. Decent points, but in this game, those revivals coming on through. Circle's still huge. So getting their players back in here for a safe spot on that loot isn't going to be too impossible. And as they drop down looking for those extra coins, GOW should be back in a full squad shortly.
Saw their revivals. They're not all together yet. GOW with the hit list also on them. That's trouble. But on the other end, in this game, hitting every team, breaking them apart is IQOO Total Gaming. And now they have Nightmare in front of them. Nightmare picked up a lot of points in the previous one. Ended up in the top 3. Now we'll have an opportunity to see if they can take this fight against Total Gaming.
Can they pull this off, Farhan? sticking together with Gopo. What a push! Shoto down on the ground. Ayush can't get away. Amazing play. Now Hitman all alone in between two players on the side of IQTG. Delete too far away. Hitman wanting to punish. Farhad could not get the shot in. And Delete turning the tables here. Single-handedly making sure Nightmare doesn't get out of control.
Dominating.
Nightmare somehow survived that, but for Total Gaming, look at this. It's going to be 12 total eliminations that they pick up. They're going to be happy about it. Yes, they did lose players, Ayush and Shoto. They will still have a chance to revive them. And you can see already Mafia making a run for the tower. Should be able to get them back up. But however, DRS, they're on a run in terms of elimination points. We spoke about this. GOW, even though their players were revived, they did not meet each other. They are in 2 different directions. Or maybe even 4 different. And now Prateek spotted the player, did the damage. But I think he got worried that maybe his teammates are close by. And instantly, they start up none other than the hit list to know where the closest team is.
Yeah, a little bit of information never hurts. Now, they don't need to use the binoculars that way. And if the team does go in for that rotation, then they can just keep an eye on a different spot. I don't think that was a aggressive hit list that they purchased here.
Yes.
They're just getting that information and making sure they stay put. But the boys, NG Pros, finding a potential rotation straight into the spot of DRS. What is happening? And GOW versus KAGENDRA could just be in the books here. In a few seconds, IQTG, Shoto finding Amino. And Nightmare once again caught in a little battle up against IQTG.
And that is points coming in here for TG. They confirm on Amin. But finally, a trade coming in from Ferran on the feed. Here DRS laying down a minefield, making sure that if anybody comes closer to the compounds, instantly put down. Because of the hit list there, they are, as you said, making sure using this as defensive as possible. But NG Pros, they're getting closer to that vending machine. They want some of their own, but having some of the points for their own is BIGETRON. While this action between Nightmare and the Scuffle was happening, BIGETRON spot that, grab a player from IQOO Total Gaming, that point in their favor, push it to a total of 6 eliminations.
And an NINZA and Godlike out of the equation. 2 Indian teams very early on. Nightmare trying to make sure Manu will take himself out of the equation here, possibly with a grenade launcher. NG Pros having to spend some extra coins to bring Manu back into play. That bit unfortunate, unnecessary, but that's exactly the way the cookie crumbles here. And the position that NG has in the circle is not a conducive spot for a revival. It's going to be very easy for DRS and Kage to shoot Manu out of the air. Manu, 2 tags, and he will be allowed to walk away.
Well, look at this, BIGETRON. They're making sure that the entire squad of GOW walks away. All 3 eliminated except for Demon, who's the survivor. And he's in the mix. He's stuck. He was getting to be eliminated by DRS as they were trailing behind. And instantly with that hit list, now they know the teams are closer. And that's the reason Demon is just lying low. But on the other end, Falcons out of the zone. They spot Amin. Nightmare also in trouble in this game. They're unable to find their footing at all. A lot going against their favor. But on the other end, Esports as well slowed their game down here with only 1 single elimination. But as soon as I take their name, Laho gets the second for the team. Eliminates GOW at the 10th spot.
Yeah, GOW out as well. DRS trying to take pot shots at the boys of BIGETRON by Vitality as they get a little distracted with another engagement. BIGETRON by Vitality just choosing to hold on to that high ground, but for how long more? The circle is going to pressure them down that slope. 10 more seconds left in here. AVIDA on the other hand, pressured by Esports. Winter down, Long Kong eliminated. Tawan, the final one. Lao Ho hops on in as well. Anusit for the save is just not going to be possible. And AVIDA, they have to falter here.
And I don't think there's an opportunity for him to back off and to find a vending machine. NG Pros were on it already and now he's stuck. He's the last survivor and he's trying to play around. I think maybe a little bit of a cover, but that's not going to be a lot. Oh, it's just a shack outside. Now the Bolt Maker at least clears the skies, but Falcons on trail in Tawan.
Wow.
There's nothing he can do. There's no chances of survival for him. But Esports, they can continue the domination of what they did towards Falcons and GOW together as they've spotted Falcons once more.
Brilliant.
Oh, no,
AVIDA
no.
XKDC just unfortunate in that situation. Now Nero down on the ground. Fina going in for the finisher. Glue UAV pulled out. LBT out in the open, but Lauho is the preventer. Fina forced back. On fire catches up with him, but the Nero will tag both of them up. Brilliant response coming through here from the side of Esports. FGL towards the side of the walls as well, just to make sure Falcons don't come in for the rush.
Esports, the way they fended this off, but On Fire wants to go through this fight, and Nero pulls up that time turner. It doesn't work in his favor, however, and they're still trying to continue his fight, and On Fire finally somehow will be shut down, but Pina is not. He's still trialing that, and Northern has to find that exchange, but Pina is here, and Limitex and Kiroro instantly make a jump and put Esports in trouble, as Laho is the last survivor, ready with the launch pad, makes a jump, but where does he go?
Oh, Lauho, he just went out of the pen into the fire. Kagendra take the last shot and put the BOOYAH winners out. Unfortunate for them, they just could not hang on. Falcons visited a tad bit too early. BIGETRON by Vitality now up against the Rail Soldiers of Nepal. Riptide Rhythm from the back will break down the defenses of DRS, opening up the line of sight for the players on the side of Falcons. FGL shots finding their double connection from the back, allowing BIGETRON by Vitality to get the dirty deed done, as DRS now eliminated by the Indonesians.
BIGETRON by Vitality, 14 total eliminations in their name. The circles, however, closing. They have to be quick on that zone coverage. But on the other end, Kagendra, they're closing in on a squad, want those eliminations in their favor and troubling NG Pros. What do Aztec and Cropsy do? Cropsy's elimination gets confirmed. Aztec is the last survivor, but this action happening includes Falcons jumping in.
3 teams from Southeast Asia, 1 from South Asia, but the team from South Asia only has 1 final survivor up against the whole squad of Falcons. BIGETRON by Vitality and Kagendra on the other hand. The representatives of Indonesia have to go through each other. Ras down on the ground. Kyong traded out. Dead jumping on in there. And unfortunately, the boys of BIGETRON by Vitality try to turn things around, but they could not snuff out all those players in time. And here comes the third party as well. Falcons chipping into the fight, trying to sneak away the points, and BIGETRON by Vitality with a final second double revival just to buy themselves a little extra time.
That was very quick, but I don't think his teammates are going to survive. Right out in the sky, picked off. Those are free extra eliminations coming in here for Falcons, and Falcons are going all out in this last and final fight, with both the teams just having 1 survivor, and BIGETRON, the man who made the revive, is still the last one standing as Falcons push on.
Falcons with the consistency through game 1 and 2, brilliantly done. And this is the kind of play you want to bring out there if you want to find dominance within the day. And now that should definitely put them within arm's length of Esports, who also could not farm a big game of this map.
Falcons will be very happy, and as you said, the other teams who would maybe look forward to a big game in their name, it was destroyed. BIGETRON, only if they concluded this fight a little too early, it could have worked in their favor. They did have players knocked, but Falcons, Pina and On Fire, they were so fast. They were the ones like a dash and moved through all those compounds, spotted through the windows, put players down. However, Aztec, as you could see the confidence on him, making sure the last player from Kagendra who had somehow exited on the roof, picked that elimination, something extra for NG Pros as well, but BIGETRON by Vitality, unfortunate for them, they tried their best for survival. Even that revive pulled at the nth minute to see if there's an opportunity, but the circle so small, they had nowhere to drop, no more loot to find. And with that, Falcons, they make sure they're the ones soaring the skies, but nobody else.
You see, chat, Mustachio is 2 for 2 on that #1 prediction, man. This is exactly what I was not doing in the previous stages, but it's okay. Sometimes you faltered, no? Sometimes you faltered, just like the teams who have unfortunately faltered in the first 2 games. Meta NINZA, Godlike Esports, NG Pros, even NG Pros who are looking like they're doing something out there on the battlefield are still not walking away with these big points just yet. Again, Falcons 14 eliminations plus the BOOYAH gives them a decent 26-pointer match, but because Esports did not really dominate in this fight, they don't get much, and that allows Falcons to cut a big distance between them.
I think with this game, especially here, AJ, it kind of gives a breather for a lot of teams, because if there was another 30-pointer pulled off from the same team, the champion rush criteria would have been a lot more closer. And you can see BIGETRON by Vitality, they're also at 26, sharing the same number of points. KAGENDRA at 21, they had a lot of eliminations they were able to pull. But I thought IQOO Total Gaming, how aggressive they were going, they should be able to get closer towards the last few circles. However, ended up with just getting 5 placement points, a total of 19 in terms of the points. DRS following that consistent suit of bringing points, they get total of 11. NG at 10, P Esports only 9, and this is the reason the breather now happens. AVIDA XKDC, however, still not a lot of points in their favor, just 8. Nightmare at 7, GOW at 5, and Meta NINZA at 3. But Godlike once more get eliminated very early on, and with only single digits. I think they picked up 2 points in the previous, now 3.
No booyah, no problem for BIGETRON by Vitality for the time being. On their journey to activate champion rush condition, 46 points, 2 games in, that is massive. And of course, with the booyah, one on their side, Team Falcons just slightly beyond them with a total of 53 points. P Esports will drop down to the 3rd spot, not too far away from BIGETRON by Vitality. These 3 Southeast Asian squads looking to dominate the competition early, looking to activate the champion rush early, and also bring this to an end. Azora will cry, but we will try to manifest that this goes a little bit further than that game number 6.
Feels a little bit like it could go because of what just happened, but following this same aggression in terms of picking up points, 2 Indian teams, IQOO Total Gaming and Nightmare, they added a difference of around 20 to 21 points, so it should be a catch-up game that they should be pulling, and we've seen an average of a booyah around those 20 points, so they need to get closer to the top points. KAGENDRA picking up pace after their early elimination in the previous game and instantly jump up to total of 24 in the 6th spot. GOW unable to replicate. A lot of us have been thinking that will they be able to manifest what they did in the play-ins that was missing in the main event and here in the grand final. So far not yet. DRS, they've picked up complete different pace compared to their earlier games in the main event. They've started up with points. NG Pros, not the rightest of the runs in their favor. AVIDA XKDC surprised of them being at the 10th spot. Meta NINZA and Godlike, not at all the run that they are having as of now as we started the grand finals.
5 eliminations, 7 assists, the MVP with the quota. Extra information on the battlefield always means extra advantage for yourself and the rest of your team members. He's got the Olivia on his side alongside the Joseph and Ford, allowing him to be a little extra sustainable in these battles. And with the M590 plus the Dreki, he's all out to find and eliminate his opponents. You gotta love how Pina played this. Of course, not the most impact or the most massive damage dealer from the squad for sure. We usually see him try to get into those CQCs, but he definitely did way more than enough to bring Falcons to the top this time.
Yeah, and especially these skills matter a lot, and that is the reason we saw Pina being so quick towards BIGETRON by Vitality, having the Cora with him, making sure having the Joseph as well, all of this working out. And at the same time, we spoke about Falcons in the last time where they were unable to tank much of the play zone damage and get eliminated because of it. But this time, because of the fort, they have that added on benefit and a buff. Will we talk about Pina? We have to talk about his teammates because they together made it happen. On Fire, Keroro, and Limit X7. Having a Skylar, Chrono on the other end, and Oscar by On Fire. All of this coming into summary where they made sure on one end, no glue walls coming up. Chrono making sure their teammates are going to be running around for any fights within that shield. And Oscar, yeah, you know what he's doing. He just dashes, takes the glue wall down. And if you're right behind the glue wall, you are also going to go down.
And of course, the team running in here with a double Olivia on the passive skills, allowing them with her healing touch to increase the healing effects by 30%, as well as a 80% spread of the user's healing abilities whenever they use those heal guns or whatsoever. And this obviously helped out Falcons big time when it came to the sustainability out there on the battlefield. Pina, 5 eliminations, 2,907 on the damage. He did actually walk away with the most damage, although Limit, usually the guy tagging up everybody around in the lobby, I guess just didn't have as many opportunities this time around. But 3 eliminations each from Limit, On Fire, as well as Keroro.
But On Fire, I think in terms of the assist along with Pina, that tells you that they were making sure they worked in tandem as a force that anybody else trying to challenge would have to stand in front of them or try to break that apart. And that is the reason even in a fight where I think it was DRS, no, it was Esports versus Falcons, and when we saw that one of the players from Falcons were knocked instantly, they bought some time for themselves, and then Kirora and if I'm not wrong, it should be On Fire together jump back as soon as Pina was knocked down, and it worked in their favor. Let's quickly talk about the circle analysis of how Falcons continued this run towards a BOOYAH. As you could see, around campsite, they made their move towards the lumber mill, and they were just looking forward for information. AVIDA took up a hit list, got the information that there's a team, but did not head in that direction. However, Falcons, again, same strategy, playing at the edges of the zone, picking teams off, had suffered a casualty. As you can see, On Fire, using the vending machine, brought them back. That second life gave Falcons this opportunity.
Absolutely, man. And obviously, Falcons is playing the very edge of the zone for every single circle on rotation, allowing the rest of the teams to go in first and then stabbing them in the back. Very, very sneaky play. Obviously, this is the advantage that the team booster has given them, just tanking a little bit of extra damage outside the circle and just kind of trickling in. But this time, it wasn't a massive early game damage form of Falcons. They were playing for the late game, only picking up a single elimination in the third and the fourth circle, with a majority of the elims coming in towards the ending part of the matchup, which is kind of telling in terms of how they want to switch their methodology out of there on the battlefield.
Now, a lot of teams have to actually switch their methods because it's high time. We've had the first two games. We spoke about the number of points that some of these teams have, and we are again mentioning the main point, that is the champion rush. Any team that gets closer to the 80 points, then everybody has to be worried, because now everybody is going to be on the chase of denying that specific team from a BOOYAH, and especially that you don't know which specific team it is going to be a lot more in trouble. But with these teams slowly kind of going up and down, and just as you saw, Falcons picking up points, they get to 50, BIGETRON by Vitality dwindling in terms of averaging points and still making towards 40, Esports even after a BOOYAH unable to pick up a lot. There is, as I said, maybe this one map that we are going into towards Solara could be that breathing space, that buffer, but they cannot let this buffer become big.
As we head on into Solara, the question is, can Meta NINZA once again step it up? Because this is a map where they are very proficient on. We did see exactly what they were capable of pulling off in the competition. But the problem here is only one of those BOOYAHs came through in the main week. The other one came through when they were playing the play-ins, right? But at the end of the day, it just shows consistency. But is that consistency going to be messed up by a couple of hot drops a little bit later on, Lucifer?
We have to wait and watch, and maybe it could be a hot drop from Falcons. They now know that they're at the top of the charts. They've even gotten a BOOYAH in their name, and they are at a difference of around just 30 points. I mean, less than 30 as well to reach that 80. So they will be very smart. If they get 27 points, they activate the champion rush in Game 3 itself, when it was predicted to be an average at Game 4. While there is a clash, there could be IQOO Total Gaming and NG Pros right at TV Tower, BIGETRON by Vitality at Archway, the hub having a cluster, which I guess should not happen. One of these teams, there should be two, but I don't think all three. KAGENDRA, Meta NINZA and Nightmare. But as you pointed it out, Meta NINZA, they should have an opportunity for success on this game. If they don't, their race, they're already at the bottom of the overall standings, could become a runaway for them.
We still have Cascadale, Funfair, as well as Eco Drain. These teams do have quite a bit of spots out there that they can switch on over to and take a safe drop. Just avoid unnecessary engagements very early on. Yeah, I do know that I always ask for these hot drops just so that we can have a little bit of fun as we watch these games, but I do not wish that upon any of those squads out there, because it's very difficult when you can't start off your looting game early. You get disrupted, you go on those revives, and for some of these squads, it technically becomes the whole game where you're constantly trying to bring your members back in.
And you saw that it happened for Nightmare in that snowball effect in this previous game of Purgatory. But let's see, as we head towards Solara, not without our caster predictions. Let's take a look at that and see this time where we are headed. We both have synergized with Falcons coming through because of what just Falcons did. That is the right way to go. I can see that you've brought back Esports. Is again an opportunity for them as we move towards Solara, and at the end of it, you've picked up IQOO Total Gaming, and on the other end, I've picked up them along with Meta NINZA. As you did point out, this is their game. They should be able to do it.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to Meta NINZA really stepping up for India here. I'm looking for them to use this one game, this one map, to launch themselves into contention for the initial activation of Point Rush, maybe even run away with the fight because of this Champion Rush condition, right? This is that one condition that allows even the underdogs to run away with the fight if they can perform on that one perfect day. This is that perfect day on the grand finals here at our BR event. If Meta NINZA can use this opportunity to jump in, then I think they are definitely going to be one of those favorites to run away with it. The only problem is that they're down there at the bottom. Only 9 points so far from the first 2 games. Not looking very good for Meta NINZA.
And again, the reason we spoke about this, that yes, it's not great for Meta NINZA, but they still have that buffer of this third game. They play it out right, and we said, right, it's points of around 20 that every team is able to grab. Around 20 plus 25 is somewhere teams get to, and instantly Meta NINZA will make a jump from that bottom towards around that 6th, 7th spot if they do get those 25 points, and that gives them a 30 point. And now they'll have a lot more confidence going in, and that is the same thing that even Godlike need to take up. GOW as well. I'm surprised GOW still trying to push their best and not able to find the best, especially on Purgatory, them getting separated in various different directions. And after getting that revive as well, they never decided to meet each other. They never had an instant to regroup, and that eventually became their fall.
And that's exactly why I was shell-shocked when we were in our play-ins and GOW was just ripping apart the lobby. I was wondering, wait a minute, what in the world is going on? Thankfully, that's not the version we are getting. But, of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, whether or not that is the case, whether GOW will turn it back up and become aggressive once again, we'll find out as we kick off game number 3. This time, it's Solara, the latest addition into the rotation of maps here in our esports circuit. In fact, in the world of Free Fire, let's see exactly who runs away with it. Would it be the favorites who have already scored a booyah here so far, or will it be one of the other teams who have been laying low, looking for this one day to strike hard?
Yep, as you said, one team. Who is that laying low? We have to wait and watch. But for now, not at all laying low is going to be GOW right towards Delta Isle with the DRS following that suit. On the other end, Falcons safe and sound. They go all the way towards Riders Club. A nice split that they have, knowing that no other team dropped in their direction. However, a very early on fight, which we spoke about at Delta Isle. Is it DRS? Is it going to be GOW? The knock comes towards GOW.
Alu doesn't have Gobi beside him, so he's gonna definitely fall. Pratik, opportunity, circles around. RIP, still surviving. Decent blue walls, and the time turner will keep him alive for the time being. RIP though, no medkits. Tries to turn things around, but Pratik will make sure he does not walk away embarrassed. Goes in for the takedown, gets the point off of the GOW player. But now it's all about recovery. They need to pick up Stroex and they need to bring Alu back in before GOW goes crazy.
Yeah, GOW, they're making sure they get information. UAV also use this in case if somebody is making a run for it. But I think Takuri knows where death is because of all that glue walls. On the other end, Pratik has gone in for the revive, brought back Stroex. So for now, even if these two players lose their footing, it could be okay. But on the other end, not okay is going to be AVIDA entering, trying to go up for a fight. And you could instantly see one of the players make a run for it. Pratik still holds his own, puts down Tavan, gets the confirmation, and is still holding it strong.
And Stroex right back in here. And Pratik, it's that revive, bringing in Alu in for the fight as well. DRS looking for those big points because they definitely have been challenged a little so far, sitting in the 8th spot with only 9 eliminations in total from the first 2 games. So this is a big match for DRS where they're finding their recovery play. You gotta love it.
Yep. They need it. They need those points. They need to jump up, and this is what we spoke about. Them being a little more cautious, understanding where they sit at, and this third game as a buffer, making sure they pick up a lot of points. And Nightmare also want to do the same. And what do they do against? It's going to be against NG Pros. They grab a quick one. That gives them a total of 3. And in this Solara, a lot of teams have started up very early on fights. You can see them picking up eliminations, and DRS on top of it should give them the confidence that they needed to start it here in Solara.
Let's see, what will Nightmare be able to pull away from this game, huh? Amin as well as Hitman off to a fantastic start for the squad. 3 eliminations on their side. And not really dropping many at the very start of the game itself. So decent looting progress here for the Indian squad as they try to make their way into a better defensive spot, possibly rotating into Casa Vista shortly. The circle is pretty much on their side, so not much concerns here. But IQTG and Godlike, this is an encounter I'm not liking down at the bottom.
Godlike are already in trouble. Total Gaming, it could have been a big game previously, and now they would want to convert against Godlike if they have an opportunity, but it is going to be IQOO to start on Shoto. So Mafia, the man on the sniper who was trying to deal with bullets and find eliminations, now is pushed off. But BIGETRON by Vitality, they see this action along with the bolt maker happening, lightning's call. They decide, hey, those are some points that we also need.
Absolutely, man, and they might just be able to pull away these points in a fancy manner. Nancy on that revive instantaneously. Godlike not looking to be down on these numbers. BIGETRON by Vitality going in for the push. The flank is perfect. IQOO down on the ground. Pick up instantaneous revive as well. But Godlike down on the numbers. IQTG dropping by to say hello. BIGETRON has a different prey to focus on. Godlike might be able to get away, but what a double nade! Koja with the backup from afar as well. Single-handedly, 2 players taken off of Godlike's list. And BIGETRON by Vitality now chasing down IQTG as well. They're confused. How can they have so many numbers in terms of players out there on the battlefield? 2 squads, unsuspecting. BIGETRON by Vitality not phased at all.
Yep, did not even lose a player over there. All of them standing strong, put it to a total of 7 eliminations. Nightmare want to do the same. GOW, they get spotted, but Amin in the forefront of this action drops death with the help of his teammate while the damage he did, and now they're making sure they surround GOW, because even Nightmare, they're one of these Indian teams that have been never faced during their qualification matches, but now it's time for championship. But BTR, they find the last player in Sideng. He puts the last one down in GOW, another early elimination.
No BOOYAH, no problem for BIGETRON by Vitality, but this time it clearly looks like they are aiming for one. Can they get all the way to the end through their aggressive nature as they play here from Eco Drain? This is going to put them straight in the crosshairs of Nightmare that's rotating around. This could be a call from Koja looking for backup from the rest of his team members as they use the jump pad to find the reposition. AVIDA x KDC on the other hand on the approach, moving towards the weapons arsenal here. Potentially looking for a free point off of Takuri. DRS. Player will barricade himself in with the glue for the time being, but obviously that's not going to last long.
They overrun the Arsenal, get control of it. But the hit list was on them, and DRS again, it becomes that this hit list is more of a defensive mechanism from their end. And Long Kong with the next 40 seconds, that will be removed on top of it. And AVIDA, even though they've not been having a great run, at least prove that they can take those fights, get a couple of eliminations in their favor. But right now, it's BIGETRON who've been proving that they can take in every elimination that they spot on a team, and now it's Nightmare in front of them.
Can they annihilate? Nightmare beyond those glue walls, all from the back. They don't even need to do anything. I mean, helping them out, taking himself out of the equation. Koja not knowing that, breaking down those glue walls. Extra loot for them, so they'll just walk away with a smile on their faces. BIGETRON by Vitality, 12 eliminations so far at Eco Drain. Clearly not on an Eco, and Nightmare facing their biggest nightmare, a early elimination from the lobby.
I was just calling them. They make the qualification without any issues. But now this grand finals is causing them trouble. BIGETRON on the other end, activate a hit list. But for now, in front of screens, it's going to be Meta NINZA and KAGENDRA. Meta NINZA, they need points. KAGENDRA, they picked up points in the previous game. But can Meta NINZA on a map that they've shown their essence of this fight, can they turn it around? Jojo picks up one, does the damage to Shanky. But RNS comes in clutch. But it's still not done. Dead is alive. And Ginotra now has to fight this through. Flash freeze coming through. Ginotra ready with another melter as well through. Dead could be in big trouble, but Ras, he's been revived.
Oh, Ginotra needed to go in there for the rush, but probably did not have the right weapon to get that done. And Raz, valiant dashes through his glue wall, gets a headshot off of that Winchester, and KAGENDRA on that ultimate recovery from annihilation will quickly shrug that off.
Ninza's Vincent, he did get revived, and you can see him making a quick run. So the team has not lost yet, even though the Solara should have been theirs. But for now, the fight's not working. Same goes for Total Gaming as Godlike spot Shoto. That is an extra elimination, a free point coming in favor for Godlike, and Godlike need everything that they can grab here in Solara. A map which in Free Fire Max India Cup seemed like it was a stronghold, but now it's not the same, as these are the big names of South Asian and Southeast Asian teams have landed in the lobby, and Godlike are still figuring their path through.
PE Sports, classic PE Sports, pulling in the monster truck early as a potential defensive mechanism out there on the battlefield, not needing to depend on their glue walls, and also a quick exit off of that second floor. PE Sports is anticipating for their compound to potentially be in the final circle later on. Let's see if or not they get their read perfectly done here. NG Pros on the other hand, DRS out of Nepal, beautiful shot from Ace. Alu with the shot off that Winchester. Aztec backing away, Strox VSK needs a good flick. First one connecting, second one just a little bit too far. And Ace just claims that one off of them. Pratik all alone in the situation. Will run straight in there. But obviously, that's not going to last too long. Anubhav eliminated.
DRS grab a total of 7 eliminations while they catch NG Pros in the run of this zone closing in. That is good. They're going to be happy about it, but they also have a hit list upon themselves, so they need to tread lightly, making sure that the opponent doesn't know their information of whoever put that hit list. On the other end, as you did mention, BIGETRON, no booyahs, no tension for them, and they already raked up 12 points here in this game, and they've already jumped up on the overall standings above Falcons. And Falcons, they want more. They want to put that run from BIGETRON to an end, and that's the reason they picked up one of their own. They're at a difference of 1 point, and you could see how every individual point will matter, but at the end, it will also come down to a booyah.
The day is still young here at Solara for BIGETRON by Vitality. 59 points in hand so far. They need a total of 21 more to activate Point Rush right here, right now. They need to claim many, many lives. And it looks like they are geared up to do exactly that. Focusing on to PE Sports this time around. Not the best of things to do, as the circle is definitely going to bring us all into Bloomtown. So it looks like the theory of PE Sports setting up the defense very early on with that monster truck was a sound move.
And they're going to make sure that anybody trying to get closer to them, as you said, the defense is going to try and hold them off. But for now, IQOO Total Gaming suffered a player getting knocked by the play zone. And this is what the play zone puts you in trouble for. You cannot keep withstanding the damage coming through. Even though you have a fort, you can only prolong it for such a long time that eventually it is the one who acts as the master, and you will have to succumb to it. And right as now, it's going to be Falcons who make another elimination in their name. Make it 2, as they find 2 players of DRS in 2 different directions. And they grab both in their name, pushing the total to 8.
And a NINZA sustaining a couple of shots here off BIGETRON by Vitality. But, you know, Trap will be able to easily back away from those shots. Oh, looking to respawn as well. Kyung sustaining just a little bit of damage here, courtesy of Winston, who wants to fight back, confident that he can take this battle. Even if he gets knocked down, the rest of his team members should be able to get to his aid fairly quick. But thankfully, Winston's not trying to force the issue here up against the BIGETRON by Vitality squad. Meta NINZA focusing on finding a better defensive position, and that's the right move here, because Godlike is just looming right beyond their compound, looking for that perfect opportune moment to hop in.
Right now, hopping in along with KAGENDRA and NG Pros, and they've jumped right towards PE Sports, and instant knock coming through, and KAGENDRA on the other end. So PE Sports have 2 different opponents and fights that they can work with, and if they're able to point those things in their favor, they'll be able to grab a lot, and this could work in their favor. Launches ready from LBT, the knock through, and this could be the opening they will try to push for.
LBT, perfect plays off that RGS 50. Will get that knock, and that slows down KAGENDRA just a tad bit here. But Lao Ho with the FGL shots will not be able to find the perfect connection. BIGETRON by Vitality picks up yet a few more points. Now they just need 17 more. Can this miraculous run be pulled off here by BIGETRON by Vitality? And PE Sports, again, masterful defensive call off of that final circle prediction. And they did not have to move at all.
They thought about it for a second, but then they held their ground, and they're going to be happy about it. Esports in that race after getting the first booyah. They also want to get to the champion rush. BIGETRON by Vitality as well want to get closer. However, on the other end, NINZA as well as GODLIKE, they want to finally start picking up a lot of points, jump towards the top 5. But for now, Kinotra somehow survives. They do not get to know his position, and GODLIKE moving the other direction. However, Esports, they keep their guns firing.
KAGENDRA is going to be a big problem to deal with here for Esports. AVIDA x KDC on the left. KAGENDRA on the right. So many teams outside the circle looking for the entry. But Esports spotting the Falcons out first. And they want to stop their rotations early. Great time turner pulled out here by the side of Falcons to make sure that damage instantaneously gets blocked off. And the recovery play is perfect. GODLIKE circling on in as IQOO makes their exit from the lobby.
Esports now have an opportunity because GODLIKE are taking this fight head on towards KAGENDRA. GODLIKE, they did make the move. They have to be wary about Esports about them. But LBT, he gets taken down. Even Nero as well, a knock to be right now facing KAGENDRA, holding this compound like a fortress with them. A compound that they will be trying to push towards a booyah if possible, a game of a comeback if they can, but at the same time, the lightning zone called, the bolt maker put forth, and now BIGETRON by Vitality on the other end with AVIDA as well taking a head-on clash.
Look at the big brain play of a Esports here. Once again, classic Esports, a double monster truck setup on the roof, and this is that perfect barricade for them to block out all of those shots, not being forced to use up a lot of those blue walls at all, and an instantaneous retreat into the container the moment the lightning zone is gone upon them. NINZA out as well in 6. BIGETRON by Vitality continuously farming. 8 more points required, and just through the placement points, they should be able to pull this off. AVIDA x KDC eliminated from the equation as well. Esports versus KAGENDRA versus BIGETRON by Vitality. GODLIKE and Falcons will not stand by and just watch. They can hop on in, but they can stay out of trouble for quite a little bit first. GODLIKE choosing to take the first step towards BIGETRON, and they go in for the rush.
BIGETRON will try to hold them off. For now, they have set up a minefield inside the compound, and GODLIKE are also in trouble because Esports flash freeze is coming through. And look at Koja already making sure nobody gets closer with the launcher. Sends it off, damage done, and now they cannot rush further. Oh wait!
BIGETRON by Vitality. Seaback with a double name. And the finisher from Diggs and Kyong. An instant hit and run. Nancy spotted out as well. A sliver of health. He hops on into the monster truck. Diggs sprayed down from afar. But BIGETRON by Vitality on that perfect recovery. Falcons left with a single player. BIGETRON by Vitality looking to activate Champion Rush with this battle. And they sure as hell can get it done.
Booyah don't matter for them, they matter for the points, and they're now still going for another. It's against KAGENDRA. And they're ready for it. Raz is down. Kibao is going to fall down. It's up to Jojo and Dead. Can they do something different? Kyong says no, and Dead is the last man trying his best. And now it comes down to Sibang. But while Dead is trying to fend off the last player from BIGETRON, another team jumps right next to them. It's going to be Esports. And with that, KAGENDRA goes down. This comes down to a 1v3 between BIGETRON and Esports. And Esports put them down. And Falcons is the last one standing.
No booyah, no problem for BIGETRON by Vitality. Now Esports going up against Falcons. Obviously, the booyah in the bag for Esports. That puts the Mustachio 3 for 3, but that also puts Esports in contention for the activation of Champion Rush as well. How close did they get though? And did BIGETRON by Vitality manage to pull this off? Massive number of eliminations, and the placement points obviously just falling short by 1 point, but maybe the 24, 25 eliminations that they got was enough to carry them through. We'll have to wait and see the overall leaderboard later on, but my goodness me, what a lobby, Lucifer.
This was just fabulous stuff coming in from BIGETRON by Vitality. This fight, if that worked in their favor, they could have gotten a lot more. A little bit of an early elimination at the top 4. They tried their best, did not work in their favor. Dead, you have to give it to him. How he held the other players from BIGETRON by Vitality from getting closer, and then Esports at the right time strike. But look at the last 3 teams, 4 teams surviving. All those teams needed points to activate Champion Rush right here in the 3rd game end. So now it comes to whether they're missing it by a single point or they're now crossed the 80 mark. That is the question, and imagine all these three teams who are at the top of the charts in the overall standings were also here in this final fight, and one of them, BOOYAH, is in the name for PE Esports. Have they found enough is also another question to be asked, because their second game, AJ, was only 9 points. Did they fall short in this even after a BOOYAH?
Yeah, I think unfortunately it's just not enough for PE Esports. They needed a massive game, but a massive game was just not possible for them. I think they got about 12 eliminations as they picked up this BOOYAH. But the question is still for me, BIGETRON by Vitality, obviously the team that got super close. Falcons as well, right? They have managed to already farm one BOOYAH in the fight today, 21 points in total. They managed to pull for themselves this time round from that second spot, and they also get 12 eliminations. But BIGETRON by Vitality overtaking everyone else for a total of 33 points. Dude, they needed 34. What a miss, Lucifer.
That is going to be something they might be worried about. Unfortunate, but wait, I'm still, my math is still not mathing as of now, AJ. To be honest, my mind says, hey, give them a second chance. Wait for the overall standing. I don't know. This is nerve-wracking at this point, and if BIGETRON by Vitality missed it by that single point, they will be at a point that they made maybe the small mistake that they shouldn't have done. But PE Esports, they grabbed 24 points. We'll come to that overall standings. Team Falcons, they grabbed only 21 points. I think PE Esports, the position that they were in, the defense that they were holding towards that Bloomtown first floor platform that they had, I think played for far too long. Should have tried something else. Looked forward to points. They kept KAGENDRA in position for such a long time. Held NG Pros in the other direction. And they just kept shooting bullets and finding knocks. Not much eliminations.
3 games in 2 claimed by PE Esports, 1 by Falcons. But BIGETRON by Vitality, no BOOYAH, no problem. Launching themselves from the 3rd spot into 1st place and got so close. And yet is 1 point behind activating the champion rush condition. In this next game, there is a massive potential for 3 Southeast Asian teams to activate the champion rush condition simultaneously and move on into game number 5. How insane is that possibility? You guys tell me. KAGENDRA, Nightmare Esports, IQOO Total Gaming Esports, these guys are way too far. They need to hope and pray, or maybe even take it into their own hands to hot drop KAGENDRA, to hot drop PE Esports, Falcons, and BIGETRON by Vitality and stop them dead in their tracks. They cannot allow them to farm anymore.
They cannot. At any cost, they cannot. They have to go for the drop clash. Look forward to eliminating them. And BIGETRON by Vitality, they are the most closest. So denying them even a single point, I'm a little afraid. So at least the next game, and irrespective of whatever they do, they should be activating the champion rush criteria in their favor. They should have that condition ready. But Falcons and PE Esports, a little bit of a hiccup, especially for PE Esports of the loss that they had in Purgatory. If it was not those 9 points, maybe they could have gotten even more closer. But we'll come back to this overall standing discussion. We have to go towards the main man from PE Esports who made this BOOYAH happen. That is going to be none other than Nero, who doesn't play the Nero in terms of the unique active skill.
No, he does not. But he walks in with the A124, and because of the Winchester, he also throws in Nikita into his arsenal as well. Obviously helping out with the reload speed of both the Winchester as well as the M590. Also reducing the recovery of his opponents every single time he finds that on-point connection. He's got the Moko for the markers. He's got the Alvaro and the Beastin for those deadly grenades as well. This guy is a tactical master that was meant to disable anybody that he comes across, and he did exactly that. 3,067 on the massive damage this time around. Not a lot of assists, but I do expect to see those assists stacked up from the rest of his team members. PE Esports, not a massive game, but one that was enough to get them close enough to the champion rush condition.
Here's the play that PE Esports went for. We spoke about Nero. That is there in their team. That's going to be Laho. He picks it up. Oscar coming in from LBT. But we end up seeing Wukong That is not something that we see in the meta, but he pulls it out in this game, and it did work out for the team. They did get the BOOYAH. Along with that, having the Tiva Joseph in terms of the movement as well, and for EP, they have the JBeebs. But on top of it, you could see the team boosters as well, and that is one of the reasons they kept holding that position as a defense on that platform, making sure nobody gets closer. Even if they tank damage, they have that team boosters helping them gain that HP. But let's jump towards their individual stats. As we spoke about already, Nero, you have to give credits to Laho as well. He has 3 eliminations, 7 assists, closing that damage closer to what Nero has picked up at 2,800. And his other 2 teammates, their deed was one, giving information as Nolan with that Wukong that he had. And on the other end, LBT, he was doing the assist with the 2,000 damage that he has, making sure with the Oscar he rushes in.
I am fairly confident Nolan was not on the Wukong. I don't think he would be taking this stage of the competition with a smile on his face. He probably went in there for the chrono play. The Wukong could have been an active skill card or something that he picked off of the battlefield that the data sheet has picked up. But overall, Esports, the consistency on the grand finals day, and they're not even the best Southeast Asian team, right? But when the heat is put on them, when push comes to shove, they definitely know how to show us some good games of free fire. But this was not a massive game for them in any way whatsoever. BIGETRON by Vitality on their hand, 12 eliminations just in that first circle, and then they went silent mode, understanding that they've had enough points already, making sure they did not show up on the battlefield all that too many times. Picked up 4 more eliminations on circle number 4, 4 more eliminations in circle number 5, dropped more teams in circle number 6 as well. That was just a phenomenal play off of the Indonesian squad. Massive farming from them this time.
Massive. 3 Southeast Asian teams going all out, one after another, picking up points in their favor and making sure relentlessly dropping others down. Thailand, Vietnam and Indonesia. And this circle that we ended up seeing was spectacular. The way teams were holding for such a long time in the circle analysis as well, the number of eliminations that we ended up seeing, the way they've pointed, picked players off, got that in their favor. Yes, it looked like BIGETRON by Vitality could have picked up that BOOYAH. The fight that they did with KAGENDRA fell a little short, a little haywire it went, but Esports, you have to give credits to them as well of how they held off. And I think now, while we look at a positive end for it, while I was thinking about all of it, Esports are the ones who are going to be the most happiest, because BIGETRON by Vitality, if they would have activated this champion rush, they would have tried for a BOOYAH, and we saw that happening yesterday in the last day of the main event. And now that they didn't, and Esports have another chance to push for themselves for the champion rush, they'll be like, this time we'll make sure that BIGETRON by Vitality don't get points and instantly activate Champion Rush. Whether we miss it, we make sure they miss it as well, if possible. But it's very tough now at this point with only 1 point of a difference.
Absolutely, man. But BIGETRON by Vitality, you know, is not the most proficient team when it comes to picking up those BOOYAHs here, Lucifer. And even when they can pick up those BOOYAHs, it's towards very few selected maps. These maps are like Purgatory, Nextera, Bermuda. If we head into Solara, Alpine, Kalahari, this is where we get into the danger zone. So they don't have many opportunities, but they do have a Bermuda map coming up for them. And if we take a look at the map rotations here, it's in game number 4. So GGWP, they only need 1 point. And in that one map where they can get the BOOYAH, they don't need the BOOYAH. They just need 1 point. So obviously they're going to sneeze and activate the Champion Rush condition. But after they activate Champion Rush condition, we've got Alpine and Kalahari, the 2 worst maps for BIGETRON by Vitality. I don't know how much more mean the world can be or fate can be to BIGETRON by Vitality. But of course, if they break through their limitations, maybe they walk away with the championship very early on here today, Lucifer.
But there is a limitation that they would be very worried about. Along with them activating Champion Rush at the end of the next 2 games, or even the next game itself in Bermuda, Esports as well as Falcons can activate it for themselves. And now BIGETRON missing such a chance in Bermuda, anything could happen towards Alpine and Kalahari. But that brings us to a break of the initial start that you've just witnessed. The amazing action coming in from the Southeast Asian teams to get closer to the Champion Rush. More unfolds after this break. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be Crips and Neptune on the other end.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. And this is Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2025. The grand finals is on and the second half is getting spicy. And it's too spicy, Crips, because one team didn't even manage to swallow one more point to achieve the champion rush. On this, I am Neptune the Garcia, joined by Crips Cast, and we will be your caster. Hopefully, the end of the day, or we might be able to carry it over even further.
To be honest, I'm in two minds over here, Neptune. On one hand, I want a team to set some sort of a historical, achievement over here by getting all the points possible as quickly as possible and then getting the Booyah, speed running their way to the trophy. That would be a crazy feat. We are 3 games in. There's a possibility that by the 5th game, this whole thing will be over. It could have been over in the next game itself if BIGETRON by Vitality managed to get one more point. But as AJ mentioned, this world is cruel. By the time they get around to their strongest maps, they probably will not have the champion rush condition. But on the other hand, I also want to get as much Free Fire action as possible. I want this day to drag on for as long as possible. I want there to be a situation where there's like 6 teams with champion rush active, and then the whole thing is just so volatile, so unpredictable that we will be on the edge of our seats biting our nails.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that would depend on the other teams who are very far from achieving the champion rush condition. I mean, from what we've seen earlier, BIGETRON, not only 1, but 3 teams that are very close and can achieve it on this next game. We have Team Falcons with only 6 remaining, Esports with only 13 remaining, and the rest would be very, very far, not even 1 game. So if they can hot drop these teams, then they can like drag it all along to the 10th, and I'm really looking forward to that stretch of a day. But if they don't, if they are too scared to go against these Titans, then they might just be giving more to them, and achieving that champion rush condition would be even more deadly when it comes to the following game.
Exactly, and that's exactly why when the grand finals are around, every team just throws their established strategy down the trash and comes up with a completely new one, because your drop locations, sure, we had this whole preferred drop spot screen, and we've pretty much figured out that that's a lie. But over the course of the last 3 days, the teams must have figured out the actual drop spots of their opponents. Is that actually going to change over here? So there's like 3 layers of potential drop location changes as you go from the play-ins to the main event to the grand finals.
Exactly, and that's one reason as well why I'm loving Champion Rush, because it's not just about gathering points anymore. Because yes, teams can gather all those points, but if they are targeted or if they missed it, like what BIGETRON has done, then there's still more hope for the other teams. Those who are hoping, those are the bottom. And I was listening to AJ and Lucifer earlier as well, wherein some teams might be able to do it, like catch up with 2 more points, but there's only one condition that they need to achieve. It's not the champion rush condition yet. It's a condition of dropping those who are very near. So, like as you mentioned, the different layers is about to unfold right now, and we'll have to see if it will end in 3 games or probably stretch along with a few more, 7 to be exact, that we might be expecting.
Yep. So far, the 3 teams who are closest to the champion rush condition, BIGETRON by Vitality, Team Falcons, and PE Sports, these 3 teams will have a target drawn on their backs. So let's take a look at where they will be potentially dropping. BIGETRON by Vitality, they mentioned they go towards Mill, and so far that has been rather true. They split up across Riverside and Mill, so there's a chance that Men and NINZA can stop them. Falcons almost always clash with NG Pros, but never end up getting fully eliminated. They always split drop, so even if NG Pros win every single fight against Falcons, there's a chance that they can survive this one regardless. And then, in the end, you have PE Sports. Now, there's a chance that they might not stick to Peak. They still have plenty of options, but you know for a fact that Nightmare and Godlike Esports are very, very adamant on staying towards Peak. So, PE Sports might have to relinquish that spot. These are the 3 teams you need to keep your eyes on for now. Everyone else like KAGENDRA, Nightmare Esports, IQOO Total Gaming, these guys are still somewhat far away, so we'll start focusing on them once they farm a few more points.
Yeah, let's see though. Let's see. I mean, PE Sports, as I did mention, they will not be dropping in Peak. I don't think so. But if they really need the points early on, and if in case they get eliminated, then they can try at least to find one team and then revive themselves or the teammates if in case they lose those fights. For BIGETRON by Vitality, they can risk it and they drop points. as AJ mentioned, they could sneeze and they can activate that champion rush condition. So I'm just looking forward to how they're going to do it right now and how the other teams are going to catch up. But great analysis on where the other teams will be dropping, like Team Falcons and NG Pros. And if I remember it correctly, from yesterday, Team Falcons was expected to go into Shipyard, and then NG Pros would be right next to them. And then there's a switcheroo that happened, and thus this adjustment that has been shown in our predicted drop spot for the team. But they're still very close against each other, and NG Pros might be a team that they will be targeting to get closer to that champion rush.
Yeah. So far, let's take a look at all the teams that I will predict. I kind of feel like obviously P Esports and BIGETRON Esports, these guys are going to have a very good time. But just to keep things spicy, I've picked up Total Gaming and KAGENDRA. Oh, I see you picked up Total Gaming as well. That is actually wonderful. So I'll let you explain why Total Gaming is a good contender over here. I'll choose KAGENDRA for now. I'll explain why I think KAGENDRA is going to be that team. KAGENDRA, as you know, they have been struggling to get the BOOYAHs ever since they exited the play-ins. But if a team manages to fight them head-on without any potential third party, without any potential clash for a real estate, KAGENDRA can actually hold their ground really well. And they're a very good team when it comes to survivability. They can revive their players very quickly. So even if a team gets like 2 knocks against them, they can't fully rush them down immediately. So that's, I think, why KAGENDRA is going to have a good time. Because as all the teams start getting desperate, they might just be able to maintain themselves.
Yeah, I do agree with you with that, KAGENDRA, because they're one of the teams as well, when we look into numbers, that has a BOOYAH in this Bermuda map. Following is my first pick, which is BTR, and the same goes with IQOO Total Gaming. So that's one factor that really reels me in when I predict on a specific map. GOW though, I mean, no BOOYAH in this map, but the number of points that they grabbed was enough to put them on the top of the board when we ranked each other up, or all of them up. So that's one thing that they might be able to achieve, or probably the other teams might be willing to break right now, because predictions at this point is just assumption. It's up to the team to really make all those effort, and if they've done the effort as well beforehand, like before the day began, then they will, or we will see more of those engagement happening.
Yep, and also I'm partially excited to see Total Gaming as well as GOW, both of our unlikely to win predictions. I want to see them succeed only because I want more and more teams to be close to their champion rush condition so that the things get more chaotic. I'm an advocate for chaos and I've never really hidden that. So let's get the show on the road, ladies and gentlemen. Bermuda is going to be up on your screens. And as AJ mentioned, the teams who are closest to victory might not actually have the upper hand in this map. So things are about to get real dicey, and that's just how I like it.
Yeah, let's see now on who's going to deny them of achieving those champion rush condition. And also, you did mention about IQOO Total Gaming. I mean, they are very close, I would say, to game if they are on their best 46 points remaining. But let's see on how they are going to fare in Bermuda. The OG map, the green grass of Free Fire for all survivors out there. And this is the second, I would say the 4th map of this day. Couldn't say second map because I'm expecting it to stretch the longest match.
There is actually a very good chance that we will end up seeing that big stretch. Looks like we're in for a long night, Neptune. So it's going to be quite fun. Unfortunately, BIGETRON Esports don't have any people contesting them. But Peak, as we expected, will definitely be contested. It's actually Meta Ninja that end up going slightly off of Peak. They have a split drop, not on the actual Peak itself, but in all the compounds surrounding it. RNS draws first blood, but Nancy comes in with the trade. At the same time, the eliminations have been secured, so Yogi can go ahead and get rezzed back up.
Well, let's see now if Yogi and the rest of the teams, together with Nancy and the gang, can prevent Meta Ninja from stepping in and probably force them into the open. But for Godlike right now, it is just Echo going for the chase, SKS in hand, and going against Vincent, who has an AC-80. So that's a little bit deadly, and that's what I'm talking about. One shot, especially if a headshot, that will bring you down. And that forced Echo right now to pull back into Peak, probably go for a revive, and Meta Ninja is on advantage.
Meta Ninja do have the advantage, not just the advantage in terms of numbers, but also the element of surprise. Godlike Esports expected a drop clash, but not against Meta Ninja of all teams. Ooh, KAGENDRA and AVIDA also might just end up fighting each other over here, but I only see dead from KAGENDRA, so he's probably like a lone guy over here. His teammates are still somewhat far behind. Can he survive long enough for the cavalry to arrive?
That's one thing. I mean, dead, well, might be living his name and, well, dying on that name. Let's see how that's going to happen. Pablo right now, M590, missing those shots, a sliver of health, and then is still alive, but unable to jump in through the window and will be eliminated. But it seems like they can go for a revive that easily. Jojo is just on the other side. The same goes with Raz. And also a split up that has been done by KAGENDRA. It might save them a little bit more. But for AVIDA right now, Long Kong on the flank, shots onto Raz and the rest of the team of KAGENDRA. Let's see if they'll be able to play it safe, but no safer because AVIDA is already close. But Riptide Rhythm plays at BSK. Jojo makes the hit.
Jojo makes the hit, but at the same time, AVIDA Esports still looking for all the remaining members of KAGENDRA, and they just want that elimination confirmed. They haven't been awarded the squad wipe yet, so it won't really satisfy their itch, it won't really scratch it. Meanwhile, on the other hand, near Clock Tower, you've got IQOO Total Gaming losing their members to PE Esports. Keep in mind that PE Esports are also just like 10 points away from the champion rush condition, so the more you feed them, the closer they get to victory.
Let's see though. I mean, speaking of away from champion rush condition, BIGETRON has already activated it, and they don't even need to move. The only thing that they can do is deny everyone in doing so, but they are not stopping putting in the numbers. And for PE Sports, it did mention about 10 points, so now, with addition, they're getting closer and closer to activating it. Now, it would be deadly because if Falcons can also get the 6 points remaining to activate the champion rush condition, then again, the 3 teams are already there and might be eyeing for just the BOOYAH on the next game. But there's still hope for the other teams. Hopefully, IQOO Total Gaming will be able to revive the rest of the squad because a solo mission would be deadly, especially in this map.
It's a very tall task for IQOO Total Gaming, reviving your players and farming up points to catch up with everyone else. Like, there's a 30-point buffer between IQOO Total Gaming and PE Esports. That is too much for IQOO Total Gaming to conquer in one game. So I really think that it's going to take them at least 2 more games to get to that champion rush condition. But if in Alpine we can have BIGETRON, Falcons, and PE Esports, all of them on the champion rush condition, then that would be super chaotic. I would actually love to cast a game like that.
Well, I guess there's still hope for IQOO Total Gaming, full revive for the squad, as well as a few more for the other teams. And this is what I expect about Bermuda. I mean, the familiarity of the teams in this map, even the rotation. Being caught off guard doesn't matter. They know exactly how to make that work. Even Team Falcons, I mean, last time we saw them, only 1, if not 2, is alive in there. But Farhan right now on the chase, connected with that Cassie, and it's not backing off. Bet the NINZA has lost 1, but from afar, Shanky made that shot from onto Farhan, and now Shanky is getting close. Gopu now being rushed, and 590 Blue Wall saves him just for a moment.
Oof, nice shot by Shanky. Gets Farhan down. RNS also confirms the elimination onto Gopu. To Meta NINZA are farming up these points. Good start for them, but they will need to keep this momentum going because they are so far away from everybody else. 24 points to their name. They will need at least a 3 or maybe a 4 game affair to even catch up to everyone else. By that time, the tournament might be over already. Well, same with Godlike. Like, they're getting these eliminations, but is that really going to help their cause?
I mean, it's really tough right now. It seems like they are very far away from achieving that at the moment. So let's see if they'll be able to at least rack up the points, deny those who are very close, and then the story will continue. Speaking of denial, here comes GOW. Like, constantly beating down anyone who jumps on them. They are hungry for points, and Pina might be a little bit too full after all those engagement, but 0 point right now.
No.
Eliminated early and not even getting close to what they want to do. And who ended them? It is BTR, who's still raking those points despite of already activating the champion rush condition.
Yeah, BTR didn't even need to move a muscle. They had all they needed from this game already. But by eliminating Falcons, they eliminate a very strong contender. So now they don't need to worry about anyone except PE Esports. And you know what? AVIDA Esports might just thank BTR for giving PE Esports, served them on a platter. AVIDA really hoping to survive this encounter. Nero and Tavan group up together. They've already got Tavan cornered. They find him. No elimination secured for AVIDA just yet. LBT can be rezzed instantly. And that is...
In PE Sports right now, I mean, the aggression coming from PE Sports, I understand. Because they were denied so many times, despite of having 2 BOOYAHs. Like, having 2 BOOYAHs, yes, that is one target. But how can you do it if someone like Inotra will be from above hitting you down with that woodpecker? And I don't think they saw that coming. Now let's see if this is the end for PE Sports. There goes the shot. Even Shanky is on the roll. Only Nolan remains and another more who might be able to pull away and get that revive. So Nolan is down, but PE Sports is still alive and kicking.
Still alive on their last legs. Their last player needs to run as quickly as his nimble little feet can carry him, plug his teammates back into a vending machine. They just need 4 more points. The fact that Falcons is no longer in this lobby basically opens up the path for BTR and PE Sports in the next game, so they must make the most of it.
See now, so far, GODLIKE, 9 elimination. Though they were very far from the beginning of this game, but slowly they are inching to that champion rush condition. But GOW seeing taking sights on Meta and NINZA, and now it's Lao who might be denied, and there you have it, eliminated. How many points did they get? 9 points, and not even a placement to boot. So they're still in contention to achieving that champion rush condition, like so close yet so far.
So close, yet so far. Those are some of the saddest words you could ever hear if you're a fan of PE Sports or Falcon. Like, if you were super far away from victory, that still would be easier to digest. That's not as bitter of a pill to swallow. But at this point, BIGETRON will definitely be thanking the likes of GOW and Meta Ninja, because these 2 teams were somewhat responsible for the elimination of PE Sports. Meanwhile, BIGETRON eliminate Falcons with their own hands. No need to thank anyone over there except their own lucky stars. Nice shot by Death. That's GNOTRA down again. KAGENDRA, on the other hand, are on the upward trajectory. They seem to be rising their players, so they will still have a pretty good time. RNS, he doesn't even know where he's getting shot from. He's exposed from the angle above. Shanky has been knocked so many times, but he still continues to survive. Can the MVP of FMIC actually survive this encounter? No, he can't. RNS also bites the dust, and GOW are farming their points onto Meta Ninja.
Yeah, 8 points already, and I love the position that GOW has taken in there. One rooftop, similar to what we've seen Team Falcon has done in Nextera, and it's not even a final zone. They are tanking blue right now from 2nd to the 3rd phase, but one good thing for Meta Ninja is they still have 2 players remaining to probably bring them back. And 9 teams at this point in 10th minute of the game seems like it is ending up a little bit too early. And there goes Yogi! PSK shot, not even covering the window, and that would be the downfall of one more player from Meta Ninja.
Yeah, Meta Ninja just keep on losing their members. They wanted to be aggressive in this game, and that's what happens when you play aggressively. You risk your lives in the process. GOW just about entering the circle. Not too much to worry about. Nobody gatekeeping them just yet. GODLIKE Esports also occupying the northern end of Pochinok, and they do take flight towards the remaining members of Meta Ninja. GNOTRA, the captain, has to stay alive and protect his team's honor. He has to carry the torch forward. Like, I'm sure by this time they would have figured it out, right? Yogi has to know that GNOTRA is over here.
Oh, there you have it. Cryo Mind, the plushie, tags him already. He shut it down, but you know it marks him, and he will just be pushed by the rest of GODLIKE. And that is it for Meta Ninja right now. There's little to no hope for him surviving, and they will be eliminated on the 9th spot. But if you're alone right now at that point, you can continue moving around. A vehicle would help, but it's just too noisy not to be spotted. And that's one reason why you've seen a lot of teams just hiding out. But a Nero is a game changer from all those engagements.
And it's gonna be very useful for these teams to use the Nero wisely, use their glue UAV wisely. Because sure, Pochinok gives you plenty of cover. There's a lot of urban buildings over here, so you don't need to worry about hiding for too long. But eventually, when the circle forces you out, that's when a well-timed Nero can turn the game for you. Oh my god, Seabank, what on earth was that? Anusit and his teammates took the first shot. AVIDA was about to catch BTR in the middle of rotation, but that shot from Seabank shuts Anusit down. And it buys them just enough time to get into the safe spot.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it seems like that the fire or the shot between VSK or AC80 against an AWM has a better advantage in terms of speed. Now, that is what Anusit has received in there. Now, as we look in Lightning Zone and KAGENDRA, IQOO Total Gaming, as well as DRS, but I would say DRS has a better advantage right now, and also on how Mafia has been isolated. So one wrong move, KAGENDRA might be able to peek and then see him. There goes Cryo Mine, the plushie tagging him, and he will be the target, even on those on those slots on the rooftop of this building. So KAGENDRA will be eyeing to go for a revive, but NG Pros out of nowhere goes for the shot with a Winchester, and IQOO Total Gaming just saw that Riptide rhythm, and they say, nope, we won't be going in.
Oh, but Mafia wants to go back in with his teammates. Reunited are Total Gaming right now. Good for them to hold on to this compound because they have angles onto NG Pros. Crupsy goes down. They get the res on him instantly, but Anubhav pays for that res with his own life. One teammate traded for another, and while all of this is happening, KAGENDRA tried to take flight. Jojo will be destroyed mid-air. That's a lovely interception by IQOO Total Gaming, and they put the end to KAGENDRA. Cropsy also goes down. Can NG Pro survive this encounter? No, they cannot. They also bite the dust. IQOO Total Gaming wiping the entire northern periphery of this zone.
Loving it that the middle of the map, or middle of leaderboard right now, are the ones surviving. More chances for them, but unfortunately, they are slowly being taken down. Mafia has to back away because of all the shots the teammates has received, and out of nowhere, I mean, a lot of teams are targeting them, but Marco landing the finishing blow, ending the team of IQOO Total Gaming. Now, they are on a roll right now to catch up in the points with 14 already. Who needs to go for the pickup, and let's see if they'll be able to survive this because they're still very close to the next phase of the circle, and they might be able to go for the gatekeep.
Oh my god, Marco making a massive gamble over there. He jumped outside the house to get the res onto Yogi, but now they're both getting shot at by GOW as well as DRS. This is gonna be a slightly iffy affair. Monster truck call down. That's gonna be quite useful for them when they eventually move out. But for now, Godlike have a 2-2 split. Take a look at AVIDA. Oh my god, they take so much damage in the process of getting in. Instant heal drone deployed. Can they continue sustaining themselves against GOW? Tawan goes for the rush, hoping to break Demon's ankles. But Demon survives the encounter. Dion with the grenade launcher gets one more. And take a look at RIP. He's going in for the long flank, jumping over the glue walls, hoping to find Tawan and end him once and for all. AVIDA have been destroyed in a matter of seconds. That grenade from RIP was their undoing.
Great positioning coming from GOW at that point. I mean, they were waiting for that push to happen, especially when they got a whiff of it. But the isolation did happen, and M79 did put them down. For DRS right now, they need to be careful because not only the blue does hurt right here, but a lot of teams are targeting them, and even especially Godlike, who is very near the next phase. So GOW might be the team that would be able to stop them.
GOW, the glue wall melters on top of them don't really bother them all that much. RIP and Bjorn split across from the main force of their teammates, hoping to choke Godlike Esports with a bunch of freeze bombs. Somehow Godlike Esports find the time to get IQOO back up on their feet, and even without a Diva, they manage to actually get the res. But take a look at DRS. There's a tiny corner inside that house where they're hiding right now. Just 2 inches of breathing room. And even that won't be awarded to them because there's a Riptide Riddle on top of them, so they can't use the glue walls to protect them. The barrage of freeze bomb from Dion continues on to Godlike, because RIP and Dion both are now trying to make sure they have a crossfire angle, and Death connects onto Nancy. That's the opening that GOW was looking for, and now it's time for Dion to send it all in. Godlike and DRS actually fight each other. Alright, then that's a massive gamble. Takuri tries to go in for the ankle breaker, but Marco gets him. 2v3.
Love the push right now by Marco isolating Death, but here comes Rip right now with a Kenta trying to defend himself, and the double or the duo right now going for the push. Rip goes RIP, tries to go in, but Dion still goes down. Marco 1v1 against Death. Will he survive? No! GOW goes for the Booyah, and Death lives up to the name. The team from Vietnam are back on the board.
This has to be a massive, massive deja vu for the players of Godlike. We've seen this kind of a battle before. A single member of Godlike versus a single member of GOW in the battle for Booyah. And every single time in those 1v1s, Godlike can never finish the game. GOW get that Booyah, and this should be a massive game for them to jump from the middle of the table to somewhere near the top. I still don't think it's enough to help them activate the champion rush condition, but boy did they get close.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is where GOW are rising, especially when the top dogs are out of the picture. But this final moment, I mean, if they didn't spend that much time rushing outside the blue, Godlike could have survived even longer with 2, and Death would be meeting his demise in that final battle. But GOW, I mean, they just know how to play it safe as well as aggressive at the same time. I know the irony of that statement, but that's just how GOW is.
GOW, can they actually make their dreams come true? This is definitely a step in the right direction, maybe even a massive leap in the right direction, but their finish line is still far from close to them. Great game for them, great way to handle the heat tattoo. I especially loved how RIP and Dead, they basically split up and tried to make Godlike uncomfortable by pressuring them from multiple angles. Let's take a look at the overall standings of this game and see how many points did they actually manage to farm up. 29, just one shy of a 30 bomb, but that's still pretty big, right?
Yeah, I mean, definitely big. I mean, 29 is far away from the 2 points that they gathered in Solara, and as same goes with the 5 points that they had in Purgatory. And they had a great start in Nextera right here, but I guess this is how they roll. If the top dogs will not be targeting them, they might be able to get, or they will be able to get that Booyah. Godlike Esports with 27, IQOO Total Gaming with 20 points, and I guess with how the numbers is, the last time I remembered from earlier, it pushes IQOO Total Gaming as well as GOW close to where PE Sports and Team Falcons are. And given the fact that PE Sports, even Team Falcons, didn't get that much point, especially Team Falcons didn't get like any point from this game, so they're not activating that champion rush condition. And BIGETRON by Vitality, like they only needed one, but who's shying away from getting more? And they just got 10 plus 10 more.
Yeah, BIGETRON by Vitality. At this point, points don't matter to them. They just need to aim for the Booyah, which might just get difficult considering we have Alpine next. So let's see how far ahead they are of everyone else. 90 points. They've activated the champion rush condition. PE Sports 4 away. Falcons 6 away. Oh, okay. Total Gaming and GOW have made quite a lot of progress. They were like below 40 at one point, and now they are 30-something points away. Actually, not even 30. 27 and 26 points away, respectively. Pardon my math.
It's all right. I mean, I know that with that great performance, and if in case they will be able to follow through on that, they might be able to activate the champion rush condition on the next map. So yes, only BIGETRON by Vitality will be in there waiting for that Booyah. And you know how it is. At this point, this is no more, no Booyah, no problem. This is yes Booyah and no problem. That is what they need to achieve. But how can they do so if there's 11 teams who might be ganging up on them, targeting them, preventing them in getting that coveted Booyah to be the champions of this competition?
Like, what do BIGETRON even do at this point? Their signature aggressive playstyle is what keeps them afloat, right? The reason why they can get so many high placement point games aren't because they stay hidden and avoid danger. It's because they repel the danger away from them. And that's not something you can afford to do when you've got the BOOYAH on the line. So I think the target for the next team is going to be super duper clear. Death himself will come for BIGETRON Vitality, who happens to be the MVP of this game, by the way.
Yeah, the MVP of the game using that Nero, and we talk about how well the Nero is being used right now, and the teams are adapting to it. The players are adapting it to quite well. It's not just for the aggressors anymore. They are also being used by the snipers, which Death has been pulling it off together with the Moko, Maro, as well as Suzy. And there's a great combination that we've seen so much with the use of that Nero. Imagine you have a Riptide Rhythm and then a Nero, so you break down all those glue walls, you pull out a Nero, a Cryo Mind that prevents your opponent in erecting more glue walls, and you might be able to gun them down. So that would be the case right here for the team, but no, they chooses either Oscar, Chrono, as well as A124, and looking at this is an aggressive build.
Did they always use A124? Or did GOW actually have like a double dash composition? I am not exactly sure. Maybe my memory is not assisting me right now. But I definitely think that this is the kind of setup that you would use when you want to actually disrupt your opponents and not actually farm for the BOOYAHs yourself.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, I think there were some instances, or yeah, I would agree with you. Like Valiant Dash, like Oscar, Valiant Dash, they often add it with a Time Turner, and I can't remember if it's one time a Steffi or definitely something different, like a Tatsuya Rebel Rush, probably. Yeah. A124, most of the time we've seen them from either BIGETRON by Vitality or KAGENDRA. Indonesians really love that A124, other than the Steffi that's being pulling in. So I love this adjustment that's being pulled by GOW in terms of active skill. In terms of numbers, though, I mean, there was a little bit slowdown, but right here, as they grab that BOOYAH, they are increasing their numbers.
Definitely increasing the numbers, and every single player is contributing really well. Everybody contributing north of 2000 damage, 2200 for Dian with 3 eliminations, 2720 for RIP, and that, even though his eliminations are not as much as RIP, the amount of damage he dished out is insane, 3324. Same with Demon. Him and RIP were basically rushing down the throats of their opponents, while Death from behind is providing some really good assistance. And it was actually Death who managed to get the early knocks onto Godlike Esports in that final circle, so he was really a big factor in this entire game.
Yeah, let's look right now at circle analysis, where the teams have rotated so far. And from what we've seen in GOW, there were some instances that they were in trouble. Hanger saved them, or RIP did save them, go for full revive, and then they end up looting up in Rimnam Village. And that's where the slowdown began for GOW. If it wasn't for NINZA, they will not get that much points. But you can see how late they are rotating right now, and how safe they are playing it on the ridge of that, just onto the side of Pochinok. And then all they have to do right now is wait, take that advantage, and they grab that BOOYAH. But we saw earlier in the final shot, that was not an easy BOOYAH. It was a 1v1. It just so happened that Death has more HP.
Yeah, and I think it's also psychological, because we've seen a Godlike versus GOW 1v1 in a Purgatory game before, and once again it was Death in that 1v1. He wins that duel against another member of Godlike Esports, so it's just history repeating itself all over again. But this time GOW will be very happy to sit through that boring history lesson. A rather dull game for them in the 3rd circle, but they really picked up the pace in the 5th and 6th circle, getting a bunch of eliminations to their name and almost getting a 30-pointer game. 29 to their name is a massive game to contribute, but they're still at somewhere around the 53 or 54 point mark, so they're still a long way off from that champion rush.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one great game that would bring them champion rush condition, but 2 normal games from these teams like GOW and IQOO Total Gaming, and this is what the threat is. And those who are late, a little bit too late, and grab it, all those points, early parts or the first half of this game, or of this day, because like you are just catching up to those who are very close. And BIGETRON by Vitality is already there. PE Sports is very close. Team Falcons, not quite sure what happened right there. I think they were just sleeping right now, but they're also close to achieving that champion rush condition. So let's head now onto the preferred drop spot. And again, there's a few contenders that might be eyeing where BIGETRON by Vitality is. If you can eliminate them early, then there's a chance for the rest to achieve even more champion rush conditions.
And there are plenty of people on that northern side of the map who can actually track down BIGETRON by Vitality. Nightmare and AVIDA Esports, you know that Nightmare are not going to commit all of their members into that fight. And AVIDA, yes, they fight really well, but they can't chase everyone. So imagine this condition, right? Where Nightmare Esports run away from AVIDA into Garrison, hoping to avoid that fight. And AVIDA chase them all the way to Garrison. And then both the teams somehow end up getting in a hairball fight with BIGETRON Vitality. That would be the craziest thing that could happen. Something even crazier is PE Sports and KAGENDRA, all of them, you know, making that northern rotation towards Militia and somehow intercept BIGETRON by Vitality on the way. That could also happen. So all eyes on this one team who's dropping in Garrison, supposedly dropping in Garrison.
How you're thinking right now, Crips, diabolical. Because
I swear,
everyone, like BIGETRON is in dead smack in the center of a lot of teams in this preferred drop spot. And if this is true, then they can make it work. Now, I also know a little bit of BTR because especially seeing how BTR or BIGETRON by Vitality is working right now. Yes, no BOOYAH, but when needed, they get that BOOYAH. Now, they might be moving far away from everyone else. Dock is still open, or they might go straight to Stadium. So hopefully no one's here listening out of the team to give BTR that opportunity to not be engaged early.
I mean, I would have assumed they go towards Vantage to avoid all the battles, but we have seen Vantage fights in the play-in as well. But you're right, it's been so long since I've seen a battle in Stadium. I don't remember it happening across the main event, so maybe that's my memory eluding me, or maybe that is an area which teams actually tend to avoid. So if that is indeed the case, then BIGETRON Vitality, they really know what to do. Or at least they should have figured out where they need to drop if they want to survive that early chaos.
Well, let's see now, because in a bit we're going to see that unfold. Whether what we say is true, or BIGETRON would just go follow a different script and just run away with this after this game. That will be depending on Dan. But let's take a look right now on our predictions. And I'm going against the grain. I know a lot of teams have been moving, especially for Team Falcons. Their failure in there might have lost a lot of fans, like hopes that they will be able to achieve the champion rush condition, though it's very close. But I'm still rooting for them. NG Pros, the same goes, because they know how to deal with Team Falcons as well, survive a little bit longer. And DRS, I don't want to put them out because we saw them in the final moment as well in that previous map.
Yep, and I'm really happy that you have also picked Falcons and NG Pros. Great minds think alike, almost to a similar degree. The only difference is I've picked up AVIDA instead of DRS, and I don't really have any reason why I picked up AVIDA, but I just think that their overall survivability is going to help them. And it's the same reason I used in the previous game as well, the same logic I'm applying it over here as well. So those are my predictions. But yeah, it would be really disappointing if Falcons have yet another game where they get eliminated early and yet another game where they can't activate the champion rush condition, even though they're so damn close.
Yeah, imagine from the main event. If I'm not mistaken, they were top in like average placement per match as well as average elimination per map. And I don't know what's happening. I mean, probably they want to throw off the numbers just so that they will not be targeted. And they always, like, the reason why they were strong because they were invisible like half of the game. There was just like unseen, and they're targeting a lot of unsuspecting opponents or enemies who are stragglers after being gunned down by a different, and then that's when they stack up the points. But right now, early engagement, that is where they are slowly falling, and I won't be surprised if this is what NG Pros might be taking advantage. So let's see if this is something that they can do, or probably they will pull away from NG Pros because they have a lot more of problem of themselves. But there's no more waiting. Let's jump into the next map and let's get ready for this fight in Alpine.
We are halfway through the day, ladies and gentlemen. game number 5 on your screens right now. We have a maximum of 10 games with the potential to end everything early if BIGETRON gets the booyah in this game itself. Everybody else gunning for the top of this table. PE Esports and Falcons within touching distance of the match point condition. IQOO Total Gaming and GW in hot pursuit as well, but they still have a ways to go. This game could determine whether or not we go the distance.
All right, well, VTR still following the script. They are dropping near Garrison, but who is against them? It's AVIDA XKDC. Now let's see if they're hungry enough to go for this engagement, probably eliminating the squad, but no! Ffmai right now, and everyone is not even pulling any of the ground loot just yet, just dealing with a mini Uzi, and I'm loving how even it is. And Tawan pulling away from all this engagement, but unfortunately, backstab coming from Ffmai. Now, we are seeing shots from afar. BTR still a full squad, but has already the 2 elimination that can give them an opening to move away from these engagement as well as loot up even more. But PE Esports, another team in concession for that champion. If they can get more points in here, they can rest it easy for the rest of the game.
Jesus. KAGENDRA are not taking any prisoners. They're going for BTR and PE Esports. They deliberately target the top dogs of this entire lobby. I wish I had that level of confidence. Dead is just avoiding the confrontations by moving so well around the glue walls. He jumps back out, hoping to challenge another one. They dealt with the AVIDA Hailstorm for now, but KAGENDRA, they need to go all the way around. Dead is just unable to find angles. Yeah, and all his momentum is dead in its tracks. PE Esports, 3 more eliminations, 1 point away from Champion Rush. Come on, man, just do it already.
Getting close, I mean, getting close, getting there. They see a glue wall in there in the horizon, and I think this is the one thing that Dead was waiting for. I mean, just bring them in the open and give an opening for his teammates to go for those shots. But unfortunately, even PE Esports were not moving that much and not given that opportunity. But as we see, it is KAGENDRA back in on their knees or on their feet right now. Raz for the shot, but unfortunately there's just too much in there, and Nero with Parafal brings him down.
PE Esports, there you go, ladies and gentlemen, 80 points. Champion Rush activated. Ffmai though doesn't look like he's gonna be able to get his teammates the booyah this game. He's going for a merry joyride along the water. I mean, this does open up quite a lot of options.
Yeah, I mean, this is very far from everyone else, and I was surprised. I mean, AVIDA was the first contender that went against BTR, but they managed to win that fight, and we didn't see who slowly bring them down. Now, as we look into the RS, delete. Well, will about to be deleted at this point, bringing 2 points to the RS, and they will be moving in on the next phase. IQTG right now, Ayush will be taken down. It's Froex right now, waiting for that confirm to happen, but Takori not even picked up. They don't want to risk being in the open right now, but here comes the rest of the squad for the rescue.
So DRS weather that storm. They repel away the invaders in the shape of IQTG. Total Gaming have to now go and find another vending machine, which will be available for their disposal. For now, though, Godlike Esports have ganged up on Ffmai, NINZA and Marco, hoping to challenge this 1v2 battle before the backup from GODLIKE arrives, but Ffmai holds his own. He gets the knock. Marco, on the other hand, acts as the insurance policy and goes for the res. That vending machine is being heavily contested by both these teams, but now Nightmare Esports know that Godlike are on top of this house. Marco sprays one more down, but Farhan and Amin come through with a double. The res comes through instantly, and they just survive so much more than Godlike Esports. Godlike can keep on getting knocks after knocks, but they just simply cannot get the confirmations.
I do love how well Godlike tried to defend themselves, and even Nightmare was slowed down in going for the push, but they just have the numbers. I mean, 2 sets would be able to go for the gun against those glue walls, and then the rest would just be waiting for the gates to open up. But for Meta Ninja right now, 2 elimination, they are still in roll, but shot from Manu. Once again, this guy out of nowhere hitting everyone with that Parafal, and even RNS couldn't do anything. Ripside Rhythm opens the doors, and there goes another knockdown. And this time it's Anubab who made it work.
Meta Ninja and NG Pros, The battle between the teams at the bottom of the table. This might just look like a slugfest. It might just look ugly, but these teams are also closing in towards that halfway point of the Champion Rush condition. With 40 points, they're just a little bit away. Halfway there to the Champion Rush. But then again, that depends on whether or not this tournament will go on for that long.
Let's see though. Aztec, not a weapon that you would use right now. Pushing low shots. Thompson for any other. But, well, there goes a Cryo Mine. Exposes his position. Also does a little bit of damage. But Vincent will be moving, or not moving at all. Trying to go for revive. And there goes a run. But here comes the rest of the team. Now, it's not only them. As you can see in the minimap, we are seeing a couple that is tagged by that hit list. And their target, I guess they're going for the wrong team. The target should be AVIDA, but they are seeing another. But BTR right now, well, it's a good thing that Ffmai managed to go for full revive for the rest of the squad. And then instantaneously, after KAGENDRA has been taken down, he went back.
Yeah, but see how far apart they are from each other. Kyong died in a completely different location. Deeks plugs him into Fusion. And this way, BTR, by spreading out, they're actually diversifying the risk. But if they actually get into a fight, they have very little chance of winning with no trading potential if they aren't close to each other. Marco takes shots onto Gopu OP. Farhan coming in to back Gopu OP up. Can they actually confirm all of these? Because all the damage that was dealt to them before has been healed up. Oh my goodness. That's another one. Nightmare lose a player. Amin with the nade does get a knock, but instantly Nightmare Esports recover so fast. I love how they are responding this quickly. The trade from Gopu Opu comes through even though Amin lost his life.
Quadra kill.
Yeah, well, Nightmare already in their 9th elimination. No need for a revive, because the pickup has been done on Amin. But here comes on the other side, Charge Buster domination coming from these guys of AVIDA. A little bit more hungrier, and slowly they are dealing with PE Sports. LVT right now, well, no love for him, only shots, and they are slowly losing their players. But it's a good thing that a revive has been done already, and they have 2 more in the plate. But AVIDA right now might be able to go in for that finisher on Lao Ho. Now, will PE Sports be able to rush in and for those revive, or just follow what BTR is doing? And now that, like earlier when you were talking about it, I'm just thinking about it. Like, it increases the chance of them being eliminated early, but it also gives an opportunity to pull teams away from specific direction. And similar to what we're seeing, GOW goes in for the chase, and Kyong just gotten away from them and regroups with the rest. So if they jump here, I guess BTR might be able to take advantage and gun them down.
Or get gunned down in the process and get that much further away from the BOOYAH. So there's a chance that AVIDA might pursue them. There's a chance that Total Gaming go in for the full send. But this is still a rather far away battle, you know. This is still distance poking. So maybe Total Gaming aren't going in for the full send just yet. BIGETRON's life spared for now. That being said, though, I like how BIGETRON Esports, even though they were playing really far apart from each other, they were really split up. They managed to get all their players together. And despite the setbacks that they suffered early game, all 4 of them are up right now, all 4 of them together, and they have decent enough loot. Same goes for PE Sports, right? At one point, Lao Ho was the only person surviving. And he did die, but before he died, just moments before he got down on his knees, he used his vending machine and got 2 of his teammates back up. So these teams at the top, they're just holding on by a thread, but that's all they need to do for now.
Yeah, I mean, other than NINZA, who has been eliminated, the rest of the squads are being passive. And I'm not expecting this for those very far. But I guess I do understand. If they face against BTR, PE Sports, Team Falcons, let's include those that are very close, then they might be losing their chance of getting as much point as possible. And then, on the other hand, the top dogs will not be like roaming around, similar to what we've seen them do in the early parts of this day or of this tournament. And like everyone will just be on a standstill, finding the best position to take and then just sticking with that. But we are seeing a battle between IQOO, Total Gaming, as well as BTR right now. Trade-off has happened, but There goes PE Sports as well, losing one of the players through those shots. But as you can see, the arsenal already gathered by BTR. And you did point out that they have a sufficient amount of loot, and they're still adding more to it.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing that you will be lacking, except for your lives, will be loot. So they need to stock up on their meds, stock up on their glue balls. More importantly, make sure that all their abilities are available to use. Because some of them have used the tactical markets to get the mini launch pads already. And those will be quite important, especially now that we are heading towards the 4th circle. Oh, UAV sent ahead. Will this actually scan up the members of IQOO Total Gaming? Nope, I think it actually ends up scanning NG Pros instead. So that's still a lot of information that BTR can work with.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they do have their eyes on IQOO Total Gaming, especially with Nero, that has been let out by Ffmai, and then they pull out that UAV just to make sure that they will not be backstabbed. Staying in the middle circle, one of the plans in most cases to get close to the next phase or each phase of the circle, but it has its own risk. And I guess with the preparation they have done, they've gathered so much of glue walls just to cover 2 of the openings in that arsenal. So smart from BTR right now, because if I'm not mistaken, it was Ffmai who has 12. So imagine if everyone has more than 10 of those glue walls, like it would look unlimited, and everyone would just be pulled in one area, and they're just going against each other as BTR will be waiting for the opportunity for the BOOYAH. So that's how I see the story goes, but there's still plenty of team alive in this fight.
BTR, though, I kind of feel iffy about their position. That arsenal in the center, yeah, sure, it grants them access to pretty much every team. They can take shots at everyone, but then again, are they really looking to take shots? Are they really looking to get into fights? Godlike Esports in a little bit of trouble as I see their names on the elimination feed. They are facing PE Sports. But at the same time, Falcons are taking on GOW, so this is a much more difficult fight. Falcons survive. GOW have been brought down to their knees. And Falcons don't lose any players at all, so all 4 of them now alive. Falcons 1 point away from Champion Rush condition. And they get it. They steal an elimination away. And even Godlike have been eliminated.
Oh, definitely. I mean, PE Sports very close as well, but unfortunate, like very unfortunate compared to BTR, they are being gunned down by the ones who are aiming to be champions. But I don't believe this. IQOO Total Gaming has an opportunity to take a peek, shoot at them, but they are not taking it. Probably it's because of pressure of these players, especially Ffmai with that cryo mine, that plushie, that is not giving them that opportunity. The moment that they are tagged, and if your player, if your character has a Moko in it, then you would see those arrows marking them. And you know exactly if they're moving in and out of that compound. Smart move coming from BTR.
AVIDA, smart shots coming in from them. Anusid gets the elimination onto Stroix. The glue walls keep them safe from the remaining members of DRS as they are all fighting on the border of this compound. Longkong, though, tries to go in for a flank. Can he actually get an angle onto Takuri? KAGENDRA, on the other hand, have now started fighting Falcons, and that's a completely different battle on the other end of the map. But for now, Tavan and Pablo both take the high ground. They don't let DRS even breathe for a second. Back onto the other fight. Falcons Esports are survived by only Limit X7, and Kiba will make sure that he meets his demise.
Now, this will be the threat, though, to the champion for Falcons. Yes, they have achieved the champion rush condition, but we still have BTR who's still alive, and they might be one of the team who might be who can stop them quite easily. So this is troublesome right now. Final 4 teams remain, and the arena's getting crazy. Now let's see if BTR can hang a little bit longer as the Blues closing in, and they're only one of the 2 teams that have a full squad. NG Pros targeting KAGENDRA, losing that chance of stacking more points, and only 1 remain for the team.
Aztec sprays them down with that machine gun. BIGETRON and NG Pros are the only teams who have somewhat of a position that's close to the edge of that circle. Every other team will have to traverse a much larger distance. So BIGETRON force all their attention towards NG Pros. Pablo lands the headshot onto Seabank. So BIGETRON need to watch their backs. And now Tavantos is in the distance. BIGETRON are about to get sandwiched. They need to make a move and they decide to move on to NG Pros. On goes the onslaught. Manu, Aztec, all of them trying to survive. Koja with that grenade blows up Aztec to smithereens. Cropsy and Manu find cover. Manu prones under the cover. Kyong can't make that crossing. Will be shot down by Anusid. And AVIDA are hot on their heels. And now both the teams turn around and take out the tournament potential champions. This game will drag on for much longer. 1v3. Cropsy, touted as the best player in India, will not be able to survive against AVIDA. And they get this booyah.
AVIDA x KDC, the key to extending the game, and that was very close for BIGETRON by Vitality. I mean, they chose the right target, I would say, because they saw NG Pros backing away from that moment. The only problem was there was a delay in their movement, and AVIDA was just very close in there, not only with the snipe and also with that hit from the Winchester against one of the players, reducing their chances of grabbing that booyah. We're going to take a peek on how that happened and see how that unfolded. But NG Pros right now, I mean, they didn't know that KAGENDRA will be rushing against them, and this is the final moment. Like, they are targeting NG Pros, but AVIDA is just relentless.
Yeah, AVIDA are super relentless, man. I love it when they turn up the aggression and take initiative themselves. They could have very easily let NG Pros and BIGETRON duke it out. They could have let NG Pros do their dirty work, do their bidding, but AVIDA take matters into their own hands. A much needed booyah along with a massive 16-7 and 17 elimination game puts them in the running.
Let's see though, I mean, AVIDA x KDC right now, and if I'm not mistaken, they were very, very low in terms of numbers, but great points, similar to what we've seen in GOW before they grabbed that booyah, and as well as IQOO Gaming after grabbing the most of numbers from that specific game. But now we are going to take a look into game standings, how much each team has gathered, and who might be able to grab or already achieve the champion rush condition. One thing for sure is, other than BTR, we have Esports and Team Falcons who got that already. But who gets very close? 30 bomb coming from AVIDA x KDC, a solid 24 from NG Pros that would bring them closer to that champion rush.
Much, much closer. NG Pros desperately needed those points. They were towards the bottom two of the table. So an upward trajectory is all they can go towards. 24 points, that should put them somewhere around the 40 to 50 point mark. Still very far away. Nightmare Esports though, with an 18-pointer game, they are hovering towards the 60 or 70-ish mark. We will find out soon enough where they are. BIGETRON by Vitality, fine 15 points. But are those 15 points worth anything? Absolutely not. They've crossed 100 points, by the way, in totality.
Oh, yeah.
So, if we don't crown a winner by the 10th game, then BIGETRON will take it by default. But let's see whether or not we get to that point. Esports as well as KAGENDRA, 13 points for them each. Not bad, but it's much, much better for Esports because they've been able to activate the champion rush condition as well.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, 3 teams that are aiming it. They were doing it early, but unfortunately earlier they falter, and now they managed to achieve this. Now, like, overall standings, I believe this is what we're going to see right now. Let's see who has managed to grab the champion rush. Yep, we were right, top 3, but AVIDA x KDC, 10 points away from that 80 points. GOW Esports would be a little too far though, 21, but we've seen them get that in a game. But that was given the fact that the top dogs will be eliminated early, and we don't see it happening quite soon because 3 will be chasing for that booyah.
Yeah, 3 of them will already be chasing that booyah. I don't know if that's gonna affect the overall aggression level in this lobby because Kalahari is already one of those maps where teams are reluctant to leave their compounds, leave their established positions and go out of their way to full rush a team. So with 3 of these teams already playing for the BOOYAH, I think we're going to see a much more fortified level of gameplay from all these teams. AVIDA, as you said, 10 points away from the champion rush condition. GOW 21 points, Total Gaming KAGENDRA 22 points away, NG Pro 23 points away, Nightmare Esports, DRS, all of them are closing in towards that 50-point mark. They just need one big game. All the teams from 6th to the 11th spot just need one big game, and they will be near the champion rush condition, except for Meta Ninja, because they are way too far away from any sort of a champion rush position.
Yeah, and they're one big game away from godlike esports. So let's see if that is something they can achieve. But let's take a look at the MVP of that game. 6 elimination, 27, 28 on damage and 7 assists. Our MVP would be Pablo, and he's the support of the team with that basic therapy as well as focus therapy being brought in by Cassie, Joseph right now, Silver Spoon, as well as Tiva's pickup and Olivia's healing touch. Now, I'm really loving that he's giving that opportunity for the team to survive even longer, and it showed on that final moment. And even if it's the support, he can wear an NF590 that can bring more damage for his rusher.
Yep. And while he's gonna be sticking close to his rusher, and they are both just pumping everyone with that M590, he also has the ability to stick close to his teammates so that he can just instantly go in for the res. I mean, you saw how good this ability was in that fight against DRS, because they were at that time getting shot from their backs as well. So AVIDA managed to survive that encounter against DRS. Not only that, but they also managed to make it into the zone while being shot at by BTR. They could have been shot at by NG Pros as well. Like, you see how Aztec was using that machine gun for that double kill. He did really well. But despite all of that, AVIDA held on. They sustained, and they had many more players than anybody else in the final battle. And having those numbers, having that man advantage really contributes a lot.
Yeah, let's see though. Let's see on how well they formulated this plan to get this BOOYAH. As we take a look at the team stats right now, Valiant and Dash coming from Taiwan's Oscar, A124 Thrilla Battle from Long Kong, and Anuzit with that Nero. Now, what's deadly at this point is, again, Oscar's Valiant Dash plus Nero, both of them ganging on the glue walls that can barricade the opponents in final moments like what we've seen earlier. But it just so happened that they really don't need to pull that off, because BTR was pulling away from them, and even the opponents on the other side, the final guy from, I believe that's NG Pros, will not be able to go for so much of a fight. So they just went in head on. A124 to help them to prevent, like, give them 20 seconds of no skills being used by the opponent. So smart move in there, a rusher build overall.
Yeah, overall a massive rusher build from the side of AVIDA x KDC. The only drawback of this team composition is that the lack of a chrono can make it somewhat difficult for them to go in for reses in situations where they can't afford to use glue walls. And that also means that they'll have to use their glue UAVs very wisely. But resource management has never been a problem for AVIDA x KDC. So they are probably the only kind of team that can sustain this kind of a team composition. It really suits them. They might even switch it up as they get closer to the champion rush condition, but that's a conversation for later. Let's take a look at the team stats. They are almost similar. Every single player at around 2,700 to 2,900 points of damage, except for Tawan.
Yeah, I mean, Tawan a little bit slow down here, but he did manage to get a lot of assists right there, and as well as knockdowns. Probably because he's always in the front line, and we've seen Tawan going ahead than the rest of the squad, like listening for those footsteps, trying to get information a little bit early, and with that Valiant Dash, he can either move in quite quickly or move away if needed. So I guess that's one reason as well why he has been denied of a lot of points in terms of elimination. But doesn't matter, it is a full effort coming from AVIDA x KDC right now, and in a bit we're going to see as well, focusing on AVIDA x KDC on how they rotated, because pretty much we've seen the other teams, and AVIDA was like some other teams who are getting the BOOYAH nowhere in sight.
Let's take a look at the circle analysis, ladies and gentlemen. As you see, AVIDA dropped towards the northern end of the map, and we teased a potential clash against BIGETRON. They had that clash. BIGETRON ran away into the water, and AVIDA then fought NG Pros. NG Pros actually were way more aggressive than anyone else, so they went towards the center of the circle looking for fights way more. And AVIDA were taking a chill pill just to the south of Militia before they dip back outside the zone to make sure that they get a piece of the pie against Esports and Godlike. And after the circle started shrinking, they're like, alright, let's hold on to Militia. They wipe out DRS. That's the only team that can challenge them inside of the Militia compounds. And then when the circle drags them into the open, they decide to time their attack perfectly against NG Pros and BIGETRON, who are busy shooting at each other.
I mean, definitely a great move coming from VIDA, XKDC, and they understood the assignment. I mean, they dealt with BTR early. We saw that earlier. And the only unfortunate factor is they didn't get a confirmation of the full squad of BTR. But they did manage to go follow it through towards the end. So all good for them. All's well that ends well, but it's not end just yet because we're still on and no one is declared the champion, despite of seeing a lot more of those fights. So let's see if this next map would be it. And Kalahari, I know there will be a more slowdown in terms of elimination as well as a knockdown from the team because of how open the map is.
Yeah, so that could potentially be slowed down because of the terrain of the map. And on top of that, there's 3 big names which are so close to the BOOYAH that they might not even prepare for battle. They might just, hunker down and fortify themselves up. So I'm expecting a very slow Kalahari over here. Yeah. And if at all we end up seeing any drop spots, I will be happy about it. I will be pleasantly surprised.
Well, let's see though, as we look at the prepared drop right now, and looking at it, BTR would be far away from everyone other than Nightmare. But from history if history corrects, gets it right, if they deal with Nightmare in early engagement, then they will be able to get a few more points. Now, the only thing that they have to work with is to go around everyone else. And I would say if you're going for that BOOYAH, the focus should be on Refinery. Despite of how much team is in there, targeting Refinery, especially Godlike. And correct me if I'm wrong, Godlike would be sticking to this drop, even if VIDA and PE Sports will be dropping there as well.
Yeah, correct. Godlike are too stubborn to move out of Refinery, so they're gonna hold their ground. And they will die on that hill, or rather, whatever you call it. They will die on that metal platform. So, they're not gonna bow out to anyone. NG Pros also, they stick true to their drop location. They are most likely gonna roam around the entire northern sector, across Oldhampton, confinement, across Council Hall, maybe even Bayfront. I haven't seen them step into Bayfront in a while, but if the circle takes them there, they're definitely gonna roam around and pick up a lot more fights, because as we've seen in the previous game, NG Pros have been getting a lot of those eliminations right, and I think they need to step it up if they want to get closer to that champion rush condition. They are just 20-something points away, so why not?
Well, let's see. I mean, why not indeed? And a lot of teams are very, very close, or around the same area as well. We have GOW in 21 points, but IQOO Total Gaming, 22, KAGENDRA, NG Pros, as well as Nightmare Esports. But before we go anywhere else, let's take a look at our predictions. GOW, KAGENDRA, and AVIDA XKDC. Now, just to be honest to every one of you, I locked this in even before AVIDA grabbed that BOOYAH. It's because of how well they played it in the previous maps, or the previous day when they are in Kalahari.
Yeah, so Kalahari is a very strong map for all the 3 teams that you've picked up. GOW, KAGENDRA, AVIDA, I think they can all perform really well on Kalahari. I've picked up Non-Stop Gaming because I expect them to get a bunch of eliminations, and I already, told you that these guys are the Northern Hunters. They hunt down everybody on the northern part of the map. Now, I'm taking a bit of a risk by picking both Falcons as well as BIGETRON, because if this prediction comes true, this is it. This is the last game. This is the end of the FFM Asia Invitational.
Yeah. Now, in terms of luck, in terms of jinxing a team, you will have a better luck than I do. Because if I put up a team right there, I mean, I would be jinxing them, and they might be blaming me for not being the champion. So, and that's a reason, though, why I'm not putting them on the board. But I did explain that already. But I guess it's up to them. It's still up to them. Depending on the team, what the rotation is, very close with BTR in there on that final moment. But it's so close, so near, yet so far once again. Not only in the points, but the opportunity.
Yeah, and if you deny them the opportunity, that hurts even more. And that's also why I'm not afraid of being the guy who puts that caster's curse. So far, I've been the guy who has turned something into more of a caster's blessing. I've been that guy so far. But hey, I'm not gonna steal credit away from these teams. If they win, it's gonna be based on their own merit. Nothing to do with me. I'm not superstitious.
Well, well, that's one thing that we are looking forward to, if they will be staying true to that name, because, well, the name of the game right now is to get that BOOYAH, especially for 3 teams that is on top of the board. But right now, there's no more waiting. Let's fuel the fire right here, because it's heating up in Kalahari. This is game number 6 of the Grand Finals of Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, this could potentially be the last game of the tournament if BIGETRON, Esports and Falcons hold their ground. Do we see them going for any potential drop clash? Oh yes, Esports are heading into the thick of things. Hot dropping against Godlike Esports on Refinery. This could ruin their tournament. Nancy with a double elimination. LBT and Lauhao already out. Nero goes in for a massive risky revive, but he can't save LBT. Lauhao at least gets picked up, but he pays for it with his own life. And now it's all up to Nolan. This Nolan will have to beat the filmmaker if he wants to write an epic script over here, but his story comes to an end before the credits even roll out, and Godlike wipe out Esports within a matter of seconds.
Great work being done by Godlike right now. Another team might be their Nightmare. Let's see if Nightmare will be able to bring that fight, but good on them that they can bring back Yogi, wait for the perfect opportunity. Even Farhan might be targeted by Nancy right here, Kingfisher in hand, and there goes that blue wall to save him a little bit for the backstab. Going from Nancy brings Farhan down. Even Amin was pushed away. Now let's see if they will be able to survive even further, because Godlike seems they will be the god of Refinery at this moment.
Yeah, and the gods continue to reign supreme over here, raining down thunderbolts from above. DRS, what are you doing here? You're not welcome here, says NG Pro, says Godlike Esports as well as Nightmare. Now Godlike, they leave the central compound of Refinery and go closer towards the quadruple compound, which just borders onto Bayfront. And they want to chase down Stroex. Is it really worth it though? Sending 3 players after just one guy? Like, I get it, you want them out. But DRS can easily go for the revives. They have all 4 players up, so this 1 point will just get you, as it is on the surface, it will get you just 1 point.
Yeah, well, before the game started, they need 29 points to achieve the champion rush condition. Now they have 6, so it's down to 23. So every point really matters at this moment. And if you want to get ahead, like everyone that you see is potentially a target, potentially a BTR, a PE Sports, as well as a Team Falcon. So they've dealt with PE Sports already, and all they have to do is deal with the rest, and then gather as much points as possible to achieve the champion rush condition. So I guess it's a mindset, and we've seen how aggressive they are. There's like all or nothing gameplay, and I'm loving it from Godlike.
I am also loving it from IQOO Total Gaming, who are also battling against AVIDA as well as GOW at the same time. So there's a 3-team battle going on somewhere else on the map. But for now, we will take a look at Takuri with 1 HP trying to run away and survive. Can he make it? No, he can't. Nancy sprays him down with that MP40. And Marco will get that confirmation. There's also plenty of vending machines around them, so they can obviously go in for the revives. But hold up. I don't think Godlike survived this one, because BIGETRON are here and they want their heads. They take their wings and clip them before they make landfall.
Echo right now. Doesn't even hear the echo of those gunshots. And they force Godlike to move away. And great angle that Koja has taken in there. It's just delayed because there's 2 that managed to jump away from them. But now, it's only Yogi that remains, and in front of him would be Amin. And we've seen that earlier as well, that they are one of the teams, or Godlike's one of the teams that slowed them down from moving into Refinery. So there's a little bit of payback that might be happening. But Farhan right now, a little bit too near onto Koja. Great shot though. And managed to go for knock. Here comes Farhan for backstab. Valiant dash. And Farhan will be taken down. Koja will be back on his feet.
Deeks did really well in that situation. Put up the glue wall to make sure that he doesn't get shut down in the middle of that revive, and then uses the dash to break his opponent's ankles. He does get Koja back up, but pays for it with his own life. So Hitman gets that elimination, gets the confirmation as well. But that's no problem for them because BIGETRON have access to another vending machine. They might not be able to use this one, but like they knew what they were getting into when they went towards Shrines. They knew this vending machine is over here, and they knew there's going to be at least one team present over here. So I'm actually very surprised that BIGETRON are playing this aggressively.
Oh, yeah. I guess they're just going into for the signature move. I mean, they tried to be passive. They tried, and they were in trouble most of the time. So why not play it to their heart's content, how they play it well, similar to what we've seen earlier, and they might be able to grab that BOOYAH. If not, then they might be denying the other teams who can grab that BOOYAH and achieve that champion condition. So now, you have GOW, another team into contention of achieving the champion rush, but in front of them is NINZA. Behind them is NG Pro, so they need to be cautious. But on the other side, On Fire and Pina doing work on IQOO TG. Now let's see if there will be any survivors from that battle as we continue on GOW. Rip right now, being ripped apart in AVIDA. XKDC are the guys to do it.
AVIDA XKDC just heard the gunshots and they were like, yup, we want this battle. They never thought that they'd get an opportunity to third party in Stone Ridge, but the moment you saw GOW and, if I'm not wrong, NINZA, those two teams fight, AVIDA were like, yup, we can take them on. Let's just get into it. And now their next target is right in front of them. Cropsy and Aztec, rather oblivious to AVIDA, looking down on them like a bunch of hawks. And now they do take shots, but NG Pros, now they have plenty of time to adjust to this one and hopefully regroup with their teammates.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, there's plenty of time for everyone.
Condition, don't they?
Yeah, they do. They do. Like, everyone is chasing for the champion rush condition. But AVIDA, I mean, there's plenty of time that they can spare right now. We're only in the first phase of the circle. A lot has happened compared to what we've seen earlier. And I guess this is playing with the patience with every team in this map. One is BTR. Again, we've seen them play it passively. Now they are going aggressive, but they couldn't really move that much because of that lightning zone. But Nightmare, well, they might be sleeping and dreaming, but BTR would be waking them up or probably moving them to sleep. Now, let's see if that happens if Sipenk will be able to make that shot. But on the other side, Team Falcons, who is doing a number on Vincent. Now, will he be able to go for the confirm?
Poor NINZA, they've just been running from one place to the other, hoping to get their teammates back up. They lost most of them to AVIDA XKDC, and now Falcons are after them. Man, these teams just cannot give them a break, and NINZA are really struggling over here. Down to just two players, one of them on like 1 HP. Oh, there you go, there's the third player out, I think. So RNS, yeah, he's been found. Limit X7 takes him down, and NINZA just one player away from dying entirely.
No!
Oh no, Godlike find them.
Marco, well, Marco was playing Marco Polo at this point, and he found him. But, well, let's see. AVIDA XKDC, no slowdown for them, and Kagendra would be their next contender. Now, Kiba, a little too fast on that hook gun, and then Nusit was just waiting for that perfect opportunity. Just so happens that Jojo will be in there in high ground, and here comes a battle onto the low ground. Raz being chased by Long Kong, and he will be long gone. Now it is up to Jojo, who tried to survive, but Long Kong still managed to get that shot, and there you have it. AVIDA has eliminated Kagendra. Now it's a wrong Indonesian team, but still they will deal with it.
Oh, and look what the cat dragged in. This massive fight between KAGENDRA and AVIDA Esports has drawn the attention of Falcons. Will Falcons actually commit to this one though? They can afford to do so. It's still the second zone. They can tank a little bit of the blue zone damage and then get in towards AVIDA, because this would be a rather isolated fight. Very less potential of getting third partied in Stone Ridge unless the circle pulls in this direction.
Oh no. Well, not only will be the Falcons that they need to worry about, but there's a lot of teams that will be surrounding them. And AVIDA XKDC is just trying to survive. Here comes a jump, but it's not directly towards AVIDA. And the moment that they saw that jump, they are going the other side. Nuzin is right in the scout and making sure that that area is clear. So Falcons and AVIDA will not be going into CQCs just yet, but we know the capability of both teams. They have that long-range advantage, and NG Pros might be able to disrupt that flow.
So the area to the north of Stone Ridge is now getting heavily occupied. NG Pros, as well as Godlike Esports, AVIDA, these guys are just going to be unruly neighbors to each other. Falcons still control most of Stone Ridge. They enjoy the high ground advantage for the time being, but they are also on the edge of the circle, so if it pulls away from them, they will have to move the most. At least they have access to a vending machine in case they lose a player or two, so that's nice insurance policy to have. That being said, though, with 4 of these teams already present in and around Stone Ridge, what are the rest of the teams doing? They're still hanging around the northern parts of the map. IQOO Total Gaming and Nightmare Esports are fighting a battle which isn't being looked at by anybody, not even us observers.
Yeah, I mean, we still have 8 teams remaining and a lot of potential as well as concurrent battle that is happening. So let's see if this is something that we might be able to let go. But one thing is for sure, BTR has found their safety in Refinery. Last time we saw them, they were in Refinery, they have the high ground, and we know how Jojo is. He might be able to bring that fight on that area. But the Blues closing in right now, and this is what everyone was waiting for. 3rd to the 4th phase. Once this closes, the next phase will be showing up, and then that's when they can plan on their next move.
Yeah, all these teams are not going to move anytime soon. Unless the circle forces them out, which I don't see happening for the next minute or two. But what about the other teams who are still towards Refinery?
Yep.
You mentioned Bigetron had made Refinery their home. Surely now they'll have to abandon it. Maybe like a tiny amount of command post might still be in the zone. We'll have to take a look at the circle to be absolutely sure about that. But now it's time for Falcons to do some recon. They send their drone in towards AVIDA Esports and, you know, AVIDA XKDC shoot it down. Information denial is going to be super important right now.
Yeah. Let's see, though. So far, it's a standstill. A standoff. Well, I couldn't say Mexican standoff because there's 3 teams right here, potentially 4 on the other side, but no one is moving, not even blinking. They don't want to miss anyone jumping in against them or probably shooting them down. But as we can see, the middle part of the circle is in command post. I won't be surprised if a couple will be in there. There's plenty of small compounds to work with that, but Nightmare taking shots, and I believe that's on NG Pros.
Ooh.
But Nightmare right now needs to be careful. On the other side, it is a different team who managed to knock down a Nubov, and IQOO TG moving in, receiving damage from the blue. Hopefully they can put up a glue wall, and they manage to land safely, but it is a little bit too risky, and there goes NG Pros Nubov taking Shoto down.
Shoto down, and now Total Gaming will have very little access to vending machines to get their player back up. They had to tank so much blue zone damage and go all the way around the circle to get inside over here, while at the same time they were battling Nightmare Esports on the move. So yeah, they pay for it with their lives, they pay for it with the life of Shoto, but at least they get into the zone. Circle shrinks even further. Now it's decidedly out of command post. DRS sticking to the edge of the circle, also rotating in. But AVIDA, take a look at this. They're feeling cheeky. Anusit and Long Kong hang back, but Tavan and Pablo close in the distance. While Pina and Kuroro shoot at somebody else, they don't know that Pablo and his teammate is right behind them. Falcons could lose a player or two here.
Yeah, exactly. One thing that they are waiting, the advantage that they are waiting for, but the mistake is they waited for Long Kong as well. So this might be it. The moment that Pina turns a corner, he will be able to see it, and I guess that hop even gives them that opportunity. So he pulls away. There goes the glue wall melter, baiting them to push, and Team Falcons is planning something. Not even showing their backs, their knees, even any part of their body to be taken out. But here comes AVIDA and Long Kong as well. A little bit busy on the other side, but Nightmare managed to deal with the final player of DRS, bringing everyone to 7 teams remaining.
AVIDA Esports. I hope they don't end up overcooking the situation, because AVIDA can take a look at BTR. So Anusit, Long Kong, Tavan, they can deal with that. but while Pablo and Tavan were very close to Falcons, since then, they fell back and they take their position near these urban areas. NG Pros go down to the remainder of AVIDA as well as Nightmare Esports. And yeah, I mean, NG Pros lost half their teammates to Falcons, so that's more points to a team that doesn't even need them.
Let's see. Godlike still alive, might be able to at least put damage to some of the teams like BTR, reduce their numbers, and like make sure that they will not be getting this Booyah. Now, same goes for AVIDA when we're talking about Team Falcons, because both of these are just waiting for the perfect opportunity. The Gororo is already down on the ground, Luol has been popped, and Melters has been thrown on fire right now, putting pressure to get near, and that gives them the time for that push as well as that pickup. Now, AVIDA right now, in spite of how well they timed their approach, they couldn't go into battle from a long range against Falcons, so they need to back away.
Falcons kind of cornered AVIDA Esports, putting the pressure onto them. At the same time, BIGETRON are also targeting Falcons. If Falcons go down over here, this could be BIGETRON's tournament for the taking, but Godlike have something to say about that. Yogi snipes him off with the SVT. Time turner deployed by BIGETRON. Now they need to fall back and make sure that AVIDA don't overpower them, but Longkong and Tavan are merciless. They continue pushing in and closing the distance. Marco, what another double elimination puts AVIDA to an end. It's now a 4v4 championship on the line. Can Godlike Esports deny BIGETRON this tournament, or will BIGETRON be the FMMAI champions right here and now? Koja, surviving on his last legs, will be denied by Nancy's double elimination. Godlike take down BIGETRON by Vitality, and this tournament is not over yet.
Not over indeed, and Godlike denied BIGETRON by Vitality and being the champions. I'm loving this storyline. BIGETRON being denied twice. Hopefully they are not demotivated. Hopefully these moments are bringing more motivation from them, more anger from them to do even better. Final moment, in the early parts, they could have taken down Godlike. No shade to Godlike. We've seen that happen before, but I'm loving this version of Godlike Esports. The patience as well, the timing that they had, not even focusing on AVIDA or the battle between AVIDA and Falcons, and all they have to do is focus on the ones waiting, because they are suspecting that they would be on a champion rush condition already. And I love the move coming from Nancy. A little bit too aggressive to my liking though, but they still managed to deny it.
Denied, and the tournament drags on longer. Man, do you consider what can happen right now? Because there's like at least 4 teams on champion rush condition. There's a potential that 2 more teams might join the party. Godlike needed what, 21? 22? I don't remember exactly how many points they needed, but surely they must have acquired enough with this game alone.
I believe so. I believe so, because so far, like 80 points. Let me take a look on my notes right now on how much they grabbed out there in terms of points, because they have a good fight when they played in Bermuda. It's just unfortunate that they weren't able to put in that much in Alpine. So I guess with that Kalahari game, that brings them the 30 bomber, and adding that to the 51 that they had before, they have achieved the champion rush condition.
Let's go. Godlike Esports joined the Champions Club. So do AVIDA x KDC. BIGETRON by Vitality. My goodness, they must be kicking themselves right now. They could have had the end. They could have been the champions already. Just a standard 4v4. Shouldn't have been a big deal for BIGETRON by Vitality, but they squandered that opportunity, and now their championship trophy is up in the air for grabs again. Nightmare Esports, 17 points. I don't think that's enough for them to grab the champion rush condition just yet, but we will see once the overall standings roll around. Team Falcons, 16 points, doesn't matter. They don't need the points. They have absolutely nothing to do with the numbers. NG Pros, 10 points. Not nearly enough. They will have to wait a lot more. Same goes for IQOO Total Gaming. At least Total Gaming Esports were like some 21, 22 something points away. And they still cannot get the champion rush. So not as much chaos as we would have anticipated.
Well, if what we're seeing right now, after 6 map, continues to drag on, just deny everyone of like being a full, first is being a full squad in the final circle, and then like denying them well, first is eliminating them in the early, and then not being a full squad in the final circle. Whoever was just waiting and getting as much point as possible from afar might be able to take these teams out of contention, especially for those who achieve the champion rush condition. But it's easier said than done. I believe Godlike Esports just made it look easy, but we saw the pressure on everyone within that area. And I just love that production didn't let go of that specific area in Stone Ridge. They anticipated that the battle will be ending there, and they were like, it did happen.
Yep. And it's not just the production, but even these teams, they started getting real estate so early on. You saw how AVIDA XKDC, Falcons, Nightmare Esports, Godlike, all of them just started to rotate in early. At least Nightmare arrived in a little late to the party, but they took a much more safe route. They went all the way around the circle. Same with Total Gaming Esports. They followed the footsteps of Nightmare Esports, but they couldn't make it work. That being said, though, let's take a look at the MVP of this game, because Godlike Esports did suffer some casualties, and I want to see which one of them contributed the most. It was Nancy with the Kingfisher. Really good shots from him, especially in the end when he... I believe it wasn't even the Kingfisher. He used the M590 in the end to get that double elimination onto BTR and win that Booyah.
Yeah, it might be that in the early games, that's where he put up so much of damage, and that's what brought him as an MVP. But if you look at the damage right here, it's not that much. So it's a combination of both damage, even the assist, and the elimination that made him the MVP. When we look at it in overall perspective, that's where we see a preview or a picture of how each of these teams has worked. But Valiant Dash, plus a Shani, plus a J Beebs as well, and the Joseph, he is tankier than ever, and he can risk it all. If he has an M590 in hand, he can rush it. And we've seen that in that final moment where how he moved in, weaved in through those glue walls, went behind BTR, and the rest of the team is just following through on his lead.
Godlike Esports. I'm just wondering, what would happen if they managed to flip the script? Like, think of it for a second. You've got all these teams who have been on the champion rush condition for a while now, and if Godlike managed to get like a back-to-back Booyah, they would disappoint every single team that's been up there for a long time.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, I'm just thinking out loud here.
Oh, let's see. I mean, right now, we have our MVP. Nancy is one of those who might be able to flip the script, lead the team to that high. Because they were aggressive on that refinery. They were chasing a lot of opponents. We've seen that in the early parts, from refinery to everywhere else. They were just gunning everyone. They want to achieve the champion rush condition, and it is all worth it. But looking at their active skill department, no glue wall will be standing at this point. Imagine a Valiant Dash from Nancy, Nero from Echo. We have Yogi with that Skylar, all targeting all those glue walls, all those barricades. And then if Marco can just move in and out, get those shots and knockdowns, that would be unlimited Rebel rush coming from the guy. So I'm loving this aggressive move. We saw that aggression in the early parts.
And this is, I mean, I hate to say this is balanced, but all these active abilities are basically aggressive abilities, and all their passives are mostly the supportive abilities. They've got Divas, they've got Suzies and J-Beebs all across the board. So I guess this is one way to balance out your team composition, one way to balance out your abilities. Way more aggressive than anyone else, but still not as much damage as I would have expected. Everybody below the 2000 damage mark. So I guess Godlike basically activated themselves towards the end of the game. They didn't do much maybe early on. That's probably why they don't have as many numbers. Maybe the damage isn't that high. I know that they had a very early drop clash, and they got like 8 finishes in the first circle itself. But after that, they had a rather quiet game until the very end.
Yeah, I do agree. And there some moments in this circle analysis, they met up with BTR, forced them to Bayfront, and then they move in slowly to Stone Ridge. And looking at this, like, Godlike was already there, just out of sight. And it was BTR who managed to squeeze themselves in between them and AVIDA XKDC. Now, it's just great rotation, great timing, but you can see the slowdown coming from Godlike. Circle 3 and 4, no elimination, but they did manage to get that BOOYAH.
They did indeed manage to get that BOOYAH. 8 eliminations in the first circle, only 1 in the second, and then a rather silent circle 3 and 4, which most of the teams, you know, don't really do much in that area. And then the 5th circle forces everybody together. So BIGETRON by Vitality, they end up getting 6 eliminations while holding their ground. AVIDA actually instigated a lot of these fights, but only got 1 finish out of that entire kerfuffle. Falcons couldn't do much. They succumbed under the pressure. Same with Total Gaming and NG Pros. But, my God, Godlike, even though they were in the thick of things, they survived really well. And I'm actually surprised that AVIDA didn't end up getting much more than this.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure coming from first Team Falcons, who forced them in that corner, and then that's where BIGETRON by Vitality managed to go for backstab against them. So, it's just unfortunate, but AVIDA, well, at least they have put themselves on the board already. Who follows them would be Godlike Esports, 5 on the board. And Nightmare Esports, only 8 points. They could have grabbed it already. It's just unfortunate, even from what we've seen in their circle analysis, they didn't have that much opportunity to get more elimination to add up to these numbers.
This is such a close game, Neptune. GOW, Total Gaming, NG Pros, all of them at 67 points each. Wow. I haven't seen this much continuity before. Somebody is writing the script, man. Somebody's cooking it well. 13 points away from the Champion Rush condition. That's these 3 teams at the 7th, 8th, and 9th position, respectively. And then you've got DRS and KAGENDRA tied up at 60, so they are also 20 points away. What would happen if we don't get a champion in this next game as well? I mean, if we don't find a champion in Game 7, the 8th game will have like 8 teams on Champion Rush condition. That's just ridiculous.
So let's take a look. Let's take a think back. So just in case, the 5 teams from above who has already achieved this has been eliminated early, and everyone will just be sharing points. And what everyone would need is, well, let's include Meta NINZA. What everyone would be 132 total points, just for all of them to achieve the Champion Rush. Let's take out Meta NINZA, and it's just 86. So they can divide all those elimination, and they, like almost everyone, if not everyone, will be able to achieve the Champion Rush condition. That's given the fact if they can take down the top 5 who's already waiting for the BOOYAH.
I mean, Godlike took down PE Sports very early on, so if every team draws 1 target and if they stick to that target, I think we can actually do this. I think we can cook this final into the most unpredictable Champion Rush finale that we have ever seen in the history of Free Fire Max.
Yeah. No, definitely. But I'm really looking forward to how it's going to start. But it's just unfortunate. I thought it's going to end on our shift. Like 3 games, some of them has already managed to achieve that Champion Rush condition. But the teams are not giving us that opportunity. They want to extend this. And, well, we have 2 more casters joining us who will be continuing the story. Once again, I'm Neptune Degenerer Garcia, joined by the one and only Crips. We were your casters for game 4 to 6. We're going to say goodbye for now. And after break, well, the battle continues in Free Fire Max Asia Invitational. So don't go away.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, welcome once again back to the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2025 Grand Final. 6 games in, 5 teams with the Champion Rush condition activated, and welcome to the game that possibly ends the show. You're with your boys, Azora and Mustachio on the casting desk. How you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling amazing, AJ. Trust me, I've been manifesting this for so long. Game number 7, baby. There we go. I was just waiting for this. Teams are playing so good, even though they are passive-aggressive, but that passive-aggressiveness is not hindering their momentum. And that's the best thing to even see. So let's see how well these teams are going to go ahead, buckle up, as 4 teams have already entered towards the Champion Rush. Woo! That's amazing.
I mean, some teams are definitely passive, some extremely aggressive. BIGETRON by Vitality, no BOOYAH, starting to become a problem, starting to become a very big problem. 126 points at the top of the leaderboard, and you still can't close the competition just yet. No, you can't, because Free Fire is all about grabbing that BOOYAH. And with Champion Rush condition activated now by Falcons, AVIDA, XKDC, P Esports, as well as Godlike Esports now. This job just got a tad bit more difficult for BIGETRON.
It did. I mean, the previous fight itself, Godlike, the way they just went forward for the fight, BIGETRON, they were looking very confident, AJ, but unfortunately, all of those shotguns, all of those smoking guns that they had was completely isolated. Just gone, isolated. So Godlike, they have showcased that they can go ahead and get the impossible at least done. So BIGETRON by Vitality, I believe they have some serious competition.
Yeah, they've got some big problems ahead of them. It's not going to be easy at all. And what I do like about BIGETRON, though, I'll have to say, is that as soon as they activated the Champion Rush condition, unlike the other teams that we have seen in the past who become very defensive, very passive in their approach, they continue to be aggressive. They continue to look for fights. Walked away with the eliminations. You got to respect that, man. In a lobby like this, anyone can falter. And we've seen P Esports a couple of times now, man. Got there quick, but just can't seem to get the work done.
Yeah, the final punch, right, AJ? That's one of the problems where P Esports is facing so far. So let's see how well they can go ahead and get the copium that they require for this particular run, as 7th can be the potential end for so many teams. Godlike has as well joined their names into the Champions Rush, so it's going to be fun to see 4 teams collide. And in this fight against David versus Goliath, who's going to win? Is it going to be a Stone?
I mean, the Stone might just win, right? And depending on who that Stone hits, it might just be a tad bit unfortunate. You can be an innocent bystander for all P Esports guests, but they're gunning for everyone this time round. Again, got there really quick, but just can't seem to close the game out just yet. BIGETRON by Vitality struggling to do the exact same thing as well. Will Godlike Esports lag behind just like the rest of them who have not been able to get the job done so far? Or will they miraculously go for a back-to-back? First, they managed to stop BIGETRON, and maybe now even steal it from not just BIGETRON, but the other teams who have managed to get there a little bit before them. And if they are able to do it, dude, I think there's no better way to close off Ffmai.
Yeah, that's true. But before all of that, the randomizer, right? What will be the next map? Are they going to play in a random one? Absolutely not. They need a map to go ahead and perform in. So which map will it be? Mustachio, any guesses? Because so far you're going 3 for 3 and I'm going for a big 7.
Let's just say I want a Nextera so that Godlike can make the Indians smile, right? If we go to Nextera, there is a high probability that Godlike runs away with the fight. There's a decent possibility at Kalahari here as well. I want to see them step it up. But, you know, you got to go with the numbers, right? And Godlike definitely leaning towards Nextera in the current competition. But, you know, even if you're really good at a map, we've seen teams falter in the past. It's just this Champion Rush condition, man. It makes you nervous, bro.
Always. And that nervousness, AJ, that's one thing that you need to beat. It's like whenever you are in summer, you got to beat the heat, right? You need to get something cold. You need to get yourself soothing, and the vibes needs to be on. That's the same thing, even while in peer pressure situations. You just have to have that groove on. You need to have the nirvana in your mind. That's how you can beat that nervous 99s. But talking about the map, which map is it going to be? That's going to be a golden question. The map randomizer decides it to be... Okay, so Purgatory. All right.
My, oh my. Will AVIDA x KDC run away with the competition? Will AVIDA x KDC, the most dominant team on that day one opener, be able to sneak things away after achieving the champion rush condition here for themselves, sitting down on 93 points at the moment? From here on end, the number of points really don't matter anymore until, of course, we get to that game number 10, if we get to the game number 10.
That's right.
Of course.
Game number 7, all eyes on the prize. AJ, it's so much nervousness. I myself am having a lot more goosebumps. Purgatory has been one of the places where so many teams have been purged. Doesn't matter where they head towards, there's always some drop clashes coming in. And regardless, there are some fights which they just want to get the attention for. And in that case, imagine the top 4 teams who have already activated the Champions Rush getting stomped upon from the bottom feeders.
Yeah, earlier in this Purgatory matchup, we did see Falcons run away with the BOOYAH. Not a massive game. They got a total of 14 eliminations plus the 12 points from the placements. And BIGETRON by Vitality, this is where they excel. This is where they really went berserk. 17 eliminations in the game. Not their most, but very lethal on this map, right? And both of these teams already on that champion rush condition activated. AVIDA x KDC, also another very proficient squad here on Purgatory. This is just deadly, man. Southeast Asia knows how to dominate. But if you look at Godlike, they did not pull away much at all from Purgatory. Only 3 points earlier. So you got to be nervous if you're an Indian fan, man.
Oh, sure, for sure. And talking about the way things have been so scattered. Oh boy, Brasilia, all right, we can just see 2 teams. Field's completely empty. This will change real soon. DRS, they've been showcasing their gameplay as well, heading all the way from the eastern side towards the west. And then later on, the gameplay of staying inside the circle is so far working out for them. But they need big numbers, AJ. If they don't have those numbers, then they won't be able to, sadly, make the cut. And in order to make the cut, you need to reach at least 80. Call in the Champions Rush, and once you do that, win by getting a BOOYAH. Which seems to be possible from their end as well, as they love to sneak in towards the end circles and then somehow showcase such good gameplays.
Absolutely, man. But of course, this is a situation where there's just no telling what happens. Teams might be looking to make this as the possible game of the day. You could just see the teams who have already activated the Champion Rush condition go either way, either super defensive or super aggressive out there on the battlefield. If they go super aggressive and they start hunting for the other teams down at the bottom, or maybe even each other teams who have already activated the Champion Rush condition, all of hell could break loose on Purgatory itself. I mean, usually when you go to Purgatory, I think you buy some time before you head into hell. But this time, Purgatory is literally going to bring hell directly to this map.
Oh boy, Purgatory is going to make a lot of teams nervous, and the others who are very close. I could see 3 teams sharing a single spot, AJ, and they were at what, 67 points? So that seems to be a very odd deal for them. Moreover, they would love to go ahead and activate the Champions Rush as well. Like you rightly mentioned, Purgatory usually is that map where teams love to go slow, but this is one of the places either you punch it and make it through, or you just wait for yet another map, and that's going to be a randomizer. So fingers crossed, it might be yours, it might not be as well.
Either you punch it, you make it through, or you get punched and you don't get it done, right? And either way, it's going to be a fun one for us casting and for you guys watching. Only the teams, only the players are stressed. Maybe some of their fan base just a tad bit stressed, right?
Yeah.
But maybe this is the hot seat once again as we pull up the caster predictions. Let's see if or not we get stressed with what's going to...
Whoa! Okay.
Hey. All right. So... Godlike, parents, they might just be able to run out of the way. So it's either we bless them or we curse them right here, Zora.
Okay, Godlike, similar names from both the ends. Esports, BIGETRON by Vitality. All right, that's the only place where we agree. Godlike and BIGETRON. Okay.
Yeah.
Other than that, I feel that BIGETRON is like a Superman right now, and Falcons are the kryptonite. And if this combination works out and Falcons just go ahead, soar high across the sky and get that confidence that they need yet again in the map of Purgatory, then things are going to be easy peasy for them. I'm talking about your pick. And now moving towards Esports, well, Purgatory has been some kind of a boon for them. And if this time they set their minds right, just like me, harnessing it through, manifesting it, that yes, this is my chance. This is my chance to shine and get that booyah. Then I believe do that. Well, it's going to be a lovely time for them as well.
You're definitely going to shine, brother. I mean, this is the kind of game we all live for, and this is the kind of game some of these players have been hustling their whole lives for. They have been training for this one moment.
Exactly.
When it is the most important, can you score the booyah? The answer to that question has been clearly very difficult to answer for some of these teams who are already a little bit early there on the champion rush condition. It is easier said than done, especially when you're going up against some of the best in South Asia as well as Southeast Asia.
You know, I'm going to tell you one thing, AJ. It's very cold here where I'm living, okay?
Okay.
It's very cold, but I still had to turn on the AC. I still had to do that. And it's running at what, 19 degree? Just to make things cold in here, as things are getting heated up, and I love the way the intensity keeps going up and up. And I'm for sure just thinking, sitting here, what's going on? Just imagine, for me it's like this, the players out there, they will be like flipping tables, like the mini ones in their hand now.
All I know is I'm glad we're doing this online, bro, because you be sweating in that room. I do not want to be there. Jokes aside, this is going to be potentially the final game of the day, Azora. As we head on into Purgatory, neither heaven nor where Lucifer sleeps just for fun. It is not going to be hell, but the teams are definitely going to be tested, possibly even tortured by those who are desperately looking for those points. There are obviously some teams who have not activated the champion rush condition, but super close to doing it. Just like what Crip said, by the end of this game, you're going to have a massive number of teams on the champion rush condition activated if it's not done by the top 5.
Oh, yeah. Skewed. All right, Neptune would absolutely love this, but it's going to allow a lot of teams to head towards their following destination, Ski Lodge being one of the places where DRS always loves to enter towards, and that's going to be a very safe spot as it's inside the circle. The others who are towards the western side, GOW specifically, they need to take a fight against Godlike in order to reach close, but KAGENDRA, they're on a different battle against NG Pros, and this time, it is going to be KAGENDRA getting stomped upon.
Anubhav living up to his name, showing the experience that he brings into the competition. Mini Uzi in hand, VSS backs away. What a play by Anubhav once again. A 2 for 2 so far. Sibank though trying to turn things around. Anubhav trying to assist his buddy from afar. VSS in hand. And the rest of the NG Pros players making this one look like a walk in the park. What a play. Early game India shining through, Azora.
KAGENDRA, what were they thinking? They thought they were the only birds in the sky, but unfortunately they've been shot down and another team eliminates. Right off the bat, what's going on? Meta Ninja, they have succumbed to end in the map of Purgatory. This is a map where we can see so much unfold. AJ, I'm just loving what's happening right in front of us.
Yeah, but it's okay. Meta Ninja is technically like miles away from activating Champion Rush.
Yeah,
so it's all right, Meta Ninja. It's all right. You guys rest first. Let's see if or not we can continue this run. Azura gets another opportunity to cast. You guys get another opportunity to play. We're all going to end the day happy either way. This Nightmare roams around looking for 5 more points. Maybe through elimination. Strox right in front of him. Opportunity, UMP, not the best gun to hold in the current meta, but it's not like Farhan is bringing in the big guns as well. But a double Mac-10 going in for the flank. OP goes in for the spray down, and Farhan follows up 2v1. Unfair, but that's exactly how the cookie crumbles here. Nightmare picking up those solid points, but Takuri trading out, from the back.
Well, the Cookie Monster definitely needs to go ahead and gobble some points, and that's how you do it. Good trade coming through. Oh, wait, 1 second. IQOO Total Gaming, they themselves are taking a fight, but Delete, he's quick to the rescue, and soon we can see the lightning strike in this corner as GOW, they will love to get some damage upon this one team. Ayush is trying to run, chase a couple of players in death. I can see him in the periphery, and it continues like this. If they have some really good cross, then I believe IQOO Total Gaming, they might fall into a really serious problem.
IQTG, what a play! GOW down, literally deleting the final player off of the Vietnamese squad from the map. And GOW, so close, yet so far from activating Champion Rush condition. Perhaps this competition is just not going to fare well for them. 9 more teams left in here, Zora. Looks like this is a nasty, super aggressive lobby that we have here.
Oh, very aggressive. All of a sudden, it looks like we have tuned into one of those rank games.
Here's the problem, all right? Yeah, I want this day to continue a little bit more. I'm having fun casting with you. Problem is, we are running out of teams that have not activated the Champion Rush condition, still surviving on the battlefield. The top 5 teams who are already there are looking pretty clean on the map. Teams like Nightmare, IQTG, NG Pros, these 3 Indian squads, they need to hang on for their dear lives. Getting into the final circle is only one part of the equation. They need to make sure the top 5 do not walk away with a booyah.
Absolutely. But this is one fight that we'd love to see Godlike against Esports. Esports, I don't know whether they have lost the kind of confidence that they had in the earlier of the entire game. Now they need to rekindle it. In order to do that, they need to stop down Godlike. And Godlike, they were right around the corner. But unfortunately, Esports, they have a different plan altogether. They would love to survive for a longer time and then head towards the final circle and then finally get that booyah. They want to avoid the early skirmish. And that's one thing that I can, completely be okay with.
Longest distance elimination, 117 meters. But DRS needs just more than that flex. They need 16 more points. Do they collect it through elimination? Farhan! And come on. Pratik not giving his buddy the chance at all. He drove all the way for an elimination just to park his car in style.
I would say this is a tit-for-tat situation. Nightmare prior to this, the way they were taking down one of the players, Stroix, the 1v2 situation, now all of a sudden tables have turned. A Nightmare, they're trying to make this thing possible for themselves, very close to the vending machine. This might be it. Hitman, hit your shots, you better do it. Aligning a couple of players, but unfortunately that did not work out. Skylar ability being utilized, it did give it room to at least hit a shot or two.
Beauty.
An AC-18 hand, and look at the finisher coming through. Hitman could not soar high. Silent Assassin for now has been put down.
Hitman missing the initial hits, but was at least able to punish one player before getting annihilated. Job well done in that situation. And of course, DRS instantly communicating the danger. The flank coming on through that backstab, getting them an extra point in the pocket. But Godlike now rotating into this compound. They've got the open ground, slightly high ground. Could turn into a disadvantage because PE Sports is behind them as well, and Godlike cannot push on forth. If there's no jump pad on the side of Godlike, this can turn nasty very quick.
Hear me out, AJ. In order to shut down BIGETRON, all NG Pros needs to do is instigate Falcons to becoming the kryptonite, and that's where BIGETRON can be taken down. So all NG Pros needs to do is make it into a sandwich situation. That's it. And BIGETRON, they would love to go ahead and take this fight as 4 points are right in front of them. Is there a vending machine close by? I think so, there is. And AVIDA x KDC. I love the way they're just encroaching, reaching, trying to be a bit more curious onto what's happening here.
I don't know if any instigation is going to happen. But what I do know is it's going to be a stalemate for quite a while. Nobody is going to bother to tickle each other just yet, because that'll just put you in a pickle for sure. Getting caught out in the open, nasty spots here on Purgatory. Open grounds.
God.
And you're going to see massive numbers of teams, players gathering in here for this circle. Aztec making that one mistake for the approach. Pina punishes. And the squad will have to find a way to get to a vending machine to pull their buddy back in here.
Oh, which is impossible, as there are like so many teams right around. Once you just go on the open fields, you need so many glue walls in order to keep yourself safe that you're going to be outnumbered, as those bullets, they're going to be raining like cats and dogs.
Actually, think about it, man. It's very easy for NG to get a revival. All they need to do is just jump into the spot that Falcons are at, wipe them out,
Yeah.
take the vending machine, get the revive. In fact, if you wipe out all 4
Absolutely.
players, you'll get enough coins. Easy.
AJ, you say it like it's so easy. Then why haven't they done it yet?
Because they're scared of Bigetron right behind.
Exactly.
Godlike PE Sports. This fight still hasn't broken out. Just
Oh!
yet. Pablo! Dirty shot.
Hello.
Why VSK connection?
Oh my god. Give this man some ice pack. He's going all out. Pablo. He just knew where the opponents were, but Hitman is getting paraded upon as Deeks. He just keeps pressing forward. Nightmare, this is their nightmare as Bigetron. They would love to go ahead and keep getting those points. Like teams after teams, and now look at them at the tower trying to search the opponents, and so far it's completely clean. They're inside the circle as well. Look at that.
The worst nightmare that Nightmare could be in is to be 2 points away from activating Point Rush. They do it, but then somebody else wins it because they already activated it a little earlier. You see, this is why you gotta rush, man. It's called Point Rush for a reason. You gotta rush there, get into position, but of course try to not be like PE Sports because they got there way too early. Ran out of all of their manifestation juice, Azora. I don't know if you run out of yours just yet or not.
No. I am hanging in there, AJ. I'm hanging in there. Don't worry about me. We have to worry about our predictions, though, whether it's going to last long or not. And looking at the way things are just shaping up for DRS, it's looking good. They have a really nice corner to themselves. They have a recall tower as well, and they can easily snipe down PE Sports. But they're taking a detour, and this detour might be the end of them. Why would he do that? It's against Bigetron by Vitality, and this battle is shaping up to be really good. Strikes already down, knocked on his ground, on his feet, and Pratik, he thought he could do something better, but the entire team is just getting demolished, absolutely annihilated. Alu, what can he do? Ace Alu, he's the only person remaining there, and Deeks, he would love to clear him down as well. That's the only one elimination as Keong that they could get. But DRS, long fought for them as PE Sports. They themselves would love to take a piece of the spy.
Alu thought they could make a parota out of Bigetron, but obviously that was not the case. Bigetron turned that over so quickly, it burned those boys down to the ground. Beautiful counter by Bigetron and an instant exit as PE Sports look to play the third-party spot. 8 more teams alive and kicking here. My goodness me. And chaos hasn't even ensued just yet, but I'm on the very edge of my seat.
Oh, there's one thing that I would like to say for Bigetron. You know, that's one thing that's going on in their head. If you want to battle, then we are available. And in that situation, we are undebatable, unavoidable, and unevadable. That's what I can say for them. They have every single thing checked in their corner. That's the kind of game that we can just go ahead and enjoy.
Oh my lord, PE Sports up against Falcons. This is going to be a big one. Do we see it all on it? Oh my goodness, can't even drive away. LBT gonna be a tad bit sour with that one. Tagged out 57 HP. Well forced to pull a pause. Limit on the other hand. VSK in hand. Lauho! Just unfortunate that Limit was across the battlefield and that was an easy shot.
Nolan still stuck around the corner, constantly his HP depleting, and now these 3 players banding together, looking at the way Falcons already have a man-count advantage. They're just constantly pressing forward. Pina, it's all on to him, but he's not able to sip his tropical drink. He needs to somehow heal up, go for the fight as LBT. He's already back to his 200 HP. He's gonna chase things around as PE Sports. They're just taking the entire Falcons down, gobbling them, and on fire. What's he gonna do? It doesn't look like he's going to survive for a longer time. On fire, HP low, and look at Nero constantly in around the corner, and the flamethrower is just melting on fire down. He's somehow inside the circle, and he's safe for now.
This is Chuck Day India time, baby, because this is the best case scenario. PE Sports and Falcons doing the deed, slicing each other down. LBT needs to turn around and put on fire down 6 feet under, but he's the one that gets knocked down to the ground instead. On fire now, tossing in the deep freeze, but also spending a little bit of time outside the circle. This is not good for business. On fire, so close yet so far from the next vending machine, and BIGETRON by Vitality, pulling out the M79, and it's going to be the grenade launcher time. BIGETRON keeping both PE as well as Falcons.
Falcons, they are out. They could not perform that well. PE Sports, what a lovely thought. And now Deeks, he's going to keep landing those shots. Keong has been taken care of. They are heading towards the circle, but the way the Riptide Rhythm is coming forth, Keong, he needs to be back on his feet as Deeks. He's trying to provide the support, and PE Sports, they've been completely annihilated. It's a different fight altogether. 1v2? Are you kidding me?
But
BIGETRON, they're ready for any and every given situation.
Triple revival on the side of PE Sports. How in the world is BIGETRON still standing up on their feet? And IQTG torturing Godlike, the favorites to win this lobby, getting annihilated by their own brothers from India. Then there's just no survival possible there. Nightmare on the other hand, turning around. PE Sports annihilated. Combination of the power between BIGETRON as well as Nightmare.
Oh, this is a bad situation. Every single thing coming to a standstill. BIGETRON by Vitality, they are out from this map. All the top contenders who could at least make a difference, they look very weak at this point. AVIDA XKDC, they have a really good compound. And NG Pros, they're at the smack center of both Nightmare and AVIDA. So if this fight breaks out, then things are just going to shape to be very bad for them. But there's another team on the horizon, IQOO Total Gaming, and they're going to change the entire lookout now.
IQTG literally just needs one more point, but thankfully the placement point should be able to sort that out for them, and they claim the final point by shutting down Marco from the side of Godlike. No better way to earn that off of one of your fiercest rivals.
Oh, they're inside the circle as well, AJ. They're going to be looking down upon all of these teams, laughing it out as every single one of them is trying to contest for entering towards the circle. NG Pros, they have been eliminated. Anusit, he's trying to make a quick getaway. He wants to enter towards the circle, but it's going to be impossible for him as those shots are going to align. Nightmare versus IQOO Total Gaming. This is the battle that we would love to see. And one by one, as you come in towards the circle, things are going to not shape up to be good, as the manpower advantage was always on the corner of IQOO Total Gaming as they receive the BOOYAH.
Godlike making it there first, but IQOO Total Gaming says it's not about who gets there first. It's about who gets the job done. And perhaps in the next game, it could just be them. A massive number of squads now have activated the champion rush condition. It was technically impossible for the game to not end on this match number 7, but we still continue, man. That only shows the fight in these other squads is strong. They don't want to let it end early.
AJ, they are pressing forward. They're not at all stopping. This was one heck of a battle. They were battling it out as IQOO Total Gaming. They were laughing there on the height advantage, constantly taking some pot shots. Winchester level 3. Tum is what we could hear from all the way across the fields. And Nightmare, they were caught in the middle of all of that. Love the way the enthusiasm is coming from their end as well. They were very close. I believe they were at like, what, 67 points? And I believe they can also be one of the contenders in order to go ahead and activate the Champions Rush.
But this definitely was 100% an Indian lobby, baby. Dominated from the start to end. The only teams that were shining through were from India. And obviously, IQOO Total Gaming just outshining the rest of their brothers towards the very end there, earning themselves a BOOYAH, earning themselves the activation of the champion rush condition. Question is, who else alongside IQOO Total Gaming has managed to do this? Nightmare Esports was teasing us with the activation. NG Pros was teasing us with the activation as well. We gotta wait and see. Oh my lord, 22 points, more than enough for IQOO. And I cannot believe what I am seeing here. All of pandemonium about to break loose in the competition, Azora.
Oh my god, it doesn't matter. BIGETRON still having the podium finish. They have like 18 points in the pocket, but they still are falling short in getting that booyah in their pocket. You know, when the day started, AJ, not gonna lie, I was very nervous. Game might end in even like the 6th map as well. But from there on, the way the other teams are picking up the pace, it's lovely to look at that. The kind of intensity that they're bringing in, love it. And getting 22 points for sure, IQOO Total Gaming, they have reached the spot of activating the Champions Rush, but this is not it. You need to finish strong, baby, and I believe already like 6 teams are up there at the position. Or yeah, maybe more than that.
I'm hoping more than 6, but what I'm very excited is to count how many Indian teams have gotten the champion rush condition activated. This is ridiculous. 4 South Asian teams, all from India, 4 from Southeast Asia, as we head on into game number 8. Which map? We don't know, brother. Absolutely random. Lady Luck about to smile at somebody.
I'm still thinking, how on earth? 8 teams, all of them fighting for 1 goal to be called the champion? It doesn't matter how many points you get. That's right, BIGETRON needs a booyah. Today, it's not going to be like, no booyah, no problem. They need a booyah in order to take away the problem. And 144 points is where they're sitting at. So aggression is on point, but they need those 12 placement points. A sweet 12 in order to finish things up. And so does AVIDA XKDC, Team Falcons, P Esports, Nightmare Esports, IQOO Total Gaming, Godlike Esports alongside NG Pros. This can be it.
This could just be it. But that's exactly what we've been saying for a few games now. This could be it. But it just isn't, because the rest of them who are equally as hungry are not giving up just yet. It's not an easy lobby. 4 eliminations, 4 assists, 2,219. Delete was looking to annihilate everybody in front of him earlier with that A124.
Oh boy. As I go ahead and I look through the entire playing field, I just can't think of 3 teams who might be able to do something. But this map, which one is it? Delete, well, yes, he is the MVP, but who is going to be the champion? Who will win it all? AJ, things are going like bonkers in my head right now.
Dude, I am so curious to see who in the world is going to be able to step it up there on the battlefield. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you want to get it done, you got to get it done with flair. That Skylar A124 Oscar Cassie combination, the electrotherapy enabling the rushes, the Skylar just breaking down every single bit of hope their opponents have. IQTG played this one so well, especially with the fight up against Godlike. If IQTG didn't personally sort Godlike out, there would have been a heavy possibility of a booyah there for the Indian squad.
But here's another thing, right? Understanding where the circle is going to move next, that itself, anticipating it is a skill. And IQOO Total Gaming, they just knew where it's going to head towards, already getting the height advantage, and from there on, they were just sniping down each and every bird that they see. The team stats, it's screaming volumes that they played it very safe. They got the elimination points. Right after that, getting 12 points was the goal to go ahead and get, and that's one of the best things that each and every team can think about. Now moving forward, the one and only goal is to get the booyah in order to fuel your fire.
I mean, you gotta fuel your fire first very clearly before you can hit that booyah, because it's eluding everybody like a mythical beast out there. It is not easy to dominate this FF Max Asia Invitational lobby. As you saw in that first circle, so much of chaos, so much of that showdown, which ended up dropping 3 teams in the very first circle itself, 2 from Southeast Asia.
Exactly. Meta Ninja, unfortunately, they crumbled at the very beginning. The others, DRS, right at the beginning of 3rd circle, they could not do much there. We could see the way they were just constantly being penalized in that corner. And Falcons, well, they had a really good try, but P Esports, they were on point. in order to take those fights. Same thing goes for BIGETRON by Vitality as well. But it's not the eliminations that they need now. They need the BOOYAH. That's the only thing that is stopping them in order to be called the champions.
8 teams are looking for the BOOYAH. Only 4 teams can push this competition into a game number 9. Only 4 teams. And unfortunately, these 4 teams are struggling down there at the bottom. This is DRS Gaming, GOW Esports, KAGENDRA, as well as Meta NINZA. What's disappointing is Meta NINZA is the only one that's way too far away from activating a champion rush condition for themselves. DRS Gaming, GOW, KAGENDRA, if they actually extend this game, there's a big possibility they activate champion rush for themselves as well. But is that going to be a possibility? I think it's difficult, man. 8 teams on the champion rush condition. It has to end here, Zora.
It has to, AJ. It's going to look very problematic. Imagine things are going to head all the way towards the 9th map, and there as well, there's a stalemate situation. There's a new champion altogether. He's just trying to get that BOOYAH, and he does. And then things are heading towards the 10th. In 10th, guys, let me tell you one thing. The tiebreaker rule is going to come in part. It's not going to be the champion rush anymore, so that's even more problematic. Why would one go ahead and initiate that in the midst of every single thing that's going on? So 8 teams, AJ, dishing it out for the one final time. Possibly the one final time. And which map is it going to be? That's still a huge question mark.
And BIGETRON by Vitality just hoping and praying that, okay, bro, if we actually do manage to push this, and if we have no BOOYAH, big problem, never mind. Let's just get to game number 10 and end it. We can have the most number of points. They're still collecting. They're still farming the points at the top. You gotta love it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we head on into the map randomizer, who is about to be blessed with some extra bit of luck? So Lara pulled out Falcons, GOW, IQTG, Esports, all hold BOOYAHs here. I don't know. This one just got so much more difficult to extend.
It did. It's like someone just pulled out a rabbit from the hat, and Solara has not been lucky for all the teams, I would say. It's just like a handful of them, like you rightly mentioned, AJ. So let's see who's going to be emerging victorious, or it's going to be yet another team, a different one nonetheless, in order to bag it in their pocket. Imagine Esports, if they could easily activate the champions rush in the second one, and the third one will be the easiest thing for them. But that train is long gone. The others are slowly trying to build up the pace. And this is the final home stretch is what I just have that gut feeling, AJ. This is it. This is the last straw.
I wonder if this indeed is the last straw. It took 5 games to activate the champion rush condition for 2 teams, Falcons as well as Esports. But we are now at game number 8. Falcons and Esports have not been able to pull the trigger. They've not been able to pull in the BOOYAH when it is most needed. And will they get punished by India for not being able to see this one through? Here are the preferred drop spots for the squads. Now, obviously, I'm hoping that this is exactly what we see out there, because we need to eliminate some squads early.
Exactly. In all seriousness, TV Tower looks to be one of the spots where we can see a lot of mayhem. That's true. But the way the rotations have been called in by DRS, they have been very sneaky. They don't have the champions rush. This time they might get it, but Falcons on the other end, they would love to head all the way towards the Riders Club, slowly embark the journey of reaching down towards the mid-center, as most of the times the circles reach towards the center itself. If things are going to be even more chaotic, then Delta Isle can be one of the spots where people would love to take a battle and get those points right from the hands of AVIDA x KDC.
Who are the teams that are going to get eliminated early? Is DRS, GOW, KAGENDRA, and Meta NINZA capable of waking up to put a stop to the rest of the teams and run away with the next BOOYAH? Because GOW is the only team that's currently sitting down in the bottom 4 who do have a BOOYAH from this day. They've proven that it is a possibility. But Meta NINZA, obviously, we're going to write them off because there's just no way in hell they do get this done, right? Game after game, they've been faltering too much and they're way too far. But DRS Gaming, this is a team that has been fairly decent with the placement points. I am willing to bet on Nepal on this game.
Okay, all right.
But
Looks
I
like
will
you've
not
already
predict
chosen one team that you're going to go for. Windmill. All right, AJ, it's your luck against mine. I feel that DRS will be reaching in one of the top spots, and if they do right, it's going to be even more interesting. That's the reason I know why you chose DRS, okay? I just know it. Downright, you just want even more chaos when we already have enough of it, right?
Oh yeah, I don't know if we have enough chaos just yet. You know, maybe we could do it just slightly, a little bit more. If there is one of the four, I think DRS is a little bit more capable. But let's take a look at our caster predictions so that we can get a little bit serious about who we think is going to go all the way. And it is India all the way for me this time round. I think the Indians have done good enough to hang on, and I think they'll be able to pull this one off.
Falcons have showcased some really good battle in the previous game, so I'm not going by the way they're very good at Solara or they're very good at Purgatory. I'm just going by the way they're rolling in, as they themselves don't know most of the time what's the next map. So the kind of confidence that they already have just feels like they're going to steamroll it forward and finally push the envelope. Same thing goes for IQOO Total Gaming alongside Godlike as well. And I would love to know why Nightmare.
What? Bro, I have been in love with this Nightmare squad from day one, all right? I don't need them to be at the top of the leaderboard. I don't need them to be the most aggressive one. You got to appreciate their play style. And this is a team that's a true underdog, all right? And it's the kind of squad I would be willing to bet on to sneak this one away from the rest of them. They finally activated this champion rush condition for themselves. They just need one game where they can believe in themselves and take it all the way to shock the world. If there's a team like that that can get it done, I think it's Nightmare, man. But I still put them in the third spot, obviously, because in terms of probability, if you look at the pro players, if you look at the pro seed, the guys with a lot of confidence has to go to IQTG as well as Godlike. So this one is a little tough, but of course, if Nightmare kind of works through all of that and gets to the top, I'll be equally as happy. Let's see exactly what happens here, Zora.
Let's go.
What could be the final game of the day as we head on into Solara?
I love the pick though. Nightmare have been very consistent when it comes to Solara. So let's see whether it's going to shine for them or yet again, it's going to be one of those maps where they learn from the mistakes. Now looking at the flight path, it's completely dissecting the map. So that's one of the best things. Teams can head all the way towards their following location. I can see GOW heading all the way towards Delta Isle. But before all of that, there's a battle being broken out right here. DRS taking a fight against IQOO Total Gaming. And IQOO Total Gaming, they are faltering down. We have Alwarjun
to do it. It's the real soldiers of Nepal. DRS on the hunt for the final survivor. And IQTG, they did not choose to fall. DRS made them fall.
Oh, yeah. The way they've already collected 3 points, that's amazing to look at. A Nightmare, they themselves are having one tough time as they're going up against NG Pros. So far, a couple of points already given away, and the others slowly coming back into the picture. Hitman, unfortunately, they don't have enough coins to punch him through, but once he comes down, I bet this silent assassin can get more frags.
AVIDA x KDC also trying to bag a couple of the GOW players. I mean,
what are you doing?
All he can say is he didn't expect that one.
Oh!
Shots from afar. Manu, can he get all of those bullets to find the connection? NG Pro now putting the pressure onto the Nightmare squad. Farhan out in the open. Great loot wall to keep himself up on his feet. But Manu just not easing up on those shots at all.
Oh my goodness, this man is on a rampage. He found a height advantage with Cropsy. Unfortunate events have struck down, and now NG Pros, they're going to back off from this fight. As Nightmares, they're going to slowly bring back those fallen comrades. All four healthy now. Gopu OP, he needs to heal up, but that's not going to be a problem. NG Pros, good that they have thought about running away from this fight. But Gopu OP in the midst of all of that. Wait a second, DRS, they're going full-fledged on all the teams. It doesn't matter who the competition is. DRS just wants to keep overtaking cars after cars.
And that's the trust that we've got in these boys. 7 more points is all they need to activate the champion rush condition. But obviously, it's no point activating it if one of the top 8 teams managed to pull the BOOYAH away. So DRS needs to annihilate the whole lobby. And if they are not capable of doing so, they need to survive and walk away with the
Shanky?
BOOYAH here. The first of their day. Shanky, phenomenal. Karoro sprayed down and Pina says, hasta la vista, I'm out of here.
Yeah, he definitely runs away, but he's sticking around just to try and hit those shots on the AC-80. And once he connects those, he's going to get some really nice knocks. And there you go. A shot off in hand. And with that shot off, he's going to deal a lot of damage. But the revival instant, which helps the overall situation. Meta Ninja, out of nowhere, they're just going up a notch. They would love to be counted as one of those teams who have already activated their Champions Rush, but they need to go miles before they burn out.
I got 99 problems. Falcons, not one of them, is what they say. Falcons limping away after MNZ was sorted with that fight. And Meta Ninzas are the best, in fact, when it comes to Solara. Holding 2 BOOYAHs here so far. They have definitely proven their worth on this map. It's a little unfortunate that they are miles away from activating Champion Rush condition. But, you know, if you're going to get taken out, you might as well go out in style.
Yeah, make some noise. Kick up a row. And the others will get to know your name. And I believe this is that situation for them. Esports trying to call in rotation. They're trying to scope in and out the entire area. And so far, they have found nothing. So just 1 point, 1 elimination in their name. They would love to go ahead and play a very patient game in order to get the BOOYAH rather than just sticking around and being, you know, toyed around with. So that's one of the things that's going on in their head. Moreover, I love the way BIGETRON by Vitality, they've already found a Nirvana spot for themselves. KAGENDRA on the other end. They love to take a fight, but it's against AVIDA XKDC. So let's see how good this fight is going to turn out. Oh, that's just one sheet right in front and dead. The moment he sees Pablo, he's like, wait a second, let me cuff you.
AVIDA XKDC is not pulling away the best in this battle. They came in here for the attack, but obviously had just enough space to get the rest of their members out. And that revival is just too easy for them. The rest of their members far away enough, had enough coins to get the job done. And AVIDA XKDC will try to keep a little bit more silent as they find their reposition out there on the battlefield. Still 12 teams, 48 players. Towards that 6th minute, and we have a stock full lobby.
Oh, look at this particular corner. Godlike, hello there. What are you looking at? BIGETRON by Vitality? Yes, they are an arch nemesis. And in order to shut them down, you gotta think big. All 4 players in the compound looking for different directions. It's a good window of opportunity, but that opportunity better be in terms of eliminating teams after teams. Else, it's not gonna work out for the best. We can see 12 still in a round lingering. Oh my god, AJ, when have we seen this? In the starting few seconds itself or minutes, we see teams getting eliminated, but this time around, they're sticking, they're trying to get those eliminations, and they have a full squad. Wow.
Limit down on the ground, Vincent. If you want to take somebody out, you take out their strongest long-range player. And
this is the second time.
With the CQC, Meta Ninza, 5 eliminations in hand. That Flare Mirage going to be blocking up some information.
What?
You know, Try and Shanky looking for the final player now. Meta Ninza about to annihilate Falcons.
Oh my god, Falcons, you better find a vending machine, Pina. He's stuck.
GG.
There is no vending machine in and around that corner. And look at him. He's been constantly hunted down. The last man, whether he can survive or not. A Kimbo Vector in his hand. But it's not going to help him out. He's still surviving. He did take down 1 player, but the others, they are getting in. Ginotra, once he starts hitting his shots, I believe Pina will be long gone. And Pina, oh my god, that's a 1v2 being pulled off for RNS. He falls.
Bro. You gotta do it right now, man. Pina's making too much of a name for himself. And look at this. Just sitting down beside the weapon rack, saying, I do not have to worry about no bullet. I can just keep swapping them out. Pina now, Vector in hand, full HP. Looking for that hunt. RNS, not too far away, but the VSK setup from afar could just be the deadly one. And I like what RNS is doing, just baiting Pina out, and Pina just too smart for that play. He says, hasta la vista, trying to back away, but Vincent with the VSK needs to act right now.
Oh, they've already spotted him. Pina cannot survive this one. 3 players just looking every nook and cranny of the house. Unfortunately,
Nani?
no one's home. There's no one who can answer that. Pina is long gone. What smartness are we looking here? Falcons, they still survive.
Oh man, Meta Ninja is gonna regret that one. I don't know how they allowed Pina to survive. But of course, KAGENDRA showing up at the right time here to play distraction. Meta Ninja had to focus on their backs, couldn't go hunting for 1 point, and then drop the opportunity in this lobby to show off a little bit. You're definitely going to remember them for a long, long time. The team that was dead last but hunted Falcons down, forcing them to run away limping.
UAV drone deployed just to get an additional bit of information. KAGENDRA, they will love to see what's happening in the other house before they knock those doors like FBI and just reach in. The entire squad of Meta Ninja, they're away, and KAGENDRA, oh my god. Okay, now they know with that hit list who's in around those areas. It is going to be godlike, and this is the battle to be remembered. But Anusit, he finds Pina.
And are we gonna get anything else out of these brilliant squads here that are trying to play survival? GOW, DRS, they are desperate. KAGENDRA not too far away from activating the champion rush condition as well. We are in game number 8, and these 4 squads could just sure as well bring us into a game number 9 if they have the possibility to play a little bit of luck. They need the big squads to take each other out of the equation first before they get involved in any bit more of this heated engagement out here, because open grounds, you cannot afford that risk.
Oh, that's right. And that's where I would say DRS is going to have a very tough time. Demon, it's all on him to get the information. Game to be strong. GOW, I can see Death just going around the corner trying to see what's happening. But 2-2, Winchester's right in front. Pratik, Takuri, both of them can play a really big role in order to take down Demon first and then Dian. This is going to be the demise, or it might be one of the uproaring times for GOW. In either which case, Death, he's going to be a pivotal player right here.
DRS, if they play this smart, they should be able to collect 4 more points here off of GOW. But the crucial thing is going to be to take out the sniper of the squad first, Death, who's on that long flank right at the back of Archway. So DRS, with all of the information play, need to get something done. Stroix. Oh, beautiful spot, but very dangerous at the same time. And nobody spotted Death yet.
Nobody. And that's the one trump card which GOW can pull off right about in this fight. The others, they're not at all focused towards just one spot, but there's a hit list which soon has already been eliminated. Dian still sticking around the corner, and the nade being cooked. This might be the end of it, but the Graffiti's blessing is going to help him out. Pratik, he nades himself, unfortunately. That's a huge fall. DRS, the times of making mistakes are long gone. Why would he do it?
And GOW showing them that Southeast Asia is not going to sleep on the competition. They want it as bad as DRS. DRS walks away from the engagement with one final opportunity of survival. And the rest of GOW on that recovery, they've got the area for themselves, but they'll have to abandon that vending machine now and get into the circle. Problem is, the next contender might just be their brothers who know them all that too well, Esports.
Oh boy. Oh my goodness. Dian. Good shot's been taken. Farhan, he's in trouble, but look at him. He's constantly thinking about healing his teammates first, and then he's going to do something about it. But Dian, he's soon going to be eliminated or knocked. What's he even doing? Why would he go there right in front of a flaming part of it? Torched down, burned into crisp. Meta Ninja on the other end, still trying to survive outside the circle, but it's not going to be it as BIGETRON by Vitality. They are slowly closing in inside the circle, trying to get the best parts of it.
Back-to-back exits here by the Indian squads. Might we see a Southeast Asian team get eliminated? Yes, we will. GOW down, and yet another Indian squad annihilated. NG Pros taken out of the equation as well. 3 teams with the potential to walk away with the competition in hand have now faltered. Falcons, IQTG, as well as NG Pros.
Oh, that's a very sad demise. Asalu. Somehow they have been brought back into the picture, and this is good coming in from Stroix. He has played the card of being the hero, but BIGETRON, they're in deep trouble as they want to take the lower half of this house. But contesting them is going to be godlike alongside DRS. Unless DRS, they think about something big and get those elimination points. Go OP, they themselves needed this particular spot, and this is big game coming in from there. A nightmare. They're trying to get the entire area, but they need to watch the backs as well. They have the snipers in their hands. I can see those Winchesters, and those Winchesters better hit the mark.
Yeah, smart play here by Nightmare, just staying on the lower end of the roof just to make sure their heads are not sticking out. Having to deal with 3 teams at the same time obviously isn't going to be possible or easy. B Esports and KAGENDRA spraying them down, but now attacks from the back. BIGETRON by Vitality, spotting out Nightmare up on the roof, and they try to take advantage.
Oh, that's right. The advantage is already taken. Nightmare, they're in deep trouble. They're trying to go ahead and do something about the situation, but the plushie, it's gonna give a lot of information. BIGETRON, they are milking that information, and alongside that, there is even a lightning zone being provided. This is bad times, but in all of that, I believe DRS is in deep trouble. Takuri thinking that he can survive. Chrono, Time Turner being deployed, but it's not going to help him out as it just cracks open. All thanks to the offensive strike of BIGETRON by Vitality. This is bad times, and through all of that, teams are trying to slowly head inside the circle. B Esports, they took a jump pad, but will it be a really good one or a bad one? Let's see that real soon.
5 teams left on in here, and DRS about to lose their lives. Nightmare spending too much of time outside the circle. I mean, the final player up on his feet, but BIGETRON by Vitality have got their eyes on him. And the glue ball melters laid out all around. Lightning zone up as well. I mean, has got no opportunities whatsoever to get away. Sprayed from both sides. IQOO and squad get the job done. Yoki with the final nail on the coffin. Godlike still surviving. The only South Asian squad in this final circle.
No way. Godlike, BIGETRON by Vitality. These are the 2 teams who are very close in order to go ahead and activate and get that champion's name on their list, but they're going to clash it out from both the ends. Godlike, they're taking this battle, but will it work? Just like we saw in Kalahari, this can be that one straw that they can pull off and crumble the entire team, as multiple of them are taking shots, but Godlike, they hit the retreat button. They're playing it very smart. 4-man squad still banging together in order to stay alive.
You gotta love it, what Godlike just did. Retracting from that battle, allowing KAGENDRA to take that focus up against BIGETRON by Vitality. But now KAGENDRA turning around to focus on Anusit and Gang on the side of AVIDA XKDC.
This is smart.
Brilliant play. They back away with a jump pad using the boulder.
Natural
terrain to their advantage, leaving BIGETRON by Vitality out in the open and stand.
Oh my goodness, this is not a good sign at all. BIGETRON, they need to travel a longer distance compared to what this Godlike did. And look at the way AVIDA is just completely one single-sided in order to take the fight against KAGENDRA. This is it. This is the time where they can shine. Godlike, 1 eliminated already, and on the other end, the offense is very strong. BIGETRON by Vitality, they would love to get all of those elimination points in the pocket, and one by one, they are making sure that every single one of them who comes right in front will go down. Take a bow as BIGETRON, they enter towards the top 2, AVIDA XKDC, the final boss against them.
The battle ends here. Both teams on champion rush condition. The winner of this lobby walks away with the title of the best in Asia. Kyong down on the ground. BIGETRON by Vitality. The team that started it all. The team that dominated from day one. AVIDA X KDC from Thailand is the best.
Take your bow at this team. AVIDA X KDC. They kept that juice running, kept greasing those wheels till the very end, and now look at them, so happy after what they've already accomplished. Taking down BIGETRON by Vitality was a huge task, and now they've already accomplished that. hence being crowned the champions of FFMAI 2025.
A massive opening day at the play-ins where AVIDA XKDC woke up and showed the world that they were not here to mess around. 83, and they just went all out, dominating the competition with those eliminations. But of course, after that was when they kind of slacked off. They tried to show everyone that they were no big threat at all, and the attention was taken away from AVIDA. Everybody thought, okay, beginner's luck. They showed up, they screamed a lot, they made a lot of noise, but then they were going to go silent. Yeah, they did, until today, the grand finals, when it mattered the most. AVIDA XKDC walking away with the championship here at the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2025, calling themselves the best, not just in Southeast Asia, but of course up against their buddies from South Asia as well. In totality, they are showing you exactly what Thailand is made of.
Oh, wow. Who would have guessed their name, AJ? I did not, neither did you. And out of nowhere, AVIDA XKDC, they just spring the entire boat of action. First, they took a fight against KAGENDRA, won against them. You know, isolating in that corner, throwing any and everything that they had in their pocket. Those throwables, they made it count. And at the very end, my oh my, most of the teams fear taking a battle against BIGETRON by Vitality. They fear them so much. But this team did not even flinch. Every fight, Cassie's electrotherapy was just working out, and they were just jamming it out. I bet they were listening to Smooth Criminal at that very time, and those shots were so great.
AVIDA XKDC literally waking up only in the second half of the competition. At Nextera, when we opened up, they only pulled away 6 points. 8 points in Purgatory, 9 points in Solara. At the end of 3 games, they had 23 points. It did not look like championship quality. They were nowhere close to activating the champion rush condition. But it's not about how quickly you get there. You can ask Falcons, you can ask PE Esports. It's not about how quickly you get there. It's how you pull it to a close when everybody else is hustling for the exact same goal.
You finish in style, man. You do. And this team has showcased so much style in them. They kept their entire energy conserved till the very end, AJ.
Oh, yeah.
And it was a chef's kiss indeed. The entire action, the way they panned it out, lovely. Just loved from the beginning till the end. They kept their cool, calm collectiveness. And at the end, they get the award. It's the biggest chunk from the prize pool, man. Take a bow at this team.
I mean, 10,000 US dollars? Yeah, it definitely won't hurt, right? You've got Tawan usually on that Oscar play. You did mention the electrotherapy. Cassie is just on play either for Pablo or Winter, right? And they have showcased, you know, they have brought out both of these players and showed us exactly what they were capable of. But all in all, AVIDA XKDC, it's all about a team play. It's not just about one guy going all out and just being that superstar, right? At least not all throughout this competition. Maybe in the grand finals here, as we look at the stats, we might just be able to see someone step up to the plate. Long Kong usually on that A124. We've seen the timing of that activation, the thrill of the battle.
Always,
that's exactly what AVIDA lives for, man.
Always the thrill of the battle and disabling any and every one's abilities unless you have a Joseph equipped. And the timing needs to be perfect, AJ. That's, I believe, one of the things that most of the players cannot get it right. But this guy, from where does he come from, man? Like you rightly mentioned, AJ, it's not one person's game. It's every single one of them just going ahead, showcasing what they can fill in the gaps with. And that's how AVIDA XKDC has been playing since day number 1. We did see them on the offense. We did see them how well they perform against all the teams, let alone them being the only competitors of their own is what I think at this point. The only one who can actually change the entire course of action. So love the way AVIDA performed. The others as well, they tried their level best, but AVIDA was just, I would say, 4 steps better.
They most definitely were, right? You know, there's just not enough of highlights that we can throw the way of AVIDA XKDC. But you got to appreciate how they dominated the play-ins. And then when the big boys came in, they made themselves look so humble, right? As if they couldn't do anything in the lobby whatsoever. Even at the start of today, you know, some people would have given up on that AVIDA XKDC already. One person who did not give up was Delena, who from day one, AVIDA XKDC was her pick, and it looks like her pick managed to go all the way through. BIGETRON by Vitality. No BOOYAH. Big problem.
Yeah, that's where I believe BIGETRON fell apart. Oh my goodness, triple-digit eliminations. I mean, that's one corner that they would absolutely love. But whenever it comes to the Champions Rush, once you activate it, you need that BOOYAH. So yes, big problems have arrived in their pocket. But AVIDA XKDC, they kept their coolness. They got a single BOOYAH before in game number 5, and later on in game number 8, they just end it all in style. 137 points is what they have. But that's the kind of champion crown on their head, which is looking really good, shining in golden, and they're won it by the Champions Rush.
Absolutely brilliant showing by AVIDA XKDC. In fact, brilliant showing by each and every single squad that has made it to this stage. Everybody walks away with something. Every team that you see, look, this is not the end of Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2025 just yet, right? Because yes, we have crowned our champions for Battle Royale, but we also have found out who the top 16 teams are. We have also set up the brackets for our Clash squad. So that's definitely something to look forward to. I wonder, yes, some teams might have been able to show up and show up strong for BR, but Clash squad, will it be the exact same names? But for the time being, the one name that we can pull in is the name of the player that rocked the electrotherapy earlier, the support of the squad, who not only supported them in terms of picking them up with the help of Tiva and Olivia, but also in terms of dealing the damage. 6 eliminations, 11 assists. Crazy game for Pablo.
Hello there, Pablo. He has helped a lot. The entire team has been so grateful for this one dude. Love the performance. Love the way he gives the information to the entire team. The relaying is, I believe, with no delay whatsoever. So perfect example how to play a support role. Alongside, I would love to see the entire action from the team as well. The kind of combinations that they are rocking. Yes, we saw a lot of Nero plushie being tossed around, getting marked, getting the information on where the opponents are. And Tavan, the way he was rushing with Oscar, man, that's the way you play it.
Yeah, I have to agree, but it was Long Kong who was the disabler that enabled AVIDA XKDC to walk away with a BOOYAH. I think it was a timely pop of the thrill of battle, and the timing that AVIDA kind of turned things around was right after shutting down BIGETRON by Vitality. Played the timing just perfectly before they flanked around towards that right-hand side as well to pay the rest of the guests in that final circle a little bit of attention. And like you said, we saw the plushie come out of Anusit a couple of times, and all of those moments which is absolutely deadly. The opponents just could not do much to protect themselves, especially on the open grounds in that final circle. That was just phenomenal.
You know, there's one thing that I would love to highlight. AVIDA XKDC, since day number 1, they have all the 4 buckets checked. 1, having the support. 2, having a sniper. 3rd one, a rusher alongside a bomber who can go ahead and support as well. So this is the combination that I was looking towards for a longer time. The others, I did see many teams going in for a couple of rushers, and that's how they usually secure those eliminations in the game right off the bat. But this team has been consistent. They did not crack under pressure. They did not go ahead and see that it might be a potential problem in the upcoming games. And the way they have performed, well, you know why they're crowned the champions now.
3 out of 4 players exceeding 3,000 in damage. They definitely did a lot in terms of tagging up everybody out there on the battlefield. This was a massive game, massive BOOYAH for AVIDA XKDC to walk away with. And of course, just the cherry on top of the cake was getting the BOOYAH and crowning themselves champion as well. I mean, it was a heated battle for sure. And as usual, that first circle had many victims, but thankfully, none of the teams faltered there.
Yeah, Falcons, unfortunate. Pina was the last man standing, could not do much there. Gets eliminated in the second circle itself. Look at the way teams have made all the way towards the third, very close towards the fourth, and in the fifth, every single thing just started crumbling down. In fourth itself, I can see four teams getting annihilated, and in the fifth circle, we can see Nightmare, Esports, DRS breaking badly there. Those were some moments where we thought that at least teams are, getting towards the final circle. But it was out in the open. That was the only disadvantage that I would say that teams were facing out there, AJ.
Yeah, it wasn't a easy booyah for AVIDA x KDC at all. They made the rotations very slow, always sticking to the very edge of the circle. And that was a brilliant play in the grand scheme of things, but they were also playing with fire, right? Because as you stick by the very edge of the circle, you don't really need to worry about your backs, especially when it comes towards circle number 3, circle number 4. But what they did have to worry about was being gate kept, which they dealt with with phenomenal flair. And that's the main reason why we see so much of damage on them, so many eliminations as well. They had to go through a thick part of the lobby and a bunch of players before they got to that final circle.
And that's where most of the teams crumbled, AJ. I could see DRS, they were trying to inch close, they were at the height advantage, and slowly but surely, they got the vending machine. GOW gave away the access towards that area. And for a second, I was thinking that GOW, they stand a chance in order to stay inside the circle, but unfortunately, every single thing was against them. So that's how the entire team could not function that well, but most of the time, they have been doing a really good job whenever it comes to Solara, but unfortunately, it has to be this one team, AVIDA x KDC, that kept their calmness, man. Love the play, love the action, and they were like just so concrete. I don't know how they were so cool, man.
I mean, at the end of the day, I think they're just used to the heat of battle in a lobby like this. I mean, they're from Thailand, bro. They have to go up against the 3-time world champs sometimes. You know, even their scrimmages feels like a great esports run, right? So when you are in a region like that, you jump into a ranked match in itself, you're probably going to get whooped as well. But, they had to go through all of that. But it hasn't been easy for them on the Southeast Asian leg. They haven't really found their way into FFWSC just yet. Maybe this will be the start to that.
Right. But now talking about the next main event, we have the CS, the Clash Squad, which we call the Mono Duel, which will be super fun coming next week. Will be super interesting as well, as most of them have qualified except for the bottom 2. That's one of the parts where I would say my condolences. But yeah, these are the teams that are going to head towards Clash Squad main event. We have total 16 teams. Wow,
basically,
that's a whoopee.
Every single team that made it into the main week except S8UL Elite as well as Red Hawks, who were eliminated in the 17th and the 18th spot. The rest of the teams from the number 1 all the way until the 16th spot by the end of yesterday has managed to qualify into our Clash Squad main event. This is going to be a blockbuster. We have got 4 days of play, and obviously I am looking forward to seeing exactly who can get it done. Will Southeast Asia manage to conquer again, or will South Asia wake up, slap them back, and rip this title away, at least for Clash Squad?
Clash Squad is going to be super exciting. We love the way things are going to work out here. Meta, that's going to change a lot, AJ. It's about how well you can go ahead and initiate the duel, get the first knock and elimination, and have the man count advantage in order to fight in this CS main event. So super excited for it. 16 teams, and it's going to be a kerfuffle for it.
Oh, you most definitely are right. I prefer kerfuffle rather than kunafa sometimes. You gotta avoid the sugar.
Yeah.
But this is the bracketing.
Very well said.
Sorry, I've been friends with Neptune for a little too long. Bad jokes are always on standby. Clash Squad bracketing got a total of 16 teams. That means 8 games in total. Best of 3s before, of course, we find the winners. You only get to lose 1 time. That's the problem. If you lose, you are out. If you win, you take a step forward.
Exactly, and I believe this is a really good format. It's grueling, yes, of course, but the BO3 will at least give you 1 opportunity in order to fix your mistakes. If you won't be able to do that, then yeah, you're long gone. But if you're long Kong, then you can keep advancing forward. There you
You've been talking to Neptune a little too much as well. Single elimination bracket. Obviously, we are looking to see exactly who's going to be able to make out of this one. And we have not grouped it in a way where you will 100% see a South Asian team go up against a Southeast Asian team. We've kind of thrown it into a mix here. So there's just no way of telling exactly who's going to be able to get all the way into the semis as well as the grand finals. Grand finals will be played on a best of 5. All the rest of the series will be on a best of 3. And I cannot wait for that action to kick off.
Exactly, and look at the pellets, look at the color patterns as well. It's very well evident that 18th December, you can see the orange dishing it out, which is going to be the top 4 corners of it. BO3 of the second one, which will be on the 19th, which is highlighted in a very nice, I would say turquoise. Yeah, that's a turquoise color. And later on, 28th December, super exciting matches. BO3 is all across. 21st December will be a banger through which we can see who will be the champion. Oh God, I'm super excited for this one, Mustachio. And trust me, it's going to be epic. I mean, we already saw the VR and the VR gave us so much entertainment.
I never go turquoise, man. I mean, I'm just guessing like blue, green, you know, I keep it simple.
Oh, yeah. You know, understanding color is a skill on itself, AJ. And
I've had many fights with my wife, trust me, okay? We can never seem to agree on what color that dress is whenever we come across it on social media. But of course, at the end of the day, as long as these teams can identify what the right active skill is, what the right passive skill combination is, surviving in Clash Squad shouldn't be as difficult. But of course, that's not the only combination that's going to be important. The mechanical skills, the positioning, the timing, everything is going to be key here on those 4v4 battles. Like you said, mano a mano, squado y squado, I don't know. As long as we see some great action out there, I cannot wait to see exactly who's going to be dominating that as well. Once again, South Asia has another opportunity. Or of course, Southeast Asia has got yet another one to run away with.
Oh, I believe they have a lot of fuel to burn out as well, AJ. We are giving them some break as well to go ahead and gather their conscience and then get back into the groove yet again. Those battles are going to be very intense. And I don't know whose phone is going to burst out of anger or it's going to stay intact. However it's going to be, the CS mode is definitely going to be super exciting. And sometimes I have seen occasionally things ending up in a note of 2-0 as well. A 1-1 is very rare, but if you figure that out, if you're like rectifying your mistakes in the previous one when you already got a loss, then I think the mentality is on a different level. So this is another testament for teams to showcase how good they are whenever it comes to going for a single squad battle rather than going for a third party, because in third party you always have the edge.
Yeah, you most definitely do have the edge, or if your luck is just as bad as some of the squads we saw out there, you might just end up being the distraction whilst one of the teams tries to get away, right? In Battle Royale, very possible. Clash Squad, dream on. No way, Jose. You got to get on in there. You got to get the job done, or else it's just the next round. But obviously, the battle has been phenomenal. Game after game, the distance that we have gone into today has just been tremendous. The teams have shown us all that they have. Obviously, there are going to be some disappointments, a lot of disappointments if you are not the fan of the squad. But there's always got to be a winner and a couple of losers. Is that going to be the case here for Clash Squad, where you see the same exact Titans going all the way? I sure as hell hope not.
I hope not too. I need a mix of those teams as well. So for all of that, you guys are going to catch us on the next following week, which is upcoming right around the corner. So make sure you have all of those dates vacant, as CS mode is going to give you a lot of entertainment. These teams are going to go yet again, 16 total teams, Mustachio, and that's going to be even more fun. So we already have the benchmark set way too high from the BR mode, and now moving towards CS, I just love to see how well they can go ahead and act upon those solo information.
Absolutely. Single bracket elimination once again is going to be absolutely deadly. No rooms for mistake whatsoever.
Not at all.
Like Azora said, maybe one game you can falter, but you got to make your comeback. You got to reverse sweep it, or else it's game over. You want to drop your middle set, I don't care how you get it done. But 2 victories are definitely going to be needed in order for you to stay in the competition and fight for the $15,000 that we've got on the table. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's been an absolute pleasure bringing you guys a broadcast on behalf of Neptune, Lucifer, Cribs, Azora, as well as myself. You guys take care. Goodbye. We'll see you guys in a few days for Clash Squad.